10 years building the man I thought she wanted. Now I'm speeding through downtown, past every version of myself that still believed her. Is it a mistake, a setup, or just the truth finally showing its teeth? The club is glowing ahead, and inside, my wife, my Sienna, might look me in the eye and lie again. Or worse, not lie at all. I can storm in, rip the night open, force the truth under lights. Or I can stay in this car and let silence protect the illusion I've lived in. Because once that door opens, nothing stays buried. If you've ever stood at a door like that, caught between truth and comfort, share your story below and subscribe to follow what happens next. Before the storm, my life ran on rails. I was Grant Cole, project manager, steady as a metronome. Mornings were black coffee, a 5-mile commute, and a to-do list that behaved when I did. Coworkers trusted me with messy projects because I hated leaving loose ends. After the wedding, I added a gold band and a second toothbrush by the sink, and nothing else seemed to change. Bills were paid, weekends were grocery runs, church with my dad when he visited, football with neighbors in the driveway. I wasn't flashy, just dependable. The kind of man who fixes a cabinet hinge before it squeaks. Men who live by routine know the rhythm. Show up, keep your word, earn tomorrow. That night, the Lakers played like clockwork, and so did I, until Trevor called. Somewhere between the ring and my hello, the rails hummed wrong. If your life felt perfectly aligned and one call knocked it sideways, would you answer or let it pass? Meet Sienna, the reason I believed in ordinary miracles. She laughed with her whole face, the kind of laugh that tells a room it's safe to relax. She organized charity drives at work, remembered birthdays nobody else did, and made our tiny kitchen smell like rosemary and butter on Tuesdays. We were 2 months married, still learning the choreography of sharing a closet and a calendar. She kept her shoes lined up like little soldiers. I kept the mail stacked by due date. We argued about small things, thermostat, toothpaste cap, and made up before the coffee cooled. When she wore that red dress on her birthday, I told her it made the room feel brighter. She said it was the way I looked at her. I took that as proof. Love is simple when two people choose it daily. The truth is, love is simple until it isn't, and simplicity can hide a silence that's louder than shouting. If you listen. Every steady man needs a truth teller. Mine was Trevor. We met in a freshman hallway that smelled like pizza and laundry soap and never stopped spotting each other's blind spots. He moved into sales, I stayed in operations, and between us lived a pact, no sugarcoating. When my dad had surgery, Trevor mowed my lawn without asking. When he thought I was working too late, he dropped off a cooler and 3 words. Go home, man. He didn't like drama, didn't start rumors, and never called twice. The last part mattered. When his name lit my screen that Thursday, muscle memory told me everything before he said a word. Guys like me, we measure friendships in favors refused, not favors accepted. The people you trust respect the cost of your peace. So if Trevor broke the peace, he wasn't guessing. He'd seen something. He'd decided I needed to know, even if the knowing burned through the life I'd been building. Nights at our place had their own easy ritual. I'd set the remote on the armrest just so, crack a beer, and let announcers carry me through box scores and small talk. Sienna liked to light a cheap candle that made the room smell expensive, then fold laundry in little perfect stacks that shamed my old bachelor drawers. On Thursdays, we'd call my dad if the game got dull, trade updates about leaky gutters and barbecue plans. Ordinary is a blessing men forget to bless. That night began exactly like the others. Porch light on, front door locked, her text saying Monica needed help with the nephew again. I believed it because belief is easier than doubt when you're tired. The overtime I'd put in that week felt worth it. Home was waiting. Then the phone rang, and season changed in one vibration. If comfort is a story we tell ourselves, how pages would you tear out to read the truth? But sometimes ordinary squeaks before it breaks. Looking back, little clicks were there. Sienna guarding her tablet like a passport, the new habit of face-down phone on the counter, the delayed replies wrapped in neat explanations. None of it crossed the line by itself, and that's how lines move, a hair at a time. I told myself she was under pressure at work, that Monica needed extra help with the nephew, that married life just bends schedules. The truth is, I noticed and filed it under later. Later is where men stash doubts they don't want to name. That night, later arrived early. The lock chimed when I checked it, solid and final. A siren somewhere far away rose and faded. The game slipped into highlights, faces grinning under confetti. I waited for her key in the door, for the quick apology that fixes small things. The phone made its sound instead, and my house, my certainty, answered it before I did first. Ping. Her text slid across the screen like a calm hand on my shoulder. Still at Monica's. He's finally sleeping. I'll head back soon. I could picture their townhouse, the spare bedroom with the humidifier humming, the little boy sweating through a fever dream while two tired women whispered in the hallway. It fit the story of the night, and stories that fit are easy to accept. I typed back a thumbs up and the old line we used to send when one of us worked late, drive safe. Then I set the phone face down and tried to let the game soak up my attention. The announcers joked about garbage time, the crowd coasted, and my living room exhaled. I believed her because belief felt like rest. Anyone who clocks long weeks understands that kind of rest. You earn it and hold it close. The beer sweated on the coaster, the candle burned low, and the house kept its promises. For me. Then a habit betrayed the room. I picked up Sienna's tablet to cue a playlist. She liked jazz during highlights. The lock opened on the first try, same code as always. A notification bloomed in the corner. Location services refreshed. A tiny pin blinked on a map. Not Monica's street, not even the right side of town. Downtown pulsed on the glass, a block from the Apex Club. The name Trevor would speak later. I told myself maps are messy. Apps drift. Towers hand off. But the pin settled again, patient and precise, like a fingertip pressing a bruise. My thumb hovered over the message thread, that urge to confirm what you hope isn't there. I set the tablet down, then picked it up again, then set it down for good measure, pretending ritual could keep faith from cracking. The house was quiet enough to hear the fridge click. If the map is right, what exactly am I protecting by not looking? So I did what men do when doubt knocks softly. I tidied. I straightened the remote, tucked a coaster under the sweating bottle, and folded the throw blanket the way Sienna liked it, corners meeting like a handshake. Busy hands can quiet a noisy mind. I told myself traffic was bad near Monica's, that fever makes time slippery, that good people get stretched thin and still mean well. I remembered my mother saying, "Give grace and ask questions in the morning." I clicked the TV volume down and let the play-by-play become a hum, like a fan in July. For a minute it worked. The picture of her beside a crib, shushing a child, felt solid again. I breathed to 4 and out to 6, the routine a therapist taught me after my dad's surgery. Calm is a bridge you build in daylight for nights like this. I walked it, one quiet step at a time, telling myself bridges hold. Then the ring I couldn't ignore cut through the room. Trevor's name filled the screen, and my chest did that hitch it does when a doctor calls you back after tests. I answered on first vibration. He didn't clear his throat, didn't ask if I had a minute. "Grant," he said, voice thin at the edges. "You need to know." The words came careful, like he was carrying glass. He was at the Apex Club with a client. He'd seen a woman in a red dress, laughing the way Sienna laughs when she forgets she's being watched. He waited to be sure. He sent the video before I asked. In the still frame, a profile I would know in smoke or rain leaned into a man I had never seen. My house went quiet enough to hear my heartbeat in the vent. Trevor kept talking, but it moved far away. In that distance, something hard locked into place. Act. Now. I stood up. My body moved before my mind caught up. Keys, wallet, phone, rituals of leaving clicked into place. I forwarded the video to my email, to a cloud I pay for and rarely think about, because proof matters when the heart goes to court. I locked the front door, checked it once, checked it again, then headed for the car. The night air had that Cleveland bite, the kind that wakes you without asking permission. Streetlights stretched the road thin and straight. I spoke out loud so I wouldn't start shouting, "Drive, don't chase, see, don't spin." The engine turned, the map lit, and downtown rose like a promise and a threat. In the windshield, I saw every version of myself that took vows and paid bills and believed the best on purpose. Marriage, career, family name, everything leaned on what I did next. Do I open the door and end innocence, or keep driving and live with doubt tonight? Headlights carved the road like a blade. I pulled onto Lorraine, then the shoreway, telling myself the same 3 rules my father drilled into me the day he handed me the keys. See far, steer smooth, leave room. The city floated ahead, a necklace of sodium lights over black water. My phone buzzed on the seat, but I wouldn't look. Eyes up, hands at 10 and 2, breath steady. The car knew the way. My body ran on training. Guys like me keep one promise when storms hit. Don't add wreckage to wreckage. I let the engine speak, not the anger. Green turned yellow, yellow turned stubborn, and I chose the brake. I remembered driver's ed, the instructor tapping the dash and saying, "Decisions stack." Tonight, they stacked fast. I pictured Sienna's red dress against a stranger's shirt, and my foot pressed a little harder. Downtown drew near, the apex sign somewhere under that glow, waiting like a dare tonight. Neon bled down the brick like rain. I parked 2 blocks away out of habit, locked the car twice, and listened to the neighborhood breathe. Bass from the club, laughter in quick bursts, a siren fading toward the lake. The apex threw light onto the sidewalk, painting passing faces blue, then purple. Couples drifted in holding hands that looked lighter than mine felt. A bouncer checked IDs without looking bored. I caught my reflection in the glass, tie crooked, jaw set, a man trying to look like a plan. Trevor waited by the awning, phone in his palm, eyes that said he wished he were wrong. We kept it formal. Men like us don't make scenes in doorways. He nodded once and started to speak, then stopped, then handed me the screen. The clip was paused to the second before impact. A red dress in frame, my last minute. If I press play and go inside, what version of me walks out? Impact arrived in silence. I tapped the triangle, and motion filled the glass. Sienna slid into view from the left, the red dress doing what red does. She smiled without checking the room, that smile I used to take as a homecoming. The man beside her, later I'd learn his name, but in that moment he was absence wearing a face, leaned close, a hand settling at her waist like it had done it before. My thumb trembled. The frame wobbled. Trevor steadied it with both hands. He whispered, "I'm sorry." And I believed him. The song in the background was one of those throwbacks DJs play to make everyone 25 again. They were not 25, neither was I. They looked like 2 people who had practiced wanting each other. I watched longer than I should have, hoping for a flinch, a pullback, a ring glinting up like a flare. All I saw was certainty moving closer, and my life moving back. The kiss didn't rush. It arrived like a decision made. She tilted her chin the way I knew from our kitchen when music spilled from the radio and we forgot about timers. His hand climbed an inch, then stopped, claiming ground without drama. Their eyes closed in agreement. Around them, people cheered some other moment. The beat drop, a friend's joke, a goal in a different life. I studied for doubt and found choreography instead. You can tell the difference. Accident flinches. Intention breathes. The lens caught the small things. A thumb tracing fabric, her shoulders relaxing, the after smile that says this wasn't the first or the last. I felt my grip change, not on the phone, but on the story I'd been carrying. In the glass, I watched my face compress into a stranger's. Somewhere behind us, the bouncer told a joke and someone laughed. I stayed stone still. The video ended without ceremony, the way a door shuts when the lock learns. Action beats anger when walls listen. I handed the phone back to Trevor, thanked him the way men do, short nod, stare, and stepped toward the door. The bouncer glanced at my ID, then at my face, like he'd seen this look before. Inside, the music had a spine. Lights pulsed in waves, the kind that make people feel braver than they are. I let the room come into focus. Bar to the left, dance floor ahead, rail around the edge. I spotted the red first, then Sienna inside it, then the man whose name I did not need yet. They were closer than the camera made them, closer than vows allow. I could cut a scene there, raise my voice, name the lie, make an audience. Or I could ask for a quiet corner and give us both a record of grace. One path defends dignity, the other collects applause. Which cost am I willing to pay to get truth tonight? Shock doesn't shout, it hushes the room. I saw them and my body went quiet, like a fuse pulled from a live wire. Red dress, hand at her waist, the private smile I used to earn given away wholesale. The DJ dropped a chorus people half remember from college. My memory dropped me. I tried to move and found my feet nailed to the floor. Guys who talk big about the clutch joke about freezing. But the truth is, your muscles honor your heart. When it stalls, you stall. I counted 3 breaths the way my therapist taught me after Dad's surgery. Anchor, assess, act. The anchor held. The assessment hurt. The act arrived as a step forward that felt like a mile. I came close enough to smell her perfume, the one we picked out on a Sunday errand between light bulbs and dog food. Her laughter died mid-note. The space between us turned into a courtroom nobody asked to enter tonight. Names can cut deeper than knives. She turned, eyes wide, and said my name like a plea she thought might rewind tape. Grant. I kept my hands at my sides because I've learned hands tell stories mouths can't fix. Up close, she looked like the woman I married and nothing like her at all. The music thumped. Lights tried to sell distraction. Nobody bought. I said nothing first. Silence forces truth to step forward. She filled it with breathy explanations, the kind people give when facts outrun them. Monica, a mix-up, a drink she didn't order, a mistake she was just about to correct. I listened for a leak in a quiet house. Drip, drip. Then I said 4 words I brought for this moment. Explain this to me. Her mouth opened. Her shoulders rose. His hand disappeared to his pockets. If this is the story she tells under lights, right here tonight, what will it cost to believe it? Calm isn't weakness. It's a tool. I kept my voice low enough to be heard without feeding the room. Explain this to me, I repeated, slower, as if clarity could be summoned by pace. Sienna reached for my arm. I stepped half a shoe back. Boundaries say things words can't. She started with the nephew, the fever, the sister's dead phone, the ride downtown that somehow turned into champagne. I asked short questions like a mechanic checking lines. Who invited you? When did you take the ring off? How many times? She said it wasn't like that. I said the video thinks otherwise. The man, later I'd know him as Logan, cleared his throat and said he had no idea she was married. I looked at his empty hand, then at hers. No ring, no accident, no confusion left to hide behind. The bartender wiped a clean spot that didn't need wiping. I held the eye contact that keeps people honest tonight. Apologies travel light when they arrive late. Logan put his palms up like a referee calling time and said, I didn't know she was married. His voice had that careful tone men use when they realize they've stepped into someone else's living room. I nodded once to mark the sentence on the record. Now you do, I said, still even. He looked to Sienna for a cue. She couldn't supply one. I asked him where they met. Office happy hour. I asked when. Last week. I asked if she wore a ring. He looked at her hand before he answered, which answered enough. Anger rose and then settled, the way lake water evens after a speedboat passes. This wasn't about him. It was about choices repeating themselves when nobody says stop. You can go, I told him, and surprised myself with how ordinary I sounded. He started to back away. Stay, I added. You should hear this part too. Some exits are quieter than they feel. I told Sienna we were done speaking in crowds. Her eyes searched my face for the old door I used to leave open. I left it locked. I turned to the bar and asked for a receipt with date and time. Little things matter when memories argue later. I walked the perimeter once, long enough to see the room like a camera would. Then I stepped back into the night air and let the cold file heat down. Trevor fell in beside me without a word. I forwarded the clip, the time-stamped selfie outside the sign, the notes I'd typed with shaking thumbs. Proof is mercy for future you. In the car, I looked at my wedding band and felt how heavy a small circle can be. Tomorrow meant a lawyer, a bank, a lock change, a list. Tonight meant one more choice. Do I confront at home or collect the rest first? Routines protect you until they don't. I set my keys in the bowl, washed my hands, and reached for Sienna's tablet the way I always did when I cued tomorrow's grocery list. The lock screen waited like a test I hadn't studied for. Same 4 digits I'd known since our second date. They opened the door without complaint. For a breath, I felt ridiculous. A man snooping in his house. Then I remembered the red dress and the doorway at Apex. The messages app sat where it always sat. I told myself I would only confirm her story, then put everything back exactly as I found it. Tap. Threads stacked like plates after a party. Work group chats, family photos, coupons. Then a thread pinned to the top I had never noticed. Initials that meant nothing to me yet. I stared at the screen the way a dad watches a teenager's fishtail in snow, hoping it straightens before the spin. Evidence doesn't whisper, it stacks. The thread opened to a view I knew from work disputes. Timestamps, attachments, locations. First came jokes about office happy hour, then lunches that stretched, then ride shares to nowhere etched by little blue pins. Photos arrived like souvenirs, mirrors, elevators, the corner of a beard I would later match to a face. Scrolling felt like walking past windows with the lights on. The language shifted from playful to private, from we should to we didn't wait. She had turned off read receipts, but patterns talk even when people don't. The worst line sat there like a nail on blacktop. Sometimes I think I married the wrong person. I read it twice and felt the room tip. Guys like me don't faint. We file. I screenshotted dates, saved images, copied locations into a folder named for the day I hoped to forget. If I stop now and trust a talk tomorrow, what part of me stays blind? Documentation keeps your future self from arguing with your past. I opened the laptop, created a new drive folder, and labeled it with the date and time because that's how courtrooms talk. Every screenshot got a name, not a feeling. Chat 7 p.m., ride 10th, photo elevator. I exported the location timeline and saved it twice, once to the cloud I pay for, once to a flash drive I keep with old tax returns. My hands shook, so I slowed them the way a mechanic sets a wrench, snug, not stripped. The messages told a rhythm. Workdays turned excuses. Excuses turned opportunities. Opportunities turned habits. There was even a calendar invite masked as a meeting. The map said otherwise. I printed nothing. Paper is messy, and I wanted clean lines. I told myself this was procedure, not revenge. Procedure doesn't raise its voice. Procedure turns chaos into exhibits. Somewhere a neighbor's garage door rumbled open and shut. The house answered with its small, faithful noises. Belts and suspenders beat style every time. I forwarded the folder link to my personal email, set it to view only, and added a note to myself like I was a coworker. Keep calm, keep copies, keep counsel. I zipped the originals and dropped them into a second cloud under an old username from college, the one I use for airline points and nothing else. Then I took photos of the tablet settings, time, date, battery, so no one could claim the clock was lying. I backed up the phone video from Trevor and noted where I was standing when I saved it. Curb outside the Apex sign, cold wind cutting across my knuckles. The process settled me. When your hands have a job, your thoughts fall in line. I cleaned the browser history and set the tablet down exactly how I'd found it, like placing a book back on a nightstand. The house looked ordinary again, which made the evidence feel louder. Night has a way of telling the truth slow. The clock crept to a place people sleep through, that thin stretch when even the furnace seems to hold its breath. I poured water, not whiskey. I wanted a morning I could trust. At the table, I listed what came next. Call a lawyer, freeze the card, move funds, change the locks, pack her things without malice, keep receipts. I wrote it twice, once as tasks, once as a promise to the man I'd be tomorrow. I slid my ring along the tabletop and watched it wobble to stillness. I thought about vows and value, about how men my age measure love by the weight it asks them to carry. The tablet sat on the desk, screen dark, secrets saved. I turned off the lamp and let the house settle around me like armor. Morning was coming, and with it a choice. Confront now or gather everything and end this clean. Morning doesn't argue. It assigns tasks. At 7 sharp, I dialed attorney Samuel Ortiz, a name my dad trusted. He picked up on the second ring. No receptionist, no maze. I told him this was not a panic call, it was a plan. He asked 3 questions that sounded like seatbelts. Are you safe? Do you have proof? Can you be here by 9? Yes, yes, yes. I shaved to slow my hands. copied the evidence to a clean flash drive, and put on the kind of shirt judges notice without remembering. Coffee went into a stainless mug, the ring went into my pocket. I left the house the way a foreman locks a site. Lights off, tools counted, gate chained. On the drive downtown, the shoreway glittered like a spine, and I sat up straighter. You know the feeling. Grief walks in, but discipline shows it the chair. Today, I would act like the man I keep promising. Doors that open early tend to tell the truth. Ortiz's office was lit before the building woke. Law books ranked like soldiers and a coffee maker working overtime. He shook my hand once and pointed me to a chair that didn't swivel. "Walk me through the timeline," he said, pen quiet above a pad. I started with the call, then the video, then the tablet. Dates, times, locations, the way a project manager would brief a client who hates surprises. He didn't flinch at the red dress. He underlined the word proof and circled separate property when I described the house I bought before we married. He asked where the files lived. I said cloud and flash. He nodded. "We'll keep originals closed, copies open." He spoke like a contractor bidding a difficult job, calm, specific, realistic. Then he slid the pad to me. "Anything I'm missing?" My thumb hovered over the ring in my pocket. What counts as missing? Advice lands differently when it's built on facts. Ortiz tapped the pad and said the words I needed and didn't want. "You've got a solid case." He explained it like a coach at halftime. Ohio law, separate property, short marriage, clear evidence of adultery. No children, no shared real estate, limited joint debt. He laid out lanes. File today, serve promptly, keep communication minimal and documented. "Close the joint card before lunch," he added, "and move your paycheck to a new account you control." He warned me not to weaponize texts, not to taunt, not to post. Dignity isn't strategy, it's insurance. If she contacts you, keep replies brief. "I've retained counsel. Please direct communication to my attorney." He paused and looked at my face the way doctors do when they deliver news you read on the chart. "You're steady," he said. "Stay that way. Court's notice." I nodded and felt something move from pain to plan, from noise to steps. Errands after impact feel like drills you practiced for a fire you hoped would never come. I left Ortiz's office with a folder and a list. First stop, the bank. I closed the joint card, set spending alerts to 0, and moved my direct deposit to a new account in my name. The manager, a dad from my church team, didn't ask for details. He slid forms across the desk like lifelines. Next, I drove home and pulled out suitcases. I folded Sienna's clothes the way she taught me, sleeves in, edges flat, because respect isn't something I want to owe later. Shoes in pairs, toiletries bag zipped, photos wrapped in a towel. I set aside anything that was hers and anything that might be argued, labeled boxes with a marker, and took pictures of each pile. Receipts went into an envelope. I kept my voice off and the radio low. When a life changes, order is a rope you can hold. Paper can weigh more than metal when it names an ending. I met Ortiz at the clerk's counter, signed where he flagged, and watched a stamp land with the authority of a gavel. 2 months from vows to filing, short on calendar, long in miles. He handed me copies and the next steps, service, orders, a hearing date that would show up. Outside, the wind off the lake bit harder, like the city wanted me awake for what comes next. I texted Trevor one line, filed, thank you, and put my phone away. Home. I set Sienna's suitcases by the door and a note on the island. Your belongings are packed. Contact my attorney for pickup. I wish you well. No shouting, no speeches, just a line I'd be proud to reread. I changed the locks, checked the windows, and sat alone in the quiet that follows a hard decision. Do I send HR what I have tonight, or hold one more day? Good news doesn't arrive on a Tuesday like this. Trevor called between meetings, voice steady, and said the sentence that changes a room. Logan got fired. He didn't gloat, he just gave details. HR reviewed the footage, matched timestamps, checked usage logs, and closed his badge before lunch. My first reaction wasn't joy. It was a long exhale I didn't know I was holding. Actions met consequences. I walked to the sink, rinsed a mug, and thought about all the dads and coworkers who've had to clean up after someone else's choices. Trevor said his cousin in HR kept it tight. No gossip, no victory laps, just policy doing what policy says. I thanked him for telling me, and we both let the silence stand. People think justice feels like fireworks. It doesn't. It feels like a file drawer finally shutting, and a room that stops vibrating. Then you look around and realize the mess you still have to sort. Alone. Policy speaks in forms, not feelings. I sent HR a neat package. The video Trevor recorded, the timestamps from the tablet, the location exports, and a brief, factual summary. No insults, no color commentary, just dates and places and who was where. Their reply came fast. They would investigate under the company's relationship and conduct policy, and they thanked me for providing corroboration. I sat at the kitchen table like a man paying bills, checking each attachment twice, then closing the laptop like it might leak. Somewhere a leaf blower droned down the block, and the sound felt appropriate. Cleanup, not celebration. People in age bracket know that organizations move slow until they don't. When policy engages, it finishes the job. I asked for no updates. I needed no report backs. The truth has its own legs. But as the house settled and the clock ticked, a question settled with it. What belongs to me to fix, and what doesn't right now? Consequences rarely arrive alone. They bring cousins. By week's end, word filtered back through friends who still worked with Sienna. No termination, but a transfer to a quieter department, a title trimmed, a bonus pulled back. The promotion she'd been chasing went to someone else, and the project she'd led changed hands before the Monday meeting. I didn't cheer. I made a sandwich, answered 2 emails, and took the trash to the curb. That's how life asks you to absorb big things, between small ones. Mutual friends split down familiar lines, the ones who believe actions and the ones who believe explanations. Invitations dried up. Photos disappeared from feeds. A couple we double dated with texted me, no sides, just sorry. I typed back, no anger, just thanks. Every grown man learns public fallout feels private in the strangest places. The grocery aisle, the gym, the pew. You carry yourself a little straighter and do your errands. That's the work for now. The apology came from the only place it could. Elaine, her mother, called on an afternoon and asked if I had a minute. Mothers choose their words like china. They know what breaks. She said she'd heard enough to be ashamed and not enough to excuse. She didn't ask for details, offered one thing. I'm sorry this happened to you. We talked like people at a hospital waiting room, soft, honest, careful. She told me I had treated their family well, that my father's visits had meant something to her husband, that she still had the casserole dish I'd brought back clean. Small mercies matter. I told her I wished her daughter healing, just not in my house. She didn't argue. Before we hung up, she said a line I wrote down afterward. Protect your peace, Grant. I promised I would. When I set the phone down, the room felt lighter, and the same time, like a truth finally seated here. Justice leaves space you didn't plan to fill. After the calls and the filed forms, the house settled into a hush that sounded almost respectful. I brewed decaf I didn't need and stood at the window, watching a neighbor teach his kid how to ride without training wheels, one brave wobble at a time. Not happy, not sad, just quiet. The ring sat in a dish by the sink like a tool retired from service. I wiped the counter, took out the trash, and wrote a list for tomorrow because lists make sense when people don't. In the evening, I walked the block, nodded to a veteran on his porch, and let the air set the day. Unfair things had been named, necessary things had been done, not revenge, order, and sleep. Back inside, the folder on my desktop glowed like a lighthouse. If I send it to HR tonight, what part of me will I keep? Silence has its own furniture. After the filings and the phone calls, my house sounded like a church after a service. Shoes gone, programs left on the seats, echoes deciding whether to stay. The clock on the mantel took over the room, one small tick tugging the next. I washed the 2 plates I still owned from before the wedding and left them drying like old teammates. The couch remembered movies. The hallway remembered laughter. The bedroom remembered a promise I could not keep alone. I stood in each doorway long enough to let the truth fit. Men my age collect tools for these hours. A broom, a decent coffee maker, a playlist that keeps its hands to itself. I swept, brewed, and let instrumental guitar fill the gaps where arguments used to go. No speeches, no verdicts, just a house relearning how to hold one person without apologizing for the empty spaces. I slept on sheets that finally felt honestly mine. Clearing out starts small. I opened drawers and met our museum of almosts. Ticket stubs, spare keys, a restaurant punch card, 3 stamps from free dessert. I boxed her scarves with the lavender sachets she liked and slid the box to the hallway, where afternoon light made mercy of everything. Photos were harder. We looked happy because we were, until we weren't. And the camera never schedules exits. I chose 3 frames that belonged to my story before hers. My dad at the grill, me and Trevor at graduation, the old dog sleeping under a Christmas tree, and set the rest face down. The bathroom went quickly. 2 toothbrushes became 1, lotions marched into a bag, the mirror kept secrets. On the nightstand, her novel lay open. A train paused between towns. I marked the page with a receipt and closed it slowly, like a door that sticks. If healing starts with space, how much space does it demand right now, honestly? Night taught me to write things down. I sat at the kitchen table with a legal pad and a pen that didn't skip, and I made a list called Lessons I'm Willing to Learn. First line, trust but verify. Second, don't argue with screenshots. Third, take care of tomorrow's you. I added smaller lines that mattered anyway. Eat when the food is hot, return calls, tell Trevor thanks again. I wrote a letter to myself from 12 months out, promising that I would not become a cynic or a spy, that I would keep the part of me that still believes in good endings. I wrote a note to Sienna I would never send, blessing the small kindnesses and burying the rest. When the words slowed, I folded the pages and slid them into a drawer I could reach in the dark. My house didn't feel friendly yet, but it felt legible, and I could live with legible for now anyway. Change landed in my body before it reached my mind. I laced up old running shoes and stepped into the cold, telling my knees we were just going to the corner and back. The corner became 2 blocks, then a loop I hadn't noticed in years. Breath found a rhythm my thoughts could follow. I traded late-night scrolling for early pages of a book that didn't try to fix me, only held my attention long enough to quiet the static. I cooked breakfast instead of counting on coffee to count as a meal. I put my phone in a drawer after 9 and told the world it could wait. Habits are contracts you sign with yourself. I signed short ones and renewed daily. I texted my dad more. I answered Trevor on the first ring. The scale didn't change much, but the mirror looked like someone I could trust to drive at night. That was enough to start for me. Recovery is boring until it isn't. Days started to stack like neat lumber. Work done on time, meals that looked like colors instead of cravings, sleep that stayed. I kept a small ledger on the fridge with 3 lines to check. Moved, read, reached out. Some squares went empty and nobody died. The point wasn't perfection, it was traction. In quiet moments, I noticed parts of me coming back from wherever I'd parked them. The patience to wait for the light to change, the habit of holding a door, the laugh that rolls out without checking the room. I went to church with my dad and kept steady during the vows. I changed my oil early. I fixed the cabinet hinge that had squeaked since spring and realized I hadn't heard it in months because I'd been loud. Healing has a sound, and sometimes it's small. With peace creeping back in, what promise do I make to protect it this time? Fresh starts need addresses. I listed the house, signed papers without ceremony, and watched a moving truck swallow rooms that had memorized our voices. I bought a loft in Ohio City with brick that remembered factories and windows wide enough to forgive a day. The elevator groaned like an uncle telling a story. The view offered trains, church spires, and the lake exhaling. I kept furniture simple. A table that tells you to sit, a couch that doesn't ask for company, a bed that holds one promise at a time. I hung my dad's old level on the wall, bubble-centered, reminder to check mine. Evenings I walked West 25th past the market, letting the smell of bread and coffee remind me people rebuild in ordinary ways. I learned the light in this place, how noon sharpens and dusk forgives. I slept hard the first night, as if the building agreed to keep watch, and I finally could stand down there. Work became the room I could control. I took the toughest project on the floor, a schedule nobody wanted because it bit and chewed. I met with suppliers at dawn, walked the line at lunch, and stayed just long enough to catch problems before they dressed up as surprises. I kept my emails short and my promises shorter. When the quarter closed, numbers didn't brag. They stood up straight. My boss called me into a glass room and slid a new badge across the table. Senior manager. No speech, just a handshake that felt like a clean ledger. I treated the raise like a tool, not a trophy. Paid down the car, padded savings, funded the emergency account I'd meant to build for years. Coworkers asked how I stayed calm. I said lists and laps and not taking pain to meetings. The truth is simpler. Purpose is louder than noise. With my life steadier, what do I build next that lasts? Distance can reset the dials. I booked a seat to Tokyo and gave myself permission to be nobody. I walked alleys the width of my outstretched arms, ate noodles at counters where steam fogged my glasses, and bowed clumsily to shopkeepers who still thanked me. Kyoto slowed me. Temples taught my breathing to match wooden floors. I took trains that arrived when the sign said, and I felt my spine learn trust again. In Barcelona, I let the sea argue with the sun and lost on purpose. Paris handed me a table for one and proved it wasn't a punishment. Amsterdam's bicycles taught me balance belongs to whoever keeps moving. I carried a small notebook and wrote what I saw without making it about me. Lanterns on water, a grandfather teaching a child to fly a kite, strangers laughing without looking over their shoulders. Coming home, customs asked what I was bringing back. I said clothes. The truth was room. Not every answer needs a witness. Back home, I practiced leaving space between thought and speech. In meetings, I waited a beat before I offered a fix. The beat made better ideas visible. On calls with my dad, I let the pauses hold what neither of us wanted to relive, and found they were kind enough to carry it. Trevor and I grabbed coffee without autopsy. We talked football, lawn fertilizer, and the new barbecue place on Denison, like normal men choosing normal on purpose. When Sienna's name came up in paperwork, I read slowly, signed cleanly, and put the pen down as if it might break if I squeezed. Silence didn't make me smaller. It settled me where I stood. I went a week without telling the story, and the story shrank to its right size. At church, I lit a candle for the future and left before anyone noticed. Peace takes practice. I kept showing up for practice. Gratitude arrived looking nothing like forgiveness. I stopped rehearsing her worst moments and started inventorying what the fire spared. My work, my health, my friends who tell the truth, a father who answers on the first ring, a stubborn capacity to rebuild. I didn't hate Sienna. Hate ties you to the past with knots you keep tightening. I wished her well in a direction that wasn't mine. When people asked if I'd do anything differently, I said I would listen sooner and act just as fast. Pain can make you hard or honest. I chose honest and let hard visit only when it had a job. On a quiet Sunday, I stood in my kitchen, hands on the counter, and said aloud, "Thank you for the lesson. I'm done with the class." Room felt bigger after. Future looked wide enough to deserve better decisions. If I've been given back my life, what kind of man do I become now, truly? Snow changes how a man hears himself. I went to Aspen to chase quiet, renting a room with a view of a lift line and a fireplace that worked too well. After a long day of falls that didn't bruise, I grabbed dinner at the lodge bar where tables overlap and strangers borrow salt. The waiter swapped our plates, her salmon, my chili, and that's how I met Natalie Reed. She laughed easy, not loud, and asked if I skied for sport or penance. I said both. We traded hometowns, jobs, stories about dads who kept toolboxes like museums. She taught yoga in Denver, drove a Subaru with a stubborn check engine light, and believed coffee solves most diplomacy. I liked the way she listened without leaning forward like a rescue. When the bartender misheard our names again, we let it go and stayed. 2 chairs, 1 fire, snow climbing the windows. Simple math. I hadn't planned a beginning. It found me. That night. Firelight makes honesty look braver than it feels. We kept conversation wander, the way trail maps do when you stop insisting on the fastest route. She asked what brought me up the mountain. I said altitude and a reset. I asked what kept her in Colorado. She said sky, students who show up, and a neighbor who watches her plants. We compared scars from dumb youth and the smarter precautions we take now. Helmets, backup plans, people who call back. Midnight crept without ceremony. The staff stacked chairs politely around us, a hint we chose to ignore. Natalie told a story about teaching a class to breathe through discomfort. 1 count longer than feels fair, then 1 more after that. I felt something settle, not romance yet, permission. I could be whole in a room with a stranger and not owe an explanation. In the glow, she asked, "What would you do with a second try?" Truth tastes different when it isn't rushed. On our second day, we skipped the slopes and walked the path behind the lodge, boots squeaking where the snow crusted. I told her the short version first. A call, a club, a video, a lawyer. She didn't tilt her head or fish for villains. She asked what I learned that wasn't about other people. I said I learned to label files instead of feelings, and to act before bitterness writes the script. I told her about my dad's advice: measure twice, cut once, and how it reached my marriage too late to save it. She nodded like a carpenter who recognizes a square corner. Then she went first with her own truth. The engagement that dragged, the move that fixed nothing, the decision to build a life that didn't require rescue. We weren't auditioning. We were comparing notes. Back at the lodge, I felt lighter than altitude could explain, as if honesty cleared weather. We set terms that sounded simple because they were. No guessing games, no tests, no punishments disguised as lessons. If something hurt, we would say it before it scabbed wrong. We traded calendars without drama and expectations without apology. I sent the decree when it finalized. She sent the 2 hard stories that still woke her. We didn't promise forever. We promised the next right step and the right to pause. On weekends, we alternated the drive, Cleveland to Denver and back, learning each other's routes by exits and coffee stops. She met my dad over pancakes and earned his quiet nod. I took her to the market on West 25th and watched her buy bread like she was picking a hymn. We laughed more than we planned, and when we disagreed, we practiced until repair was our reflex. Radical honesty turned out to be ordinary manners practiced on purpose, the kind that keep doors from sticking later for us. 2 years is long enough to mean it. We went back to Aspen on a weekend the sky wouldn't stop being blue. The lodge looked smaller, fireplace the same, bartender remembered our names without swapping plates. We hiked a ridge that made us earn the view. At the top, wind pressed our jackets tight and the world opened like a map after folding. I told Natalie I wasn't promising rescue or ease. I was promising presence and repairs. I said I wanted a life that could take a hit without losing its shape. Then I knelt because some traditions survived for a reason. The ring was simple. The yes wasn't. She laughed, cried, and said both in a way that fit our terms. On the way down, we planned boring joys: groceries, dog hair, shared calendars, a porch that faces west. Back at the lodge, I called my dad. If starting again costs pride but buys peace, truly do we pay? Small weddings tell the truth faster. We chose a Colorado vineyard where the foothills lean toward evening and the rows run like music. Chairs for family, a few friends, and a long table that promised everybody seconds. The pastor was a neighbor who loaned me a ladder once and refused to take it back. Natalie walked in wearing simple joy and boots under her dress because the ground was honest. I waited at the trellis with hands that finally knew where to rest. We kept the ceremony short, vows plain enough to live inside. Show up, say the hard thing, repair quickly. No fireworks, just glasses raised and a sunset that acted like it had rehearsal. My dad clapped louder than the rest and pretended he wasn't wiping his eyes. I felt the world click into a gear I could carry. The photographer asked for one more kiss. We obliged, laughter first. Some beginnings whisper so they last and endure. Good friends keep ceremonies honest. Trevor stood beside me as best man, tie slightly off like old times, speech written on a napkin he pretended was deliberate. He thanked the vineyard for trusting city people with stern glasses and soft grass. Then he told one joke that landed where it needed. No more midnight calls. The crowd laughed, then softened. They understood. He talked about freshman hallways and lawn mowers, about showing up when it's inconvenient, about choosing peace on purpose. Natalie squeezed my hand at on purpose, and I felt the room nod. We cut cake that tasted like summer and passed plates until the kids chased fireflies between rows. When the band packed up, friends folded chairs without being asked, the way families finish sentences. After the last hug, Trevor looked at me and said, "You're good, brother." I believed him. If you finally stand in the life you chose with both feet, what do you guard first? Not every chapter gets an epilogue you read aloud. Through mutual circles, I heard pieces of Sienna's new life the way you hear weather from another state. She rented a small apartment near a road, transferred departments again, and kept mostly to herself. The couple friends faded, the party friends swapped nights, and the family friends stayed family, but quieter. I wasn't rooting for failure, only distance. Once, at the grocery store, I saw a brand of coffee she loved and checked my cart to make sure it wasn't there. Mercy is sometimes just leaving a thing on the shelf. When her name popped up in a conversation, I shifted chairs and let others talk. I left profiles alone, let rumors pass, and retired the shower arguments. To win downstairs in the shower. What happened had already been named by the right people in the right rooms. I wished her work, health, and help. Then I went on with mine. Home began to sound like paws on hardwood. We adopted 2 shelter mutts with heroic names that didn't fit and kept them anyway. They taught us the schedule: sunrise walks, towel by the door, treats for bravery during thunder. Natalie filled the loft with plants that refused to quit. I learned which ones drank fast and which ones sulked. We cooked on Sundays and packed leftovers like adults who respect Monday. Our calendars lived on the fridge, pen magnets ready, no surprises hiding behind polite silence. Evenings, the 4 of us piled onto the couch, dogs wedged like logs, a movie half-watched because companionship beat plot. I fixed what broke, not because I feared collapse, but because I loved quiet hinges. She stretched on the rug and narrated the day like a coach kindly reviewing tape. When friends visited, they said the place felt like it exhaled. We took that as a compliment and a job description both for us. Joy can be quiet and still change the map. When Lily arrived, the room turned into a lighthouse. She wrapped a whole hand around one of my fingers and recalibrated every scale I used to measure worth. Natalie fell asleep sitting up, hair wild, heart steady. I caught the nurse smiling like a person who's watched 1,000 miracles and still counts. We brought Lily home under weather that couldn't decide between rain and light, and the dogs auditioned for guardian without being asked. Nights were a study in tiny noises, sighs, hiccups, the squeak of a drawer learning its job. I learned to heat bottles one-handed, to hum off-key without shame, to change my shirt before coffee had a chance to judge me. My dad cried and told stories about the day I came home in a car seat they barely trusted. If love asks a man to grow gentler and braver at once, how fast do you try? Healing wore work boots, not wings. I kept waiting for a single day when everything clicked, but the truth arrived in small installments that added up. Some mornings I woke heavy and laced the shoes anyway. Some nights I remembered the club and breathed until the picture lost its edges. Natalie didn't try to fix it. She built steady days and let me meet them. Lily learned to grip my thumb and pull me off the couch when worry wanted me parked. I wrote thank you notes I'd postponed, visited my dad without checking the clock, and caught myself humming while scrubbing a pan. The past still existed. It just stopped bossing me. I said the sentence out loud one Saturday while the dog skidded on the kitchen floor. Truth hurts, but heals. The dogs didn't care, which made it even truer. A year later, scars behaved like good stitches. They held without itching to be noticed all the time anymore. Forward became a habit I didn't have to force. I stopped narrating the past to strangers and started noticing ordinary victories. A sink empty by bedtime, a tire rotated before the light nags, a meeting that ends early because people showed up prepared. Natalie and I planned weekends by weather instead of worry. We took Lily to the park with the good swings and timed naps by laughter, not clocks. I answered messages from friends faster and let unhelpful opinions age out quietly. The loft grew scuffed in useful places, which is how homes brag. We visited the vineyard in Colorado on our anniversary and left a handwritten note under a rock near the trellis. Thank you for the view. On the flight home, Lily slept open-mouthed on my chest, and I studied the line of her jaw, the cousin of mine. The future didn't need fireworks, it needed presence, maintenance, and the courage to keep choosing both every day. Forgiveness arrived like a tool I finally knew how to use. I didn't excuse the damage or pretend the repairs were free. I decided to stop carrying the weight that wasn't mine anymore. On a quiet afternoon, I wrote Sienna's name on a slip of paper, folded it twice, and set it under a small river stone we'd collected with Lily. Then I went outside and fixed the gate that had been sticking since winter. Doing one right thing didn't erase the wrong. It made space for the next right thing. I sent no messages, posted no lessons, took no victory laps. Natalie kissed my temple and slid a cup of coffee into my hand like an oath. Lily toddled after the dogs wearing socks that refused to stay put. Peace didn't arrive with trumpets. It found me mid-errand and decided to stay. If letting go buys quiet nights and clear mornings, what exactly am I still holding on to now? Payoff arrives quiet, like a door that swings true after you sand the hinge. If you've come this far with me, you know the lessons written in the grain. True friends tell the hard truth. They call at midnight and stand in the doorway when you need a witness. Act fast. Protect your dignity. Pain compounds when you let it run. Heal before loving again. Repair the frame before you hang new pictures. Living well is the ultimate revenge. Not gloating, just building a life that doesn't need audience. My ring sits in a drawer. My house hums. My people know where they stand. Past has receipts. The future has room. If you're at your own doorway, let courage make the next move. Choose order. Choose peace. Choose work that leaves you proud in daylight. If this story reminded you of your own fight for truth, subscribe, share it with someone who needs courage, and remember, clarity isn't cold, it's freedom. I pay over 30 grand a year so my daughter can attend one of the best private schools in Charlotte. I paid for my wife's online courses when she switched careers. I work 60 hours a week in the Carolina heat, sweating through steel and concrete just to keep this family standing. And one Friday afternoon, I walked through my own front door and saw something I can never unsee. My wife, Madison, wasn't at her desk. She was in our bedroom, carefully folding lingerie into a suitcase. Not clothes for a business trip. Lingerie. The same red dress I bought for our anniversary, now packed for another man. She looked up, calm, as if she were announcing dinner plans. "Logan needs me," she said. Her ex, 15 days in Florida, to help him heal. And the worst part? My daughter stood beside her, arms crossed, glaring at me like I was the villain. That was the moment everything I'd built cracked wide open. My name is Ethan Cole. I'm 41 years old, born and raised in North Carolina, and for the last 2 decades I've worked as a construction manager in Charlotte. If you've driven past the skyline lately, the shopping centers, the glass towers, the apartments climbing higher every year, you've seen my fingerprints. I manage projects worth tens of millions, deadlines that would crush weaker men, and I carry the responsibility of a crew that depends on me to keep the work moving and the paychecks coming. On paper, my life looked solid. A steady career, 17 years of marriage, one beautiful daughter named Avery. Friends told me I was living the American dream. But dreams can be expensive. My annual income floats around $400,000, and almost every dollar was spoken for. Mortgage payments, Avery's tuition, Madison's career ventures, vacations to keep up appearances, a retirement plan so we could finally breathe by 50. Madison earned big too, but we had an agreement. I carried the household overhead, mortgage, tuition, day-to-day bills, while she focused most of her income on investments and personal funds. I thought I was building something unshakable. I was wrong. My wife Madison and I had been married for 17 years. 17 years of dinners, arguments, compromises, and small victories we celebrated in our cozy suburban home just outside Charlotte. Madison was 39, elegant in a quiet way, with this effortless grace that made people believe she had it all together, even when I knew she didn't. Our daughter Avery was 10, bright, inquisitive, and the kind of kid who notices every little detail, from the way I tie my tie to the faint tension in her mother's smile. From the outside, we were perfect. Family dinners, birthday parties, vacations where we laughed under Carolina sunsets. I thought those 17 years had created a fortress of trust and love. I thought we were unshakable, but some cracks aren't visible until the walls start to crumble, and mine were about to collapse faster than I could imagine. Every laugh, every hug, every goodnight kiss suddenly felt like a question I wasn't ready to ask. Madison wasn't just elegant, she was unstoppable. As the vice president of a boutique investment firm in uptown Charlotte, she commanded rooms where men twice her age listened without interrupting. Her wardrobe whispered power, tailored blazers, silk blouses, heels that clicked authority on polished floors. She had earned every accolade, every corner office, every bonus check. Last year alone, her salary had crossed $320,000, enough to fund the life we'd built, or so I thought. By choice, I still covered the house, tuition, and daily expenses. She funneled most of her earnings into portfolios and personal reserves. Her work ethic was relentless. Late nights in the office, weekends spent reviewing portfolios, calls while we were supposed to be having dinner. She carried the weight of clients' fortunes and our family's future without ever letting me see her falter. I admired her drive, but admiration is a fragile thing when the fortress of your marriage is built on appearances. I was proud of Madison, truly. But pride doesn't shield you from betrayal. And beneath the shimmer of her success, something dark had been quietly stirring, something that would shake the foundation of our family forever. From the outside, we had it all. A two-story craftsman in a leafy Charlotte suburb, freshly painted and immaculate, where the mailbox never had more than a single polished flag. On weekends, Madison and I hosted barbecues for neighbors who admired her effortless charm, our laughter echoing over the manicured lawn while our 10-year-old daughter, Avery, ran through the sprinkler, squealing like life was nothing but sunshine. Every detail screamed success: the luxury SUVs in the driveway, the designer backpacks neatly lined in the foyer, the immaculate kitchen where Madison would occasionally cook while checking her stock updates on the tablet. Friends envied us, colleagues admired us, and strangers assumed our marriage was bulletproof. I smiled when I introduced Madison at charity galas, basked in the pride of her accomplishments, and never questioned how smooth everything seemed. But perfection is a mask, one that hides cracks in the foundation. And while the world applauded, behind closed doors, I was beginning to notice whispers of something that didn't belong in our perfect life. It started with little things, subtle, almost unnoticeable at first. Madison would step out of the room to take work calls and linger longer than necessary. Her phone would buzz in the middle of dinner, a soft glow against the dim light, and she'd quickly dismiss it with a practiced smile. There were canceled lunches she insisted were client emergencies, emails she typed furiously while Avery and I played in the living room, and the occasional sigh she tried to hide behind a sip of sparkling water. Even our daughter noticed. Avery would ask why Mommy was always on the phone, or why her laughter didn't reach Madison's eyes like it used to. I brushed it off at first, telling myself I was imagining tension where there was none, that Madison's career demanded focus. But the pit in my stomach refused to be ignored. I began to feel that our flawless life, the one everyone envied, was starting to show the tiniest cracks, small enough to dismiss, yet large enough to worry a man who prided himself on seeing the truth before anyone else. Most mornings, my routine was a sanctuary, a rhythm I relied on to keep my mind clear. I'd wake at 5:30 a.m., before the sun had even begun to stretch across Charlotte's skyline. Black coffee first, strong enough to bite the back of my tongue, then 30 minutes of reading industry reports or blueprints. At 6:15, I'd lace up my running shoes and hit the quiet streets, jogging past shuttered storefronts and dew-damp lawns, letting the early silence settle into my thoughts. By 7 a.m., I'd shower, suit up, and check in on emails before Madison and Avery stirred. Breakfast was simple: oatmeal for me, eggs for Avery, while Madison skimmed her phone, already 3 steps ahead in her day. These routines grounded me, gave me control over my world. But lately, they also became a lens, a way to measure what was missing. The subtle absences, the unreturned glances, the unexplained distractions in our perfect life. Each day made the cracks more visible, more undeniable. Madison moved through our mornings like she was gliding through a magazine spread, every gesture polished, every smile measured. Her blonde hair caught the sunlight spilling through our kitchen windows, framing a face that always seemed a little too perfect. She'd juggle conference calls and school forms simultaneously, laptop open on the counter, lipstick never smudged, as if chaos itself respected her authority. Avery, our 7'10" contrasted sharply: messy hair, mismatched socks, backpack straps twisted over one shoulder. She chattered endlessly about her dolls and school projects, her small hands sticky with yesterday's pancake syrup. Madison would scoop her into a hug, smooth down the chaos, whisper instructions with that calm precision of a CEO managing a boardroom. From the outside, we were flawless: a successful wife, a thriving career, a doting mother, a happy daughter. I watched them from across the counter, coffee in hand, marveling at the symmetry of our life. Yet beneath that symmetry, subtle misalignments whispered. A glance Madison avoided, a pause Avery mirrored, little signals only I seemed to notice. We were the couple everyone envied, or at least that's what it looked like. Family gatherings were picture perfect, my parents nodding politely at Madison's tailored suit, her mother smiling as if we were still in the glossy brochures of life. Friends admired Madison's ability to juggle a multi-million-dollar portfolio while still baking cookies for Avery's school events. At work, she was untouchable, a force in finance, negotiating deals I could barely comprehend. Colleagues whispered respect and envy in the same breath. Clients treated her like a celebrity. Meanwhile, I was the supportive husband everyone assumed had it all figured out. They didn't see the late nights, the subtle criticisms masked as jokes, or the tension in boardrooms that bled home. Even casual lunches with friends revealed the cracks. They'd comment on Madison's absences, her detached tone, and I'd smile, laugh, nod, feeling the weight of unspoken truths. From the outside, we were admired, envied, and untouchable. From the inside, the foundation trembled, just slightly, but enough to make me notice. It started with little things, subtle, almost imperceptible. A glance Madison would quickly avert, a pause in conversation that lingered too long, a sudden silence on her phone when I walked into the room. I told myself I was imagining it, that stress at work made her distant. But my gut, it never lied. I noticed the timing of her meetings, the way she suddenly had networking dinners I wasn't invited to. Her laughter on the phone sounded different, lighter, almost rehearsed. Avery, innocently playing in the living room, asked why Mommy sometimes looked sad after work. That question hit harder than anything. I started paying attention to patterns, the small inconsistencies, the tiny lies that never added up. Friends' casual remarks about seeing her downtown or at events I wasn't aware of nagged at the back of my mind. A whisper in my brain kept repeating, "Something is off. Something is very off." And that whisper, it refused to go away. I decided to leave the office a bit early that Thursday, something I almost never did. Traffic was a mess, every red light a reminder that patience was about to be tested. My mind was spinning, not with work, not with deadlines, but with that persistent gnawing feeling. Something was wrong at home. Pulling into the driveway, everything looked normal. The lawn was neatly trimmed, the mailbox upright, Madison's car in its usual spot. I told myself again, "You're imagining things. Calm down." But instinctively, I slowed my pace, listening for the usual sounds of our life. Avery's giggles, the hum of the dishwasher, Madison calling my name. The house was quiet, too quiet. I stepped inside, expecting the comforting chaos of family life. Instead, I found the living room strangely pristine, everything in place like a showroom. The faint scent of unfamiliar perfume lingered in the air, subtle but unmistakable. My heart thudded, my stomach twisted. Something, or someone, was here who shouldn't be. And in that moment, I knew this evening would change everything. I froze in the hallway, my eyes catching a movement through the slightly open bedroom door. Madison was kneeling on the bed, hurriedly folding something small and delicate. At first, I thought it was just laundry, until I noticed the unmistakable patterns, lacy, satin, entirely unfamiliar. My chest tightened, every muscle in my body screaming alert. She didn't hear me, or didn't care, and continued stuffing the garments into a black duffel bag. The zipper creaked, and the sound alone was enough to make my stomach drop. Nearby, a set of travel-sized toiletries lay scattered on the dresser, along with a passport and a few crisp bills I didn't recognize. A cold, sinking feeling settled over me. This wasn't just a late-night errand. This wasn't even a surprise business trip. For a fleeting second, I considered calling her name, but something held me back. A part of me that already knew the answer I wasn't ready to face. I stepped back silently, heart pounding, watching as my carefully constructed life began to unravel before my eyes. I cleared my throat, trying to sound calm, though every word in me was trembling. "Madison, what are you doing?" She froze mid-fold, her back stiffening. Slowly she turned, a faint, uneasy smile tugging at her lips. "Ethan, I can explain," she said, voice soft, almost rehearsed. Explain what? Packing a bag full of clothes like this? My hand gestured helplessly toward the duffel. Where are you going? Her eyes darted away for a second, and then she met mine, sighing. I need to help someone, she murmured. It's for someone from my past. Someone who really needs me right now. It won't take long. My heart sank. Help someone? At this hour? With money, passports, and this? I gestured at the scattered lingerie. Who are we talking about, Madison? She hesitated, biting her lower lip, her fingers clutching the duffel. It's complicated. I just can't say more. I promise it's nothing. For us, But I couldn't shake the dread creeping in. Nothing about this felt simple. Before I could speak again, Avery appeared in the doorway, her small frame tense. Dad, please, don't stop, Mom, she said, eyes wide but firm. I blinked. My own daughter, my little girl, was siding with her mother? Avery, this isn't a game, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. She's packing to leave, and you know nothing about it. She shook her head, stepping closer to Madison, clinging to her hand. I know enough. She's helping someone. She said it's important. I want to go with her. My chest tightened. This wasn't just about me anymore. My own child was looking at me like I was the obstacle, the villain. I swallowed hard, forcing calm. Avery, I just want to understand. That's all. Her eyes flashed, a mix of loyalty and fear. I trust Mom. You need to trust her too. And just like that, the room shifted. I felt isolated, powerless, the walls closing in. I felt my hands clench at my sides, jaw tightening. Every instinct screamed to yell, to demand answers, to stop her. But I didn't. I took a slow breath, counting to 10, 20. I reminded myself that anger wouldn't fix this. It wouldn't protect Avery, and it wouldn't make Madison stay. Madison, I said, voice calm but firm. Can we talk before you go? Just a minute, please. She paused, glancing at me, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Avery's grip on her hand tightened, silently urging her on. I don't have time for a lecture, Ethan, Madison replied, cool and collected. I know what I need to do. I swallowed another wave of frustration, forcing it down, burying it under a mask of patience. I could feel the tension coiling in my chest, a storm waiting to break, but I held it back. Because right now, words shouted in anger would only make me lose everything I still had. I watched her slide into the car, Avery clutching her backpack like a shield. My chest tightened, but I said nothing. No yelling, no pleas, no threats. I let the engine's hum fill the space between us. Inside, I mapped my next moves. Every gesture she made, every word she muttered, became data. I wasn't weak for staying silent. I was calculating, watching, learning. Anger would have made me visible. Patience made me untouchable. Avery's eyes flicked to mine, wide and uncertain. I forced a small, reassuring nod. She needed stability, not a spectacle of rage. Madison adjusted her scarf, glanced in the rearview mirror, unaware I was already planning my next step. I let the car pull away, knowing I could follow. Or I could wait. Timing was everything. I stood there, a calm figure against the drive's fading taillights. Inside, my mind raced, plotting, measuring. I had lost the battle of words, but the war was far from over. I stepped forward before my mind could argue with my heart. Madison's suitcase rested by the door, a silent invitation, or a dare. Without a word, I lifted it. The leather was heavier than I expected, but the act itself sent a ripple through the room. Her eyes widened, a flicker of confusion crossing her flawless facade. Avery gasped softly, clutching her mother's hand, unsure whether to cheer or protest. I held the suitcase like a neutral flag, neither surrendering nor attacking. You shouldn't struggle, I said quietly, voice low, controlled. Not a challenge, not a plea, just fact. Madison blinked, searching for hidden meaning, but I gave her none. I placed the suitcase by the car, deliberately leaving space for her to act. I could have spoken, argued, or stormed out. But silence had weight. heavier than any shouted word. In that moment, I realized, sometimes the most shocking moves aren't loud. They're simple, calm, and completely unexpected. After Madison left, the house felt too big, too quiet. Avery's laughter lingered like an echo, a soft reminder of what I hadn't done wrong, and yet the unease sat heavy on my chest. I poured myself a coffee, but the warmth barely reached my fingers. I moved to the window and stared out at the street, watching the cars glide past like nothing had happened. The world was moving, oblivious, and I wasn't. My mind replayed the morning, the suitcase, her explanation, Avery's eyes. Each detail carved a hollow space inside me. I didn't need to speak to anyone. Silence spoke loud enough. My thoughts churned, not with anger, but with calculation. Every step, every reaction so far had been deliberate. Every pause, every glance measured. I realized then that waiting, watching, listening, it wasn't avoidance. It was strategy. And strategy, if wielded patiently, could turn even betrayal into an advantage. That night, the house was silent except for the faint hum of the refrigerator. Avery was asleep, her breathing steady and innocent, unaware of the storm brewing in her world. I sat at the kitchen table, the glow of the desk lamp cutting shadows across my face, and opened a notebook I hadn't touched in months. I began writing. No anger, no accusations, just facts, timelines, conversations, everything Madison had said, everything she hadn't. My mind sifted through possibilities, weighing each word, each gesture. Strategy was born from clarity, not chaos. I made lists, people to watch, questions to ask, potential outcomes. I wrote reminders to stay calm, to let actions speak louder than words. For the first time in hours, I felt control. Betrayal could be corrosive, but tonight it was fuel. Every decision, every step I would take next, would be precise, calculated. The night stretched long, and with it, a plan began to crystallize, silent, deliberate, unstoppable. The next morning, I arrived at my lawyer's office, the city still yawning awake outside the windows. The suit I wore felt heavier than usual, as if it carried the weight of every unanswered question. "Morning, Ethan," said Karen, sliding a thick folder across the polished desk. "I assume you want to move fast." Her tone was calm, but I knew she understood the stakes. I nodded, keeping my expression neutral. "We need clarity. Everything. Legal options, paternity, custody, finances. I want it mapped out before any confrontation." She flipped through the documents I'd brought. Birth records, emails, texts, receipts. Each one was a thread I had gathered carefully, silently, over days of observation and reflection. By the time the coffee cooled, we had a plan. It wasn't just about confronting Madison. It was about reclaiming control over the next chapter of my life, for Avery, for me. As I left the office, the sunlight hitting my face felt sharper somehow. Today, everything could change. Back home, the apartment was quiet. Too quiet. Avery was at school, Madison somewhere on her mysterious errand. I closed the door behind me and dropped my keys on the counter, the click echoing in the empty space. I pulled out the laptop and began scrolling through bank statements and credit card activity. Every swipe, every online purchase, small clues hidden in plain sight. Dinner reservations at places I didn't know, late-night Uber rides, hotel charges. Nothing overt, nothing illegal, but patterns were emerging, little cracks in the picture she presented to the world. I scribbled notes, lined up the dates, connected them to her absences. Each figure on the screen was a silent witness. I leaned back, letting out a slow breath. It wasn't anger I felt. It was awareness, knowledge, power. By the time the sun had shifted, I knew enough to begin the next step. Madison's perfect image had vulnerabilities, and I was quietly taking note of every one. Scrolling through her accounts, I began noticing charges that didn't fit the pattern of her usual lifestyle. Boutique stores in neighborhoods I'd never visited, gifts for people I didn't recognize, a couple of untraceable online transactions. Nothing screamed illegal, but everything screamed secret. I highlighted each suspicious line, marking the dates, locations, and amounts. A late-night flight booking to Chicago. A series of small, repeated cash withdrawals. A hotel charge that appeared for only a few hours. My pulse didn't spike. I stayed calm, observant. calculating. Every expense told a story she didn't want me to read. Every line a breadcrumb she thought I'd overlook. But I hadn't. I traced patterns, noticed timing, connected dots between her trips and moments when she claimed to be busy with work. By midnight, the list was long, but coherent. I leaned back in my chair, rubbing my eyes. I wasn't angry yet. I was preparing. Patience, observation, strategy. Everything she had tried to hide was slowly revealing itself. The next morning, I opened her Instagram, a quiet observer in her digital world. At first, it looked normal. Smiling selfies, morning coffee shots, motivational quotes. But as I scrolled, small details started to pop out. Locations tagged subtly, faces cropped out, stories disappearing after 24 hours. A photo of her at a rooftop bar in downtown Chicago. A story of a brunch at a hotel lobby I didn't know existed. Moments she called work meetings that now screamed something else entirely. I cross-referenced dates with the unusual charges I'd logged the night before. Every flight, every hotel, every late-night swipe. She thought the curated world of Instagram would hide her tracks. She underestimated the quiet patience of someone who had nothing left to lose. Each post, each fleeting story, was a puzzle piece, and I was slowly assembling the picture she hoped I'd never see. I leaned back, fingers trembling slightly. Not anger, not yet. Clarity, control, strategy. I didn't act impulsively. Anger wasn't the tool. I needed facts. Over the next few days, I became a shadow in my own life. Receipts, emails, calendar notifications. I collected everything. Each credit card charge, each hotel booking, every cryptic text that disappeared too quickly. I saved, screenshot, cataloged. I monitored her social media quietly, watching patterns emerge. Friends tagged in stories, photos posted at odd hours, locations I had never visited. Little things, tiny discrepancies, became pieces of a puzzle forming a clear, uncomfortable picture. At night, I cross-checked the bank statements with Instagram posts. Her business dinners matched with late-night hotel check-ins. The quiet thrill wasn't vindictive, it was methodical. This was a map, and I intended to follow it to the end. Every move she thought private was now under observation. Every lie, every omission, was turning into proof. And the more I uncovered, the more certain I became. Nothing would stay hidden for long. By midweek, I brought in a forensic accountant, not out of paranoia, but necessity. I handed over statements, receipts, and transaction logs, every little detail I had painstakingly gathered. Her numbers were tidy on paper, but the accountant's trained eye quickly found discrepancies. Odd transfers, split payments, recurring charges at unfamiliar locations. Each flagged entry was like a neon sign pointing to deception. I watched as she highlighted them, explaining in calm, precise terms how these patterns couldn't be accidental. It wasn't personal, it was business, the language of proof. Sitting there, I felt the weight of months compressed into spreadsheets. Each row, each column, a piece of a story I hadn't wanted to see but now couldn't ignore. I didn't react outwardly. I simply nodded, absorbing the reality. This wasn't speculation anymore. This was undeniable. And for the first time in weeks, I felt a grim satisfaction. The strategy was working. Every step forward, every number verified, was one step closer to the truth she thought she could hide. The following morning, the forensic report arrived. I sat at the kitchen table, coffee forgotten, eyes scanning the pages. Line by line, it laid bare every withdrawal she had made without explanation. Small ones at first, almost imperceptible, then larger sums as months passed. The accounts I trusted, the credit cards we shared, even the joint savings meant for our daughter's future, all subtly siphoned away. I felt a cold clarity. This wasn't just about money. It was a pattern, a betrayal executed with precision. Each transaction told a story. The late-night hotel charge, the online shopping spree, the unexplained transfers to accounts I didn't recognize. I let the paper slide across the table, taking it in silently. No outburst, no accusations. This was evidence, and evidence was power. For the first time, I realized just how deliberate it had been. She had assumed I would never notice, never care. She was wrong, and now I had everything I needed to confront the truth. I didn't speak a word, not to her, not to anyone. Every day, I moved through the house like a shadow, observing, listening and calculating. In my mind, I drafted the steps I would take. The money trails, the evidence, the timeline, it all had to be airtight. I couldn't afford a misstep. This wasn't about revenge, it was about protection, for myself and for my daughter. Each night, I refined the plan. I listed accounts to separate, documents to collect, contacts to notify. I visualized how the confrontation would unfold, the questions I would ask, and the moments I would remain silent. Silence, I realized, was my weapon. I even mapped out the logistics of leaving without chaos. Suitcases, keys, backup copies of records. It was methodical, clinical, yet fueled by a simmering fire inside me. She went about her routine, oblivious, while I quietly turned betrayal into strategy. By the time she slept, I had already won the first battle, control. That morning, as I quietly packed a few essentials into my bag, I felt her little eyes on me. "Dad, why are you acting like this?" she asked, voice trembling. "You don't even say anything. You're so cold." I froze for a moment. Her words pierced deeper than any confrontation, any betrayal, but I didn't answer. Not yet. My silence wasn't indifference. It was strategy. Every step I took had to be calculated, precise. Emotions, I reminded myself, could be a liability. "I'm not ignoring you," I finally said softly, kneeling to meet her gaze. "I'm just thinking, planning, so I can protect you." She frowned, unconvinced, hugging her stuffed bear tighter. "It doesn't feel like that." I forced a small smile, patting her shoulder. "I know, sweetheart. I know it feels cold. But one day you'll understand why I had to do this quietly." Her eyes searched mine, still wary, as I zipped the bag and braced for the next step. As I walked out the front door, the cool morning air hit me. The city of Charlotte hummed around me, cars rushing, neighbors jogging, kids laughing on the sidewalks. But inside, my world felt suspended. My phone buzzed, a new message. From Madison. "Flight leaves in an hour. Don't worry, everything's for the cause. I'll be back in 2 weeks." I stared at the screen, reading and rereading. 2 weeks. 2 weeks of silence, of pretending that this was a noble mission, not a cover for her secret. I typed nothing, responded nothing. That was the rule now. Observe, collect, plan. Every word, every movement had to serve the exit strategy I was building silently. I slipped the phone back into my pocket, heart steady despite the churn in my stomach. She had no idea that her message, her little declaration of humanitarian duty, only reinforced my resolve. The game had begun, and I was already 3 moves ahead. I stared at Madison's message a moment longer. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, twitching with the urge to say something, anything, but I stopped myself. Instead, I typed 2 words, just 2. "Good. Okay." No exclamation marks, no pleading questions, no hint of suspicion. Nothing that could tip her off that I had already started noticing every irregularity, every coincidental expense, every late-night notification. It felt strange, suppressing the storm inside. My heart pounded, but my mind was calm, calculating, patient, precise. Every day, every message, every casual update from her was data to be collected, analyzed, filed away in my silent ledger. I slid the phone back into my pocket and took a deep breath. The city moved around me, oblivious to the tension building in my living room, in my head, in the life that was slowly unraveling beneath the perfect surface. 2 words. That was all I needed, for now, The front door clicked open before I could even look up from my coffee. Madison stepped inside, her bag slung over one shoulder, a faint tan from somewhere warm and far. She smiled, bright, practiced, effortless, the kind of smile that could convince anyone that nothing was wrong. Avery ran to her, arms wide, and Madison scooped her up in one fluid motion, laughter filling the room. I stayed in the kitchen, silent, hands wrapped around the mug, pretending to sip while my mind raced. Every detail struck me. The faint perfume lingering in the hallway, the new bracelet catching the sunlight, the way her hair fell just slightly differently than when she left. I watched, careful not to move, careful not to betray the storm I was quietly building. They were wrapped in their bubble of warmth and innocence, unaware that I was observing, cataloging, preparing. My eyes met hers for a fraction of a second, calm, unreadable, and I simply nodded. No anger, no welcome, just strategy. That evening, both families gathered around the polished oak dining table. Plates clinked, silverware shifted, and polite laughter echoed. But beneath the surface, tension hummed like electricity. Madison sat at the head, perfectly composed, orchestrating conversation like a conductor leading a symphony. Her parents leaned in with curious smiles. My mother's eyes flicked between me and Madison, trying to read a signal. Avery chattered about school, oblivious to the underlying storm. I kept my posture straight, fork barely touching my plate, nodding only when spoken to. Every word, every laugh, every toast was analyzed and filed away, data for my exit plan. Madison glanced at me occasionally, those practiced smiles hiding 1,000 unsaid words. I returned her gaze with calm neutrality. Neither of us spoke first. The tension itself became our dialogue. By dessert, the room felt smaller, suffocating under polite civility. I sipped my water, watching Madison laugh at something trivial, all while cataloging the cracks in the picture-perfect family facade. As the last forkfuls of dessert were cleared, Madison leaned back slightly, a rare, soft smile playing on her lips. Then, in a tone calm yet deliberate, she dropped the bombshell. "I have something to tell everyone," she said, her eyes sweeping the room. "I'm pregnant." Silence fell like a heavy velvet curtain. Forks paused mid-air, a faint clatter of silverware echoed, and Avery's eyes widened, staring between us, excitement mingled with confusion. My mother gasped softly, her hands tightening on her napkin. Madison's parents exchanged a look of surprise and joy. "Congratulations," they said, voices tentative, unsure if my reaction would shatter the moment. I felt my pulse slow, my mind immediately switching into calculation mode. I smiled faintly, keeping my voice steady. "That's great news," I said, words measured, neutral, no anger, no shock. Just strategic calm. Beneath my calm exterior, thoughts raced. How this changes timelines, assets, custody, every possible leverage. The game had escalated, and now the stakes had just doubled. The room froze. Madison's smile faltered, forks hovered mid-air, Avery's small hand tightened around her napkin. Every gaze turned toward me. I leaned forward slightly, my voice low but unyielding. "Not my child." The words hung in the air, heavier than any storm I'd weathered offshore. Whispers erupted around the table. Madison's eyes narrowed, a flicker of disbelief and anger flashing across her face. "Excuse me?" she said, her tone controlled, sharp. I repeated, calmer this time, every syllable deliberate. "It's not mine. I won't pretend it is." Shock rippled through the families. My mother's hands shook. Madison's father's jaw tightened. Avery's lips trembled as she stared at me, her trust shaken. Madison swallowed hard, fighting to maintain composure. The atmosphere became taut, fragile, like a glass sculpture ready to shatter. Internally, I felt the surge of strategy and resolve. The truth had been exposed, the first real crack in the illusion of our perfect life. And now, everyone would have to see it clearly, just as I had. I reached into my briefcase and pulled out the first folder. Bank statements, timestamps, receipts, everything. The room went silent. Madison's breath hitched. Avery's eyes widened in confusion. "I've kept track," I said steadily, sliding the documents across the table. "Every withdrawal, every charge, every trip you claimed was humanitarian work." Hands shook as I flipped through Instagram screenshots, messages, story highlights, proof of dinners, hotel stays, and encounters that didn't match your story. The whispers grew louder. My mother gasped. Madison's father leaned back, disbelief painted on his face. Madison's face paled. You can't. This is private," she stammered, voice cracking. I held her gaze evenly. "It's all here. Dates, places, evidence, the truth. You wanted secrecy. I wanted clarity. For my daughter, for myself." Avery's small voice trembled. "Mom, is this true?" The tension was suffocating. The illusion of our perfect life lay in pieces on the table, and everyone could see it. There was no going back. Madison's parents froze. Her mother's hand flew to her mouth, eyes wide, disbelief etched deep. Her father sank back into his chair, jaw tight, staring at the evidence as if trying to will it away. The room felt heavier with every passing second. They had always painted Madison as flawless, the daughter who never faltered, and now, every lie, every hidden action, laid bare before them. Avery, sitting between us, stared at the table, her small hands gripping her napkin. Not a word, not a sob, just wide, unblinking eyes, processing a truth far beyond her age. Madison's face was a storm, anger, fear, humiliation all mingling. She opened her mouth, then closed it, tried to speak, then faltered. I kept my voice calm, measured. This isn't about punishment, it's about understanding, and making sure no one else in this family is left in the dark. Silence dominated. The weight of revelation pressed down, unbroken. Avery's gaze lingered on me, searching, questioning, and quietly waiting for what would come next. I reached slowly for the stack of documents on the counter, my hands steady despite the tension thick in the air. Madison's eyes followed every movement, a flicker of fear mixed with defiance. With deliberate calm, I set the papers down in front of her parents, sliding them across the polished oak table. The edges rattled softly, a small sound that felt deafening in the room. These are the legal statements, financial audits, and timelines, I said evenly, my gaze never leaving Madison. Everything you've seen, every charge, every withdrawal, every unexplained transaction is documented here, verified, for the record. Her mother gasped, picking up a sheet with trembling fingers, scanning numbers and notes, clearly struggling to reconcile the truth with the image of their perfect daughter. Madison opened her mouth, but I raised a hand. No explanations yet, just facts. Let the records speak for themselves. Avery leaned slightly toward me, eyes wide, silent, gripping my arm lightly, as if seeking a tether in this storm. The room fell into a tense silence. Madison's lips pressed together, a faint quiver betraying her composure. I leaned forward slightly, my voice calm but unyielding. This house, I said slowly, letting the words sink, is solely under my name. Every mortgage payment, every renovation, every dollar of upkeep, it's mine. Not joint, not hers, not subject to interpretation. Her parents exchanged startled glances, their polite smiles gone, replaced by disbelief. Madison's eyes flicked between me and the legal documents, searching for some loophole, some technicality to cling to. This house is under my name. Deed and payments are documented. My attorney can walk anyone through it. Avery, sitting quietly beside me, tilted her head slightly, her small hand brushing mine. Her trust was implicit. Madison's throat worked silently. I stayed composed, letting the weight of the truth and my quiet authority settle heavily in the room. The air felt charged, almost electric. Madison's face was pale, lips trembling, eyes darting between me, the documents, and the empty hallway. I stayed seated, a calm anchor amid the storm. "I think it's time you leave," I said quietly, but with absolute finality. "Take your things and go. For now, for the sake of everyone here." Her hand hovered over the pile of bags she had packed earlier. Her fingers shook as she clutched the handles. She opened her mouth, probably to protest, but no words came out. I didn't rise, I didn't shout. I simply maintained eye contact, letting the silence do its work. Her pride, her defenses, and her carefully crafted facade began to crumble in real time. Avery tugged gently at my sleeve, sensing the tension, and whispered, "Dad." I nodded slightly, giving her a reassuring squeeze. Within minutes, with a heavy sigh, Madison lifted her luggage and stepped toward the door, her steps hesitant, every inch weighed down by the gravity of what had just happened. The house finally felt quiet. Avery had gone to her room, leaving me alone in the dining area for the first time in weeks. The clatter of silverware on the plate was strangely comforting, a steady rhythm after the chaos of the day. I sat with my food untouched for a moment, just listening. The walls, once filled with tension, now held a calm I hadn't felt in years. The faint hum of the refrigerator, the soft ticking of the wall clock. They became my companions. For the first time, I didn't have to negotiate, explain, or hold back. I didn't have to chase illusions or watch for betrayals. The air was mine, clean and heavy with possibility. I finally picked up my fork and took a bite, slow, deliberate, grounding myself in the present. Each chew felt like a small reclamation, piece carved from a storm I thought would never end. Tonight, I realized silence could be louder than any argument. It could be sanctuary. Morning light spilled across the hardwood floors, sharp and unforgiving. I was in the kitchen, sipping the strong black coffee I'd learned to savor in silence, when Madison returned. Her expression was carefully neutral, but I could see the tension threading through her posture. Without a word, I handed her the envelope. It was thick, official, the divorce papers I'd had my attorney prepare. Her fingers hesitated on the seal, a subtle tremor betraying the confidence she tried to wear like armor. What is this? She asked, voice tight, measured. It's the next step, I said, calm. No anger, no pleading, no dramatics. Just the truth in black and white. She read through the pages, eyes scanning every clause, every stipulation. I watched her bite her lip, the perfect facade cracking, revealing the gravity of what she'd lost. When she finally looked up, I met her gaze once, unflinching. No hatred, no celebration, just quiet resolution. The choice was made, and nothing would undo it. By midday, the quiet of the house had shifted. Madison wasn't here physically, but her presence echoed through the phone and social media. I noticed the notifications first, messages, tags, shares, all pointing to her new post. She had written a long story on her public account, casting herself as the victim of a cold, unfeeling husband. The words were sharp, crafted to pull at hearts: sleepless nights, sacrifices, loneliness, betrayal. Comments poured in, likes climbed, strangers weighing in on a life that had just unfolded behind closed doors. I read each line carefully, noting the narrative she wanted the world to see. Her grief was real, but so was the distortion. Every embellished sentence, every omission, painted a picture far from the truth. I didn't respond. I didn't engage. I simply closed my laptop, letting the storm rage online while I stayed grounded in reality. Avery peeked over my shoulder, noticing my calm demeanor. She didn't understand it all yet, but she saw that I wasn't shaken. That afternoon, I took deliberate action. Madison had painted herself as the innocent, but I knew the truth, and it wasn't for the public to twist any longer. I compiled the evidence: bank statements, messages, travel receipts, photos, every detail meticulously organized. I kept everything between family and lawyers. Her parents received a private package. I made no public statements. Avery watched me, her small hands fidgeting with her bracelet. Within hours, the digital world erupted. Madison's posts, once curated to perfection, now betrayed tension she couldn't hide. Her innocent victim narrative crumbled under the weight of evidence I had sent. Comments flooded in, friends, colleagues, even distant acquaintances questioning her story. Screenshots of her own messages, the receipts, the travel logs, they went viral quietly, shared by those who wanted clarity, not gossip. I watched her profile flicker with frantic edits, hastily deleted photos, desperate captions trying to rewrite the narrative. But the trail was clear. Her once polished online persona fractured. Every carefully constructed image of success and virtue began to erode. Avery peeked over my shoulder, eyes wide. "Is she angry?" she whispered. I nodded slightly, but it wasn't anger I felt. It was relief. For the first time, truth had a voice. The illusion that had haunted our home, that had threatened our family, was finally unraveling, leaving only reality in its wake. The moment Madison's announcement of pregnancy hit the circle, I expected chaos, but not the sudden silence that followed. Her so-called other man, the one she had so carefully woven into her secret life, vanished as if the ground had swallowed him whole. Text messages I had intercepted lit up my phone, his voice shaky, excuses fumbling. I'm not ready for this." Then nothing. No calls, no explanations, just an empty thread where once there had been plans, whispers, and late-night promises. It struck me, and even Avery with quiet finality, the people who enter your life under deception rarely stand their ground when stakes get real. Watching her panic in real time online, her desperate attempts to salvage a narrative, I felt a strange calm. the lies were unraveling, the accomplices fleeing. And for the first time in months, the path ahead seemed free of unseen threats. Truth, finally, was clearing the air around us. Hours later, the front door creaked. Madison stood there, disheveled, eyes wide, voice trembling. "Please, I made a mistake. I need you. Avery, I—" Her words tumbled over themselves, a frantic mix of guilt and fear. The makeup was smudged, her perfectly styled hair in chaos, a stark contrast to the polished image she had always projected. I didn't move. I didn't respond. Silence became my shield. Avery peeked from the hallway, watching, sensing the weight of what was unfolding. Madison's hands reached for the doorknob, then for the frame, desperate for any kind of foothold. But I stepped forward, locked the door. The click echoed louder than any argument we'd ever had. "You've done enough," I said quietly, letting the words hang. Not angry, not vengeful, just resolute. In that moment, the control shifted. The lies, the deceit, the chaos, they no longer dictated our lives. I had chosen the boundary, and the boundary was final. The next morning, Avery sat at the kitchen table, coloring pencils scattered, eyes focused, but not on the paper. She glanced at me, then at the empty doorway where Madison had stood. "Dad, I think I understand now," she said softly, her voice tentative. You weren't being mean. You were protecting me." I swallowed, nodding, trying not to show the surge of relief. Years of watching her grow, years of shielding her from mistakes I knew all too well, had led to this fragile moment of trust. Her small hand reached across the table to touch mine. It was an olive branch, a silent acknowledgement that she was beginning to see the truth behind the chaos. No lectures, no explanations, just that simple, quiet connection. I realized then that loyalty, integrity, and calm resolve spoke louder than any argument. Avery's eyes reflected clarity, and in them, I felt the first glimmer of a renewed father-daughter bond. A few weeks later, whispers reached me, screenshots, tagged posts, subtle hints from mutual friends. Madison was at it again. A new man, a new story, same lies, same performances of innocence. I sat quietly in the living room, scrolling just enough to see the familiar pattern unfold. Lavish dinners, public displays of charm, her words carefully crafted for sympathy. The more I watched, the clearer it became. This wasn't about me, it never had been. Avery peeked over my shoulder. "Dad, she's doing it again?" Her voice trembled, a mix of disappointment and dawning understanding. I nodded once, letting her see my calm. "Some people never change," I said softly, "but we can't let it touch our lives." I realized that silence and strategy were more powerful than confrontation. Madison's chaos would repeat elsewhere, but here, at home, with Avery, order and clarity had returned. For the first time, I understood. The past could echo, but it no longer had power over us. A few months passed, and the cycle repeated. Madison's messages, hints, and subtle manipulations led to the news. She was pregnant again. I didn't react. I watched quietly, letting the information settle like a stone in water. Avery came to me, worry in her young eyes. "Dad, she's... again?" I held her hand, steady and calm. "Yes," I said softly. "And this time, we'll see it through, but we won't be caught in the chaos." Sure enough, a few weeks later, she disappeared again, vanished to some other city, some other man, leaving a trail of confusion behind. The cycle repeated, predictable as clockwork. But for Avery and me, the lesson was clear. Her choices were her own, not ours. Life at home remained ours to shape, our peace intact. Every attempt to pull us back into her drama failed, because this time, we were ready. For the first time, I felt true control, knowing I had chosen silence, strategy, and resilience over anger. News traveled fast. Madison's parents, once protective and vocal, finally saw the full picture. The lies, the manipulation, the repeated betrayals. One morning my phone buzzed with a terse message from her father. "We are done. No contact. We cannot support this any longer." Her mother followed shortly after, a text echoing the same sentiment. They weren't angry at me. They were done with the cycle. Avery looked up, eyes wide. "Dad, they're really gone?" I nodded. "Yes, honey. They finally see the truth. And that's their choice. We can't force people to stay when the story is clear." For the first time, the household felt unshakable. No calls, no visits, no pressure. Just Avery and me, reclaiming our life without outside interference. Silence stretched across the room, but it was a silence of peace, not tension. A boundary had been drawn, one I hadn't fought for. It had drawn itself. And for the first time in years, the air felt calm, breathable. Weeks passed, and life began to settle into a rhythm. Avery's laughter at breakfast, the quiet hum of our home, the small victories of reclaiming normalcy. At work one afternoon, I was introduced to a new project engineer, Sophie. Mid-30s, sharp mind, quick wit, and a calm confidence that immediately made the room lighter. She had that rare mix of focus and warmth that drew people in without trying. We started collaborating on the new bridge project outside Charlotte, and I found myself genuinely enjoying her company. It wasn't flirtation, at least not yet, but there was a relief in talking to someone who didn't carry past baggage, someone who treated problems like equations to solve rather than emotional mines to navigate. Avery noticed the change too. "Dad, you seem lighter," she said one evening, perched on the kitchen counter as I packed lunches. I smiled, realizing she was right. Life was no longer about constant damage control. It was about rebuilding, and perhaps, quietly, opening the door to someone who could walk alongside us. Avery had begun noticing subtleties I hadn't thought mattered. One evening, she lingered by the living room doorway as Sophie helped me sort blueprints. "Dad," she said quietly, "why does it feel different with her?" I paused, realizing she was talking about more than just work. Sophie's presence was calm, measured, no tension, no secrets, no veiled anxieties. She smiled at Avery, asked about school projects, genuinely laughed at her jokes. There was no hidden agenda, no emotional trap waiting to snap. Avery's eyes widened. "She's nice, really nice." I nodded, careful with my words. "That's the difference, Avery. Some people bring calm, some bring chaos. You'll see it more clearly as you grow." Avery hugged me tightly. "I like calm." And in that quiet embrace, I realized she already understood what I had been trying to teach her all along, that life wasn't about guarding against betrayal anymore. It was about recognizing who was worth trusting and who was simply passing through. The house felt different now, quiet, predictable in a way that no longer felt oppressive. Morning sunlight streamed through the blinds, landing on the kitchen table where Avery sipped her chocolate milk, focused on homework instead of silently judging or worrying. I brewed coffee without checking my phone for alerts, without flinching at a sudden text from Madison or any online commotion. Sophie hung a new calendar on the wall, marking small wins, a completed project, a fun weekend activity, a visit to the park. Avery ran her finger over each box with a smile. No fights, no frantic whispers, no storm clouds hanging over our heads. For the first time in years, I felt the kind of calm I hadn't thought possible. The kind that didn't demand constant vigilance, the kind that let laughter happen naturally without restraint. And I realized that stability, quiet and unremarkable as it might seem, could be more powerful than any dramatic triumph I'd ever experienced. It wasn't the grand, magazine-perfect wedding Madison had always dreamed of. There were no chandeliers, no expensive floral arrangements, no long guest list. Just a small ceremony in our backyard, sunlight filtering through the oak trees, the smell of fresh-cut grass mingling with faint hints of coffee from the kitchen. Avery wore a simple dress she had picked herself, her hair braided neatly. She held my hand as we walked down the short aisle, her eyes wide with excitement and trust. Friends who had stood by us through the chaos cheered quietly from their folding chairs. I exchanged vows with Sophie, the engineer who had patiently become part of our lives, not with fanfare, but with sincerity. Her laugh, her calm, her intelligence, all of it grounded me in a way Madison never could. We didn't need extravagance. In this simplicity, we found joy. In these quiet promises, we found trust. And as Avery hugged both of us afterward, I realized happiness wasn't in perfection. It was in being whole again. That evening, after the wedding ceremony settled into quiet laughter and soft music, Avery asked if she could say a few words. Everyone turned toward her folding chair under the oak tree. Her small hands clutched a piece of paper, slightly trembling, but her voice carried clearly across the yard. "I know our family hasn't been perfect," she began, her amber eyes glistening in the fading sunlight. "We've had hard days, and we've said things we didn't mean. But today I feel safe. I feel happy. I feel loved. Thank you, Dad, for never giving up on me. And thank you, Mom, well, Sophie, for showing me what real love looks like." She looked directly at me, then at Sophie, a shy smile spreading across her face. The words hung in the warm evening air, soft but powerful. Tears pooled in my eyes. In that moment, I realized Avery had grown into a wise, compassionate young girl, and our family had finally found its voice. Just as the night seemed to settle into warmth and laughter, my phone buzzed, a message from Madison. She had somehow found out about the wedding dinner, tagging herself in photos online, leaving comments filled with regret and entitlement. "She wants to come," Avery whispered, eyes wide. I felt the old tension rise for a fraction of a second, but then I exhaled slowly. This time, there would be no opening. I stood, walking calmly to the door, phone in hand. "She's not coming in. Tonight is ours," I said firmly. I texted 2 close friends at the gate. "Please turn away any uninvited guests." Then I returned to the table, smiling at Avery and Sophie. Outside, Madison's calls went unanswered, her presence reduced to notifications she couldn't override. Inside, laughter continued, soft music filling the air, unbroken. For the first time in years, our family controlled the story, and no one could rewrite it for us. Morning light filtered through the office windows, soft but unyielding. I sat at my desk, coffee in hand, the rhythm of the day grounding me. Emails, calls, schedules. It was all familiar, yet different. There was no storm in my chest, no lingering tension from Madison's games. Only focus. A folder landed on my desk, the final contract for a major engineering project, months in the making. The numbers were substantial, enough to secure the team, the office, and my reputation. I reviewed the details meticulously, every line a testament to precision and foresight. With a calm hand, I signed. The pen glided across the paper, sealing not just a project, but a chapter of my life, one built on strategy, discipline, and resilience. I leaned back, letting the weight of responsibility settle comfortably on my shoulders. This was my world, reclaimed. And as I looked at the skyline outside, I felt a quiet satisfaction. I was moving forward, unstoppable, with my daughter and my life finally aligned. The letter arrived on a crisp spring morning, crisp like the pages it came on. I watched my daughter, Avery, unfold it with trembling hands, her eyes widening, lips parting in disbelief. A full scholarship to one of the nation's most prestigious universities, her hard work, persistence, and resilience recognized in full. I felt my chest tighten, a mix of pride and quiet relief. Every late night helping with homework, every tear we'd both shed over challenges, every moment we'd faced uncertainty together, it had led here. Avery looked up at me, eyes shining, and whispered, "We did it, Dad." No words could capture that instant. I pulled her into a hug, the kind that spoke volumes, the kind that only a father and daughter could understand. The room was silent, but for the heartbeat of possibility. Her future stretched wide, luminous and unstoppable, and I knew, through every storm and betrayal we'd weathered, we had built something no one could ever take away, a bond, strong and enduring, and a life she truly deserved. Our mornings began differently now, light spilling through wide windows, laughter echoing across the living room. Sophie, my wife now, Avery's stepmom with grace and warmth, brought coffee and calm energy, while Avery scrambled around with school books and her ever-present backpack. There was no tension, no guessing, no hidden agendas, just routine built on respect and love. We spent weekends at the park, cheering Avery on as she raced other kids, her joy uncontained. Evenings were quiet yet vibrant. Family dinners, casual movie nights, simple walks around the neighborhood. The boundaries were clear. The past remained where it belonged. I watched my daughter thrive, growing into a confident, empathetic young woman, while my wife and I shared a partnership grounded in honesty. The home was a sanctuary, a place of laughter, support, and possibility. After everything, the betrayal, the heartbreak, the chaos, we finally found our rhythm. It wasn't flashy, it wasn't perfect, but it was ours. And for the first time in years, I could breathe fully, knowing we had rebuilt life on our terms. Looking back, every betrayal, every lie, every sleepless night was a lesson etched into my life. I learned that the moment someone reveals their true self, you don't debate, you don't rationalize, you act. The power isn't in revenge, it's in stepping away, locking the door behind you, and never glancing back. That choice isn't cold, it's survival. Now, I stand in a home filled with laughter, honesty, and love. My daughter thrives, my wife and I share a partnership built on trust, and the chaos of the past can no longer reach us. I see clearly how boundaries, patience, and unwavering clarity rebuilt not just my life, but my peace of mind. Life doesn't reward the timid or the forgiving blindly. It rewards the decisive, those who choose themselves while nurturing what truly matters. And that's why today, I am unshakable, untouchable, and higher than ever before. My life isn't perfect, but it's mine, and that is the ultimate victory. She told me she'd already forgiven me before I'd even seen the evidence. Then she slid the lab result across the kitchen table, hands trembling, lipstick like armor. One word, bold red, positive, for something you don't just catch by accident. But here's what doesn't add up. We hadn't touched each other in 2 months. That weekend she said she needed space. She came back softer, too calm. And now I'm the one being forgiven. For something I didn't bring home. I didn't yell. I didn't beg. I got tested that night. I pulled our phone records. I highlighted every late-night message and watched a pattern form. I'm not chasing a fight. I'm building a timeline. Because if her story holds up, I'll walk. But if it doesn't, the man she rehearsed her guilt for, he's about to walk into a room where both of us are waiting, with receipts. And this time, forgiveness comes after the facts. That night, the kitchen sounded like a waiting room. The fridge humming, the ice maker cracking once, then silence. Streetlight stripes cut across the table. I'm James Whitaker. Brooke stood there with her shoulders squared but her hands giving her away, thumb rubbing the edge of the paper like she could erase the result. She didn't sit. She hovered, eyes on me, then on the clock, then back on the bold red word. I poured coffee I wouldn't drink, just to have something in my hands. Married people know this choreography, the careful distance, the fixed smile, the politeness that feels like glass. She asked if I wanted to talk. I said we should look at the facts. Her mouth tightened, like I'd skipped a step she planned to control. She mentioned the wedding, the hotel, the late-night girls' toast, then waited for me to nod. Instead, I folded the paper once, set it down, and told her I was done guessing. Tonight. She tried a soft pivot first, the kind people use when they don't want to say the hard part. Maybe stress, maybe travel, maybe I'd forgotten something from years back. It sounded like a weather report, vague, shifting, blame floating wherever it could land. I grabbed my jacket, wallet, insurance card, keys. Where are you going? To get answers. There's a strip mall clinic on Maple and 3rd, open late, fluorescent lights buzzing like old office ballast. The nurse slid a clipboard toward me. My hand wrote faster than my head. While I waited, I thought about every couple we know who patched holes with talk and never checked the beams. Not tonight. The test was quick, a small sting, a barcode sticker pressed to a tube. In the parking lot, the heater clicked on, and I stared at the dashboard clock until the minute flipped. I texted her one thing: I'm getting clarity. Then I drove home, calm on purpose. Here's why my hands stayed steady. 2 months of distance you can measure in ordinary things. Separate bedtimes, separate shows. We started using calendar invites for dinners, then skipped the dinners. Her side of the closet grew crowded with new outfits. My side filled with hardware receipts and yard gloves. Saturday mornings used to be pancakes. Lately they're oil changes and errands run solo. The last time we tried to reconnect, we talked about mortgage rates and a squeaky door hinge. That isn't romance, that's maintenance. I replayed our anniversary, 2 smiles, 1 photo, no spark, and the quiet drive home where the radio did most of the talking. Grown people know that seasons change, but they also know where the lines are. I keep my world clean. I keep my promises. When she slid that paper across the table, it wasn't shock. It was a mismatch with the facts of our life. There's no path from my choices to that result. The clue should have been obvious, sitting right there on the screen the night of the reception. Don't wait up. 4 words, harmless if you want them to be. I set the phone down and told myself to be easy, to be fair, to be the kind of partner who doesn't read shadows as monsters. My father used to say, measure twice, cut once. I heard his voice and chose patience over proof. When she came home from that trip, she was gentler, almost relieved, like a storm had moved past and missed our house by a block. That's when my stomach tightened, the calm that shows up after a decision, not before it. I scrolled back through the weekend and saw the gaps. No bride photos, no group shots, no videos from the dance floor. Just that line, don't wait up. I should have trusted my gut. Tomorrow I will. The records are waiting, and the numbers don't care who smiles. At home, the house settled into its usual creaks, and I opened our phone carrier portal like a homeowner lifting a crawlspace hatch. Usage, call history, messaging logs. I filtered for the 3 wedding days and the night after. The page repopulated in a blink, then it just kept scrolling. Dozens of late-night texts, stacked like shingles. Calls starting at 11:12 p.m., 12:47, 1:33. Stretching past closing time for any respectable reception. I know what a normal weekend looks like on this dashboard. A couple of on-my-way texts, a photo from the dance floor, a quick, made it back. This wasn't that. The timestamps marched in pairs, ring, callback, ring again, like someone trying doors in a hallway. I printed the list, old school, a little ink smear on my thumb as the pages slid out. People can smooth a story. Records don't bother. I grabbed a highlighter and drew a yellow fence around those hours. If there's a pattern here, it's going to glow. You know that feeling when a song you half remember suddenly lands on the radio and every word returns at once? That's what hit when I ran the main number through my contacts. It wasn't a florist, a planner, a cousin. It was Travis, the same man who shook my hand in my own entryway and complimented the oak trim I'd sanded for 2 weekends. We'd shared a grill at a neighborhood block party. He'd borrowed a ladder and brought it back with a 6-pack and a grin. Now his digits sat at the heart of those midnight calls. The page felt heavier. I set it down, stared at the living room doorway where he'd once stepped in to pick up his wife, and felt the air change, like pressure before a storm. This isn't abstract anymore. It has a face, a voice, a laugh I can place. I circled his number, then underlined it, steady strokes. Whatever this is, it isn't random. Next pass, I exported the log into a simple spreadsheet, nothing fancy, date, time, duration, yellow for after 10 p.m., and orange for anything past midnight. That's when a second number kept pairing with Travis's calls, bouncing back and forth like a relay race. It wasn't listed under his name on her phone. It lived behind an alias, something bland and safe, the kind you'd never question if it popped up on the kitchen counter. 2 taps in the cloud account showed the truth. A fake contact, real conversations. The durations told their own story. 47 minutes, 53, an hour and change, always late, always after those don't wait up texts. I printed the graph view, bars climbing as the night stretched on, and laid it beside the call sheet. People hide behind labels. The clock won't help them. The last entry from the wedding night ran past 2 a.m. I boxed it in red and wrote 1 word at the margin. Why? That box felt like a door frame. There's a rule I learned fixing houses with my uncle. Before you swing a hammer, find the studs. Emotion is a sledge. Facts are the stud finder. So I set a simple order. Test, logs, confirmations, then conversation. No scenes, no speeches I'd regret. I cleaned the table, made a folder, slid each page in a sleeve the way mechanics slide bolts into trays. If there's nothing here, I'll know it the right way. If there's something here, it will stand up in daylight. I map tomorrow like a checklist. Follow up on the clinic results. Pull location pings tied to those late calls. Verify the alias across devices. I charged a spare recorder because memories blur when voices rise. On the fridge, the calendar square for that wedding weekend sat white and empty. I drew a small dot in the corner, marker ink drying to a quiet shine. Words can wait. Evidence has a timestamp. And mine just started aligning. There's another device she didn't know I found. It started with a tiny vibration in the hall. One buzz, then another, like a watch on a wooden dresser. In the side pocket of Brooke's work tote sat a phone I'd only seen once at a company picnic, the kind they say is for email only. The lock screen lit up in a chain. Calendar pings, then messages from a number that matched last night's log. Same rhythm, same after midnight pulse. I set it face down and listened to the house breathe, the heater clicking, the wind at the gutter, the kind of quiet you remember years later. Growing up, we kept a junk drawer for things that didn't have a home. This phone felt like that drawer, except every piece inside had a string attached. I opened the Notes app and saw a hotel address saved without a name. The reservation date matched the reception night. Whatever story I'd been handed just got shorter by a page. Morning brought cover, commute noise, blender noise, the safe soundtrack of routine. When Brooke stepped into the shower, the work phone stayed in her tote by the pantry. The lock gave way to a simple passcode she'd used for years. Birth month, day, the kind of habit couples share until habits turn into tells. The messages read like they were written through hotel glass, foggy at first, then clear if you wipe. Room's quiet now. You made me forget the speeches. A photo of 2 glasses on a desk, napkins folded under them like coasters. The timestamp sat right on top of those calls to Travis. No emojis, no flourishes, just the shorthand of people who think they're off the clock. I took screenshots and let the phone rest exactly where it had been. In the sink, the shower shut off. On the counter, coffee dripped in steady beats. 2 lives, same kitchen, and now a string I could follow all the way to a door. There it was, tucked between the small talk and the plans. You should leave him. He's too dull for you. Not a joke. Not a quote. A sentence you only send when you believe the room is soundproof. People say cruel things in tidy words. This one wore cologne. Right above it sat a map link, pin dropped near a hotel by the interstate, the kind with ice machines humming at the end of each floor. I remembered a plumber once telling me, water follows the easiest path. So do people. Messages flowed past midnight, circled back at dawn, and landed on that line again. Leave him. If this was harmless, it wouldn't need a second phone. I printed the thread and marked the page with a paperclip, the kind you can feel through a folder. In the garage, the water heater ticked as it warmed. In the folder, heat gathered of a different kind. The next step wasn't anger. It was a call. Confronting Brooke in the kitchen would give her home field and time to rehearse. I needed a neutral table and a witness who had as much to lose. So I changed the plan. Not her first. Paige. We've shared dinners, candles burned low, easy chatter about work and weekends. She trusts Brooke the way I used to. That matters. I dialed, then paused, picturing her office. Framed diplomas, a sweater on the chair back, a bowl of peppermint wrappers. When she answered, her voice was bright, then careful as soon as I asked for a private meeting near her job. Is everything okay? I have something you need to see. We set a time at a small cafe with good coffee and bad art. I brought the folder, logs, screenshots, the hotel pin, the lab results in clear sleeves. Out the window, traffic rolled steady, everyone tending to their day. Inside, the world narrowed to a table for 2. Truth travels better with company. I stepped onto the back porch where the reception is clean and the neighbors mind their own gardens. Paige answered on the second ring, voice bright like it always is when plans are simple. School pickup, a birthday dinner, the friendly stuff. I said her name, then added, "We need to talk privately." The brightness lowered a notch, like a dimmer turning. She asked if something had happened. I told her I had information about the wedding weekend and it involved both of our homes. A long breath came through the line, the kind people take when they're steadying a picture frame that just tilted on the wall. "Where?" she asked. We picked a cafe near her office, the one with round tables and a window that faces the park. Before we hung up, she said, "Tell me this isn't what I think." I told her I would bring documents, not guesses. The porch boards cooled under my feet. The sun slid behind a cloud. The day felt narrower. The cafe smelled like baked bread and clean coffee. Paige arrived with a work tote and a quiet kind of posture, phone in her hand, eyes scanning the room once before meeting mine. We skipped the small talk. I set the folder on the table, opened to the call log, and rotated it so the columns faced her. Numbers first, then dates, then the highlight blocks after midnight. She leaned in. For 15 seconds, neither of us spoke. The room carried on. The steamer hissed, a chair scraped, someone laughed at the bar, but at our table, time held still. You could feel the math doing its slow, stubborn work. Her finger landed on a cluster around 1 o'clock a.m. That night, I nodded. She closed her eyes, then looked straight at me, searching for any sign this was a mistake. I added the second page, texts, durations, that alias, lined up beside the first. She didn't touch the paper. She just breathed, once, like coming up from deep water. There's a moment carpenters call finding level, when the bubble settles and the board stops arguing. I watched that happen in Paige's eyes. The first layer was pain, throat tight, blink slowed. Then something aligned behind it. Steadiness, like she'd grabbed a rail in a dark stairwell. She asked 2 clean questions. Is this verified? And, do you have the lab results? I slid the sleeves forward, Brooks positive, mine clean, dates stamped, clinic headers crisp. The cafe noise returned to normal volume around us. She straightened her papers the way organized people do when they're reclaiming a minute. Thank you for bringing this to me, she said, and the gratitude wasn't soft. It was anchored. We talked logistics, not feelings, where he worked, who could be present, how to avoid a scene. She suggested a conference room. Fluorescent lights are honest, she said, managing a wry half-smile. I told her I could be there at 10. She nodded once, like a latch closing. The meeting had a shape now. We picked a day, an hour, a building with clear glass, and a receptionist who knows our names. Paige stirred her coffee, then set the spoon aside with care, as if precision might hold something together a bit longer. I don't want to be kept in the dark, she said. Not by him, not by anyone. I told her the plan was simple. Evidence first, then direct questions, no raised voices, no room for detours. She agreed to read the results out loud if silence tried to blur the truth. I would place my clean test beside Brooks. The logs would sit between us like mile markers. We rehearsed the entry. I arrive, she follows. We asked to join the meeting, sit across from Travis, and wait for Brooke to walk in last. Outside, a city bus sighed at the curb. Inside, the decision was done. We stood, gathered the papers, and walked toward the door with the same pace you use on a hospital hallway. Controlled, awake, resolved. The clinic text came in while I was standing by the washer, waiting for the spin cycle to end. A simple buzz, then the line everyone hopes for. Negative. No fireworks, no victory lap, just a quiet click inside, like a lock sliding open. I set the phone on the dryer and let the heat from the vent wash over my hands. Years teach you to match feelings to facts, not hopes. The facts lined up now. 2 months of distance, a weekend gone sideways, and a result that cleared the fog. I took a second look at the timestamp, saved the message, and forwarded the confirmation to my email and the folder on my desk. Belt and suspenders. Outside, a delivery truck rattled the street and the house returned to its hum. I walked into the living room knowing what the next hours required. Calm tone, firm steps, and no detours. The test didn't solve the marriage. It solved the question. That clarity was the ground I needed. I told her the result and watched it land. First came a flicker, annoyance, the kind people hide by looking at their lap. Then the mask, a soft voice, a touch to my arm, a line about being relieved. Her eyes did not rise to meet mine. Anyone who sat through a long parent-teacher meeting knows that look. Polite words, guarded truth. She mentioned contamination again, said clinics mix things up, that maybe we should try counseling either way. The phrase hung in the air like steam that doesn't clear the mirror. I poured 2 mugs and set one near her hand. She thanked me without reaching for it. The TV remote sat between us like a neutral third party, still facing the paused show she'd been pretending to watch. I let the silence stretch. In that quiet, you can hear what's real. Her phone buzzed, screen down. She didn't move. I took my mug, walked upstairs, and opened the folder. Paper doesn't look away. The night before the meeting felt like an old storm hovering just off the map. Brooke paced the hallway, checked the front door, stepped outside twice for air, and scrolled through her phone in quick, careful bursts. The porch light clicked on and off, timing her steps. I laid out the plan again in my head, same as the night before a big presentation. Order of pages, what to say, what not to fill with extra words. The recorder charged on the counter. The folder sat ready. Lab results, logs, the hotel pin, each sheet in a clear sleeve so nothing snagged. Around midnight, a car alarm chirped 2 streets over and fell quiet. She froze, listening, then went back to the couch with that calm people wear when they're waiting for a message to arrive. I rinsed a glass and let the water run cold. No arguments, no scenes. The house kept breathing, walls ticking with heat. Tomorrow had a shape. The truth would have a room. Morning dressed itself in routine. Coffee, weather, keys in the bowl. Then she added perfume I hadn't smelled in years and makeup meant for bright rooms. "Late meeting," she said, smoothing a sleeve that didn't need it. I nodded and wished her a good day. The door closed, and the quiet that followed wasn't empty. It was focused. I slid the folder into a messenger bag, hard edges against canvas, and checked the checklist one last time. Paige texted. "Here," I replied. 2 minutes. The drive was familiar, the kind you can do on muscle memory, but every stoplight felt like it held its breath. In the parking lot, Paige sat in her car with both hands on the wheel, eyes steady. We walked in together. The receptionist recognized us and smiled, offered water, and said Travis was already in a conference room. "We'll join him," I said. The elevator doors opened with a soft bell. Inside, the bag felt heavier than paper. Some weight means you're ready. The office lot had that mid-morning shine, cars lined up, asphalt mirage just starting. Paige sat 2 rows over, both hands on the wheel like a driver ed photo. When she stepped out, I saw the small tremor in her fingers, the same one I've seen on friends before a biopsy result. Her eyes, though, were steady. "You ready?" she asked. "Ready." We didn't trade speeches. We checked the simple things people forget when nerves climb. Phones on silent, documents in order, where the lab results sat in the stack. I told her I'd open with the timeline and let her read the test aloud if he tried to blur the edges. She nodded, took 1 clean breath, and smoothed her blazer, an ordinary motion that looked like armor. The building's glass doors reflected us back. 2 people who didn't ask for this job, doing it anyway. Inside, the lobby AC carried that faint paper smell of offices. We crossed the tile together and aimed for the elevators. The receptionist smiled the way front desks are trained to, warm, quick, neutral. "Good morning. Who are you here to see?" I gave Travis's name. She checked the calendar, tapped once, and said, "He's in a meeting." Paige answered before I could. "Good. We'll join him." No rise in her voice, no wobble. The receptionist offered water. We took it and waited the respectful beat most people expect before they buzz a room. "You can head back," she said, sliding visitor stickers across the counter. The hallway was brighter than it needed to be, a run of framed mission statements and a plant that had seen better weeks. At the conference room, the glass held our shapes like shadows on tracing paper. I gripped the bag strap, felt the edge of the folder through canvas, and knocked once. A muffled voice inside, then the latch clicked. If you've ever walked into a contractor meeting with a punch list, you know this feeling. Clear, prepared, not here to argue, here to finish the work. Travis looked up first, ready to greet a colleague, not a wife and a neighbor. Confusion put its hand on his shoulder, then panic found his eyes. Dread settled in last, heavy as wet wool. I set the bag on the table and took the chair across from him. Paige stayed standing the way people do when they need the ground to feel real. He started with a flimsy smile, the kind that hopes the fire alarm is a test. "What's this about?" I slid the visitor sticker to the edge of the table and said, "We'll be brief." He glanced at the door, then at the empty chair he keeps for show. "She'll be here," I added. He knew who she was. He knew why. His hands folded and unfolded, wedding band flashing under the fluorescent lights that make all colors honest. I placed the folder in the center, closed. Not a threat, a promise. He reached for a pen. I let the silence do the talking. You can hear confidence before you see it. Sharp heels hitting polished floor, growing louder, counting down. Paige's gaze didn't move. Mine went to the handle. The hallway carried a faint perfume I knew from holidays, the kind saved for photos and speeches. I rested my palm on the folder's spine and felt the weight of paper become purpose. On the other side of the glass, a shadow paused, then squared. The receptionist's phone rang, then stopped. Travis swallowed hard. I said one word, the same one you use when a crew keeps sanding a board that's already flush. Enough. The handle turned. Brooke stepped into view, expecting a room she could steer and finding a table set for daylight. She looked at me, then at Paige, then at Travis, each glance a door that wouldn't open. I kept my voice level. Have a seat. The folder moved to the center like a gavel. The room gathered itself. And for the first time all week, nothing about this was blurry. The handle turned like a clock hand hitting noon, and Brooke walked in wearing the smile reserved for ribbon cuttings and holiday toasts. Then she saw who was seated. The room shifted, the way a crowd hushes when they realize the speech isn't the one they expected. Conference glass reflected everyone twice, me, Paige, Travis, and Brooke in the middle like a headline that just changed. She reached for the chair back and missed by an inch, recovered, and set her bag down with care. What is this? The air carried her perfume and the quiet buzz of the ceiling lights that make every detail plain. I kept my face neutral, the way you do when a contractor finally shows up and you've already marked the cracks with blue tape. No rush, no rescue. Across the table, Travis pressed his pen flat. Brooke's eyes moved door to door, person to person, searching for an exit that would stay open. None did. Have a seat, I said. The door clicked shut by itself. I didn't open with a speech. I slid the folder to the edge of my side and turned to Paige. She nodded once, a small hinge closing, and took her place at the center of the table. Brooke tracked the movement like a cat watching a string. I stepped back, stood behind my chair, and let posture say the things words dress up. Paige laid out the first page, call logs in clean columns, the kind of data that doesn't take sides. She didn't look at Brooke yet. She let the paper sit, visible, undeniable, the way survey flags mark where a fence will go whether you like it or not. Travis tried to fill the air with a question and failed to land it. We'll be brief, Paige said, tone even, eyes level. She rotated the page so Brooke could read without touching it. The room offered no soft corners. My job here was simple: protect the order, keep the pace, and let the truth breathe. Paige lifted the second sleeve, the one with clinic letterhead and dates you can't smudge. She held it steady and began, voice clear, line by line, like a clerk reading a record into the minutes. Patient name, test performed, result, positive, collection time, confirmation note. Each word landed like a coin hitting a jar. The table didn't move, but you could feel the weight shift. Brooke's mouth parted, the rehearsed innocence arriving right on cue. That's a mistake. Clinic mix-ups happen. Paige didn't argue. She kept reading until the last line, then tapped the page once with her index finger, a small gavel. I set my own result beside it, the contrast plain as daylight, hers in red, mine in black. No adjectives, no spin. Travis stared at the tabletop like it might open and let him through. The fluorescent hum grew louder in the silence that followed, or maybe we could finally hear it. Paper doesn't blush. Paper doesn't forget. Paper just sits there and points. Stop, Brooke hissed, voice thin around the edges, the way fabric sounds when it's starting to tear. She reached for the document and paused when Paige didn't move her hand. The performance arrived, wide eyes, breath caught, the practiced tremble that had bought her time in softer rooms. Not here, not under these lights. You're misunderstanding, she tried. There was contamination. The doctor said. Paige answered with the surest sentence in the building. We're reading what's printed. I placed the call logs next to the results, followed by the messages and the hotel pin, building a clean, level line across the table. Travis whispered an apology that didn't know where to go. Brooke shifted tactics, turned toward me with a softness she saves for anniversaries. Can we talk alone? The chair legs scraped under her as she reached. I stepped back a half pace and let the distance hold. No, I said, calm as a yes. The act had run out of stage. The room kept its shape. I set my clean result beside hers so the contrast was visible without comment. Black next to red, calm next to alarm. No angles, no highlights, just 2 pages touching like before and after in a manual. Brooke's eyes bounced between them, looking for a smudge that wasn't there. I kept my voice even. You said you'd already forgiven me, I told her, letting the sentence sit where everyone could hear it. Who were you forgiving? The room didn't blink. Overhead, the vents hummed, steady as a level line. Paige folded her hands and waited. Travis's pen stopped scratching invisible notes. There's a difference between noise and proof. You can feel it in your ribs when a story runs out of runway. Brooke tried to find new wind, but the papers kept pulling her back to the same spot. I slid the sleeves a half-inch closer together, aligned the dates, and leaned away so the table could carry the weight. One question. No place to hide. I built the line in the middle of the table. Call log, then messages, then location pings. Each page a mile marker that knew where it belonged. The timestamp stair-stepped into the early hours. The thread read the way late nights actually do. Fewer adjectives, more signals. I miss you already, sat between a photo of 2 glasses and a door hanger draped on a knob. The hotel pin landed where the GPS history said it would, near the interstate, 2nd floor, 2 doors from the ice machine. I've done enough home projects to know when measurements agree. The tape tells the truth even if your eye argues. Paige traced a path through the pages without touching them, her gaze steady, the way a nurse tracks numbers on a monitor. Travis swallowed hard. Brooke stared at the map like distance could erase direction. I didn't raise a brow or a point. I let alignment do the talking. When facts rhyme, you don't need a chorus. Some endings don't crack, they settle. Travis folded inward first, shoulders rounding, wedding band flashing as he pressed his hands together. He looked at the corner of the table like there might be a trap door there with his name on it. Paige didn't grant him a glance. Her focus stayed on the pages, calm as a notary. Brooke's breath thinned into quick, shallow pulls, the kind people use when they're deciding whether to run or bargain. She tried a small laugh that had nowhere to sit, then reached for a script she couldn't find. The fluorescent lights did their plain, merciless work. No shadows, no soft edges. I felt something unexpected. Not triumph, not rage, just the click of a bolt sliding into its housing. The truth had taken its shape. No one in that room could sand it smooth. Paige lifted the sleeve with the clinic header and laid it flat again. A quiet ceremony. Nothing to add. Nothing to subtract. The story had reached level. Brooke turned toward me, eyes wet, voice dipping into the softness she keeps for holidays. Can we talk? Just us? Her hand found my sleeve, holding like a shopper catching a door before it closes. I took a step back, and the fabric slipped free. You've said enough, I answered. No edge, no echo. Paige leaned toward Travis and spoke a sentence only he needed to hear. Whatever it was took the color from his face. I gathered the pages in order, results, logs, messages, map, slid them into the folder, and pressed the spine flat with my palm. Chairs shifted. Air moved. The room felt lighter, not kinder. I looked at Paige and nodded. She stood. The receptionist's phone rang somewhere down the hall, ordinary life reminding us it still had business to do. Brooke whispered my name once, then again, softer. I reached for the handle, felt the cool metal, and opened the door. Some conversations happen later, some don't. This one was finished. The conference room door closed behind us and the hallway felt 10 degrees colder, the way hospitals keep air honest. Paige leaned against the wall and let a long breath out, the kind you measure, not waste. We didn't hug. We didn't collapse. We took out our phones like neighbors after a storm and traded what matters. Numbers, the folder index, the clinic contact, the timeline. I'll send you the scans, I said. I'll confirm the room reservation, she answered. A copier hummed somewhere down the corridor, office life refusing to pause. Paige straightened, smoothed her sleeve, and nodded once, steady, capable. She didn't look back through the glass. Neither did I. At the elevator, we agreed on simple ground rules. No late-night texts, no side meetings, everything in writing. The car dinged, doors opened, and we rode down in quiet, watching floor numbers blink like mile markers. In the lot, she gripped the wheel before starting the engine. "We'll get through the mess," she said. "One clean step at a time." The house greeted me with the smell of last night's coffee and a sink that needed rinsing. Ordinary proof that life keeps moving. Brooke sat on the couch, mascara washed into soft half-moons, tissue crumpled like a paper flower in her hand. The TV showed a screensaver of mountain lakes, sound off. I set my keys in the bowl and walked past her to the bedroom. The suitcase unzipped with that familiar teeth-on-teeth sound. A week of clothes, the work laptop, a shaving kit, the file folder. Nothing dramatic, just what you take when the plan stops being a plan. In the hallway, floorboards clicked the way they do when a house exhales. Brooke stood in the doorway, breath hitching, words fighting each other. "Please, can we talk?" I folded shirts with the same care I use in the garage, socket wrench back in its slot, lid closed. A phone buzzed somewhere in the living room and went quiet. I zipped the bag, lifted the handle, and let the stillness finish her sentence. At the threshold, she reached for my sleeve like someone catching an elevator that's already closing. "I can explain," she said, and the room filled with all the versions of that promise I'd heard this week. I let the bag rest on its wheels and met her eyes. No heat, no theater. "You ended this," I said. "I'm just finishing it." The words didn't bounce. They landed. There's a sound homes make when a door seals right, weather stripping catching, latch aligning. That's what it felt like in my chest. Brooke's shoulders slumped, not with understanding, but with the weight of a play that ran out of audience. I set the spare key on the entry table beside the mail. A neighbor's mower started up down the block. That familiar Saturday drone that tells you the world still mows, still mails, still turns. I walked to the car, placed the bag in the trunk, and sat for a beat with both hands on the wheel. Then I pulled away. Steady. The courthouse opened at 8, and by 8:05 I was in line behind a contractor renewing a license and a woman returning a juror questionnaire. Paperwork has its own weather, dry, impartial, room temperature. I filed the petition, stamped dates, and requested service. The clerk's ring tapped the counter as she checked forms. She'd done this 1,000 times and still managed a human nod. My attorney met me 2 blocks over with coffee and a calm checklist. The guardrails I set years ago, separate account for the emergency fund, title on the truck clean, documents scanned to cloud and drive, clicked into place like seatbelts. We covered the assets she didn't know were insulated and the steps that come next. No parade, no fist pump. Walking back to the car, the November air moved like new paint drying, cool, patient, final. Freedom doesn't always burst through a door. Sometimes it signs on line 12, hands you a copy, and lets you go. I folded the receipt, breathed, and started the engine. The week after the filing turned into a checklist you work through with steady hands. Attorney on Tuesday, noon sharp. Bank on Wednesday to confirm the separate accounts and freeze the joint card before surprises start showing up as household. I boxed my clothes, labeled the lids with a fat marker, and left a copy of the inventory in the cloud where timestamps live. A locksmith met me at the old place. 3 new cylinders clicked into place like seat belts. I forwarded mail, canceled a gym membership we never used, and changed the Wi-Fi password that still carried our anniversary date. Friends brought coffee, not questions. They know some work isn't noisy. In the garage, I sorted hardware into trays, washers with washers, screws with screws, because order feels like oxygen. None of this felt heroic. It felt adult. Justice doesn't bang a drum. It checks off boxes you've been avoiding and hands you a clean ledger. By Friday, the house sounded different. So did I. If you're standing where I stood, heart steady, hands shaking, here's what helped. Start with a folder, not a speech. Put dates on everything. Save confirmations to 2 places, the way you back up family photos. Build a modest emergency fund even when life is calm. Calm is when funds are built. Keep receipts for big purchases, scan them, and give each file a plain name you can search at 2 a.m. When instinct whispers, measure twice. A log here, a screenshot there, one quiet consultation with a professional who knows the terrain. On the home front, keep titles clean and passwords strong. On the personal front, sleep, water, a walk after dinner. People will tell you to fight. Maybe. I've found truth travels farther than volume. You don't need to win the room, you need to hold the record. If the story holds, stay. If it doesn't, step out with your paperwork in order and your voice low. Proof clears a path that anger can't. Dark to daylight, that's the whole arc. Not triumph, not a scoreboard, just air in the lungs after a room finally opens. The folder closes, the lights stay plain, and the house returns to ordinary sounds. A fridge hum, a key in a dish, a washer finishing its spin. Freedom isn't loud. It's the click of a latch that lines up on the first try. I'm walking forward without dragging the wreckage. Papers filed, passwords changed, quiet plans that don't need announcements. What matters isn't who spoke the most. It's what held up when the pages were laid side by side. If you're here for a cheer, you won't find it. What you'll hear is breath. What you'll see is daylight landing where it should have been all along. Comment, "I've been there," if this road feels familiar. Tell me your choice. Shine the truth, or look away. And if you want the next chapter when it arrives, subscribe. The dark always thinks it's permanent, until someone turns on the light. She came in like any other Tuesday, keys on the counter, eyes on her phone. I was already at the kitchen table, coffee gone cold, the chair legs square to the tile like a jury box. I didn't shout. I didn't stand. I said calm as a prayer, "Sarah, do you love him?" Her thumb froze mid-scroll. Color left her face like someone opened a drain. I said his name, David, and watched the truth land between us with a dull, heavy sound. Months of late nights, silenced calls, new perfume that wasn't for me, all of it lined up like evidence bags. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I didn't need to look. I knew what was waiting there. I raised a hand. "Don't lie. Not tonight." The refrigerator hummed. Sarah lowered herself into the chair like her knees forgot how to work. I slid my phone across the table, screen down. "Sit," I said. "Listen, now." What I found on her phone wasn't just a name. It started small. She laughed at something on her phone, the kind of quick private laugh people have at work memes. We were in the kitchen making a grocery list, paper, pen, the usual back and forth about cereal brands, and out of nowhere, that little grin. I said, easy as breathing, "What's funny?" She said, "Nothing," and flipped the screen face down like it was a reflex. At our age, you learn to pick your battles, so I kept writing, milk, eggs, coffee, but my hand felt heavier. On the drive to Costco, she kept her phone in her lap, screen dark, and every time it buzzed, she squeezed it like a secret. I reminded myself people are allowed private moments. I told myself marriage isn't surveillance. We made it through the aisles in silence. At checkout, the clerk joked about buying for a party. Sarah smiled with her eyes somewhere else. That night, I put the receipt in the drawer and asked again, "Who was it?" She said, "Just work," and turned off the light. A week later, she left for the office smelling like someone I hadn't met. Not the bottle I bought last Christmas, not the fresh, clean one she wore in spring. This was warmer, heavier, a scent that hung in the hallway after the door closed. Scent sticks to memory when you're older. Your dad's aftershave, your mom's laundry soap, your first apartment's musty carpet. You can't talk yourself out of smell. I asked, gentle, "New fragrance?" She said, "Sample from a friend," and pivoted to whether we needed to trim the hedges. That night I looked under the sink, lined up bottles, none of them that one. The next morning she sprayed it again before an early meeting. She didn't kiss my cheek. She used to. The perfume lingered on my coffee mug when I lifted it from the counter. I stood there, breathing it in like a stranger had just walked through my kitchen. It didn't smell like us. It smelled like someplace I wasn't invited. But the scent wasn't the only thing that didn't belong. The first I'm heading to my sister's felt fine. We've all done those last-minute family runs, drop off documents, help with a leaky faucet, sit with a nephew while someone works a double. I asked what time she'd be back. "Late," she said. She packed a small overnight bag, the good heels she never wears on Sundays, and the red sweater that photographs well. On the way out, she said, "You don't mind, do you?" I said, "No, of course, because marriage is built on yeses that keep the peace." She sent one photo from a living room I didn't recognize. No family pictures on the wall, no kids' sneakers piled by the door. "New place," she texted. "They just moved." Maybe, maybe not. The funny thing about getting older is you spot patterns, the way a story repeats with the details slightly rearranged. When the garage opened close to midnight, I sat up in bed and listened. She came in barefoot, heels in hand, like she didn't want the house to hear. That was the night I started timing everything. Late nights got normal. Quarterly close, client dinner, traffic's a nightmare. I've used those lines myself. Any man who's done years at a desk knows the grind, the emails sent at 9:47 p.m. to prove you're still breathing. So I gave the benefit of the doubt, right up until the doubt started to feel like a full-time job. Nights stretched past midnight. The key turned slower, the garage door eased down, and the clock glowed a truth that didn't match her stories. I asked careful questions. "Everything okay at work? How's your sister doing?" I tried to make space without cornering her. The answers came back sharp around the edges. "Why are you interrogating me?" "You're being paranoid." If you've been married long enough, you know that word lands like a slap you can't see. I did the thing men my age do when we want our home to stay calm. I swallowed it. I apologized for making it weird. I mowed the lawn. I fixed the gate. I stacked the mail. I reminded myself about seasons, how couples drift and come back if you give them room. But the room started to feel like distance, and the distance started to feel like a wall. One night she laughed at something on her phone in the bathroom with the water running, and when she came to bed she said, "Please stop inventing problems." I stared at the ceiling fan and thought of every time I'd told a friend to trust his gut. I didn't sleep. There's a kind of loneliness you don't feel at 20. It's the quiet that settles into the furniture, into the coffee maker that only brews for one, into the dent on your side of the couch. I'd set 2 plates out of habit and slide one back in the cabinet when the clock hit 9. The dog started lying by the door like he knew when she wouldn't come. Saturday mornings used to be pancakes, her music playing low, sunlight across the table. Lately it was emails and errands and me fixing things that weren't broken. I told myself this is what marriages survive. Dips, tired months, grown-up ruts. Then I caught myself narrating the day in my head so the house would sound less empty. That's when it clicked. This wasn't a phase I needed to outlast. It was a life I was living alone beside someone. I washed a single coffee cup and set it upside down to dry. The silence answered back. The night it broke, the room was navy dark and the house finally still. Her phone lit the ceiling with that cold blue square of light. I don't snoop. I never have. But when a name floats up at 3 in the morning, you don't have to be 20 to understand what it means. David. Not mom, not carpool, not a boss who emails at insane hours. David. The message preview was short, the kind people send when they know you don't need full sentences anymore. My chest went quiet before my brain did. I rolled to my side and watched the glow fade and come back, like a beacon for a ship I didn't know was docked in my harbor. She pulled the phone closer to her pillow, face turned away. I stared at the outline of her shoulder and counted the seconds between buzzes. By the 5th one, the story I'd been writing for months finally wrote itself. I wasn't paranoid, I was awake. But what I saw at dawn made awake feel like denial. I woke before the alarm and watched the room go from blue to gray. At this age, you learn that hard talks go better with daylight. I brewed coffee, set 2 mugs on the table, and let the house warm up around me. When Sarah came out in her robe, I didn't circle the runway. I landed. "Sarah," I said, steady. "Who is David?" The name sat on the table like a third-place setting. She blinked hard, reached for the mug she didn't taste, and tried to smile like we were running late for normal life. "What are you talking about?" she asked. No anger in my voice, no sarcasm. "The messages last night," I said. 3 a.m. I watched the color shift in her face and felt my own heartbeat slow down, like a truck downshifting before a hill. I wasn't guessing anymore. I was confirming. She looked at the door as if a script might be taped there. I kept my eyes on hers. Tell me the truth. Because the worst part wasn't the name, it was the dates. She went straight to the oldest trick in marriage, confuse the question and buy time. You know I get late emails, she said. Vendors, clients, my sister. She shrugged, wide and helpless, like she'd lost the keys to the day. David who? The way she said it told me she knew exactly who. I let the silence stand up for me. Men my age learn that silence is a tool, not a threat. She took a sip she didn't want and stared at the backsplash like it might offer help. Are you really doing this? She asked, softer now, like the problem was my courage to ask. I nodded once. Yes. She glanced toward her phone on the counter. The screen was dark but loud in the room. There's nothing going on, she said. You're making something out of nothing. I remembered all the nights I had swallowed doubt to keep the peace. Not today. Then look me in the eye, I said, and say his name means nothing. I've seen men blow up and break things. It never fixes the truth. I kept my voice even, the way you talk to a doctor before a big test. She waited for me to shout. I didn't. I folded the dish towel, lined up the edges, and set it square by the sink. I'm not here to fight, I said. I'm here to understand. That landed heavier than any slammed door. She tried to hand me anger like a hot pan I would drop. I didn't take it. You're paranoid, she whispered, but it sounded like a line she practiced in the mirror. Maybe, I said, and maybe not. I pulled out a chair and sat, palms flat, like a man ready to hear a verdict. This is your moment to tell the truth. And if she didn't, my phone would. The refrigerator hummed. Outside, a delivery truck downshifted. I thought of my father's advice. Measure twice, cut once. I had measured for months. Now I was ready to cut. Sarah, I said, stop spinning. Start talking. I didn't want a performance. I wanted facts. I took my phone from my pocket and placed it between us, screen down. Everything I need is right here, I said. Her eyes went to it like it was a live wire. Texts, photos, times. I tapped the cover once and let the weight of that sound do the work. Before we look, I added, I'm giving you a chance to say it yourself. She stared at the wood grain as if the pattern might open a door. I could feel the years of our life together. Birthdays, vacations, small Tuesdays, stacked behind us like boxes in a garage. If I'm wrong, I said, I'll apologize. Right now. I meant it, but I wasn't wrong. She reached for the phone and stopped halfway, fingers hovering in the air. A tiny shake ran through her hand. Michael, she said, and her voice cracked on my name. That was the first truth of the morning. I flipped the phone, unlocked it, and slid it closer. The first message on the screen was enough. You don't need a novel when a headline tells the story. Her breath hitched, and the words came fast, tripping over each other. It's not what it looks like. We were going through a rough patch. It was nothing. It was a mistake. Older men know that sentence well. It travels from generation to generation. Like bad furniture, you keep moving house to house. I didn't argue with the word. I asked the only question that matters. How many times? She closed her eyes like the number lived on the inside of her eyelids. It's over, she said instead. I ended it. I nodded at the timeline on the screen that clearly hadn't ended. When? She swallowed. I was going to. The coffee had gone cold between us. I pushed the mug aside to clear the view of the facts. Look at the dates, I said, softer than I felt. Look at me. She finally did. That was the second truth. She stood up like flight could rescue her. I kept my seat and let my voice lower a notch. Sarah, sit down. Not a threat, a boundary. It surprised her more than anger would have. She sat, but only halfway, like she might spring if a better option walked in. I don't want to hurt you, she said, and for a second I saw the girl I married, scared of consequences, hoping for a softer landing. Then stop, I said. Stop adding new lies to the pile. I turned the phone so the timestamps faced her. This is Tuesday. This is Friday. This is last night. She wiped at her face with the heel of her hand, the way people do when they're trying to erase a scene. I was lonely, she whispered. So was I said. And I didn't do this. The dog barked down the hall, one single note that echoed how thin the house had become. She finally settled fully in the chair. The running stopped. We sat there, two people who used to share everything, sharing a table with a phone between us. The quiet grew muscles. It pressed on the room, on the clock, on the space between her apology and my answer. Shouting would have been easier. It burns hot and leaves quick. This was cold and heavy, like winter ice that doesn't crack until spring. I let the silence say what I couldn't dress up with words. The trust was already gone. She reached across as if she could close the distance with a touch. I drew my hands back and kept my eyes steady. I would rather live with a hard truth, I said, than sleep beside a soft lie. Her face crumpled. A tear hit the table and spread like a map. For a long beat, no one moved. Then I laid the phone flat again and slid it to the center, the way a judge might slide a file. This is where we are, I said. What happens next is choice. But there was one choice I hadn't said out loud yet. I stood up slow, the way you do when the game is over and there's nothing left to argue with the scoreboard about. I reached for my jacket on the back of the chair and felt the weight of my keys like a small decision made of metal. Sarah started to say my name, soft and broken, but I shook my head. We've both lived long enough to know when a room has run out of words. I slid one arm into the sleeve, then the other, checked for my wallet, phone, and the stubborn dignity men carry when the line finally gets drawn. The kitchen looked smaller with the truth sitting in it. I pushed my chair in because my father raised me right, then turned toward the door. "Michael, please," she said. The tone took me back to years when please meant something we could fix. I glanced at the clock, noted the hour, and opened the door. Some goodbyes don't require speeches. They require feet. She followed me into the entryway, hands wringing the hem of her sweater like she could twist the night into a better shape. "Don't go," she said. "We can talk. We can figure this out." I stepped into my shoes and kept my eyes on the mat, on the dirt from last weekend's yard work I still hadn't swept. There's always one chore left undone. "Michael, please, don't leave me like this." I lifted my head. I didn't reach for anger or poetry. I found the word I could live with. "Out," I said. Simple, final. A boundary built with 2 letters and 20 years of lessons. She tried again, listing promises and plans, but the sound grew thin against the door. I put my hand on the knob and saw my wedding ring catch the light. It looked heavier than it felt. "Out," I repeated, softer but clearer. I opened the door without slamming it. Kindness doesn't require permission. It requires distance. The hallway felt like a church after the last hymn. Quiet, benches empty, the air still holding the echo of people. I closed the apartment door gently, because I wasn't going to break anything on my way to saving myself. The carpet carried every neighbor's story, but tonight it cushioned only mine. At our age, you count the times you've walked out and the fewer times you decided not to. I stood for a second under the buzz of a tired fluorescent bulb and let my breath catch up. No shouting behind me, no footsteps coming after me. Just that soft, mechanical hum and the distant ding of an elevator that always takes longer at night. I pressed the button and watched the numbers climb like a slow promise. My phone buzzed in my palm. I didn't look. The doors opened and I stepped in, catching my reflection in the stainless steel. I looked like a man who had finally stopped negotiating with the inevitable. That was new. I drove with no plan, just the automatic dance of turn signal, lane change, and the kind of thinking you do with your hands at 10 and 2. The streets were half empty, the way they get on weeknights when most people finish their fights before 10. Muscle memory took over, and I ended up where memory likes to sit, the old parking lot by the river. We used to come here on summer nights with cheap ice cream and bigger dreams, back when the future felt like a wide-open ball field and not a narrow hallway. I killed the engine. Crickets and the low hum of the city took the front seat. The river moved like it always does, whether you're watching or not. I rolled down the window and let the air cool my face. Somewhere, a train horn pulled a long line through the dark. I thought about every map we once drew together. Then I thought about how many miles I'd already walked alone. Memories don't ask permission. They show up like old neighbors, hands in pockets, ready to stand in your driveway and talk about what used to be. I saw the summer she cut her hair short and laughed when the wind messed it up. I saw the winter we got stranded here because the car wouldn't start, and we stayed warm telling stories in our coats. Good days have a way of making you argue with the present. But the other reel runs too. The missed dinners, the phone turned face down, the way "I'm tired" became a permanent answer. I listened to both reels until they overlapped into a sound I recognized. Loss. At this age, you learn that grief isn't always loud. Sometimes it's a low bass note you feel in your chest. I put my forehead against the steering wheel and breathed. Loving someone doesn't require staying. Respecting yourself does. The river kept moving. I decided I would too. The phone lit up my lap like a fish finder on a dark lake. Her texts stacked, promises, bargains, sudden plans. I let the phone buzz until the noise proved I was done listening. I picked up the phone and stared at the screen long enough for the words to blur. Please come home. We can fix this. I'll do anything. I've said we'll fix it about 100 things in my life. Leaky sinks, a starter that clicks, a fence that leans after a storm. Those things take tools and time. Trust takes something else. I turned the phone face down on the passenger seat and felt the car get quieter. Not silent, just honest. The river's small waves tapped the rocks like a metronome. I leaned back and let the headrest catch me. Breathing came in slow, then steadier, the way it does after you've shoveled the last of the snow and finally stepped back to look at the clean driveway. A new text buzzed under the glass. I didn't flip it. I didn't have to. I closed my eyes for a count of 10 and opened them to the same truth. I was done negotiating with pain. I pulled up to James's place because every man I know has that one friend with a light on, even past midnight. His porch had the same uneven step it always had. One more thing we kept meaning to fix and never did. I stood there a second, hand on the rail, letting the night settle into my bones. When he opened the door, he didn't give me the head tilt question people do. He just stepped aside. That's the thing about men our age. We don't need a pre-game speech to know the score. His living room smelled like coffee and old leather. The game on TV was muted, a frozen scoreboard in the corner. I sat on the couch I've sat on 100 times, the cushion that remembers me. He waited. I tried to start at the beginning and found there wasn't one. I needed somewhere not there, I said. He nodded once, slow, like a green light. The climax was simple. I wasn't alone anymore. James came back from the kitchen with 2 cold bottles and that small nod men use instead of a hug. He popped both caps with a church key opener and set one in my hand. No toast, no to better days. Just beer, which sometimes is the right kind of prayer. We watched the silent scroll of sports highlights, the kind that replay big moments you missed even when you saw them live. You hungry? He asked. I shook my head. He didn't press. Men who've been through a few winters know the difference between feeding and fixing. I took a pull and let the cold bite remind me I still had edges. You don't have to talk, he said. You also don't have to not talk. That loosened something. I told him about the phone, the perfume, the late nights, the name at 3 a.m. He listened the way you hold a ladder, steady, quiet, ready if I slipped. The climax. I said it out loud. It sounded true. We didn't fill the room with advice. We let the refrigerator hum from the kitchen and the clock tick like it had all the time in the world. When you've carried your share of weight, you understand that silence can be a chair to sit in, not a wall to push against. James shifted once, leaned forward, elbows on knees, the posture of a man bracing a friend. You want me angry for you? He asked. I almost laughed. I want to be smart, I said. He nodded. Then let's not talk about her. Let's talk about you. It was the kindest reroute I've had in years. He asked me when I'd last slept, eaten, gone for a real walk. Simple questions with answers that made me feel older than my driver's license. You know the drill, he said. Water, food, rest, then plan. The quiet held us like a porch holds 2 chairs. The climax was the shift, from replaying the pain to preparing the next move. I finally said it the way a mechanic tells you the frame is bent. It's worse than I thought. James didn't flinch. He reached for the remote, turned the TV black, and gave me the kind of eye contact most men avoid unless the stakes are high. Okay, he said. How bad? I laid it out. The timeline, the lies, the way she looked at the door like the truth might walk in and rescue her. I told him about the river lot and the texts that stacked like sandbags against a flood that had already come through. Saying it out loud arranged the mess into rows I could count. He didn't offer the easy path. No, maybe it's nothing. No, everyone goes through this. He said, you're not crazy, and you're not stuck. That sentence felt like someone lifting the hood and finding a part that still worked. The climax. Permission to trust my eyes, and a map that started with the word forward. We let the night be long. My phone lit up the coffee table every few minutes, a small lighthouse for a ship I wasn't bringing in. Please answer. Please come home. I'll explain. I flipped it over. James didn't ask to see. He just slid a coaster under it like he was protecting the wood. We talked about normal things because normal is a rope you can hold. The roof he needs to replace, the kid on his block who mows lawns crooked, the way the highway's gotten worse since they fixed it. Every so often the screen would glow again, and I'd feel that jolt in my chest, the one you get when a smoke alarm chirps at 2 a.m. We refilled the beers with water and called it good sense. Around 3, he tossed me a blanket that smelled like camping trips and rain. Sleep if you can, he said. I did the next best thing. I rested my eyes and didn't answer. The climax was restraint. Dawn found the blinds and painted the room in lines. James brewed coffee strong enough to stand a spoon in and slid a mug across without ceremony. I felt wrung out but level, like a field after a storm. Messy, sure, but done with lightning. The texts had stopped sometime before sunrise. The quiet wasn't empty now. It was space. What's the plan? He asked. Older men know that question is a bridge, not a shove. I said the words I needed to hear from my own mouth. No more reacting. Today, I act. We wrote a short list on a yellow pad. Gather essentials, secure accounts, talk to a lawyer, find a place that's mine. Simple, actionable, adult. I called in late to work and didn't explain. James offered his truck for moving boxes and his spare key for when the day got longer than my patience. I finished the coffee, stood up, and felt my feet find the floor. The climax. I took my life back by making a plan. I went back to the apartment with a list and a purpose. Documents, clothes for a week, the photo albums no one backs up, the watch my father left me. When you're older, you learn what actually matters fits in fewer boxes than you think. I moved room to room like a firefighter, fast but careful. Tax folders into a tote, chargers coiled instead of ripped from the wall, shirts folded like I was packing for a long business trip I didn't choose. I left the big stuff because I wasn't here to erase history, just to claim the parts of me that still worked. The house smelled like the candle she lit last night, that sweet, everything's fine scent you buy when it isn't. I could feel my heartbeat settle into a working rhythm. Task, check, move. On the way out, I took one last sweep of the kitchen drawer where we keep the keys. I pocketed the spare and set hers on the counter. The climax. Boundaries, labeled and loaded. Even clean lines can cut both ways. Sarah stood in the hallway like she'd been there for hours, hair pulled back, eyes raw from crying. Grief makes adults look like children. "You're really doing this?" she asked, the question soft as a bruise. I kept my voice level. "I am." She reached for the bag on my shoulder, not to stop me, more like to prove it was real. "We can fix it," she whispered. I've repaired a lot in my life. Leaks, engines, fences after windstorms. Fixing starts with clean cuts and honest measurements. I asked for honest, I said. I got everything else. She swayed like the floor tilted. I wanted to catch her, the old reflex still wired into my hands, but I held the line. "Please," she said. The hall clock ticked so loud it felt like it was in my throat. "I'm not angry," I told her. "I'm done." She blinked hard, like the word didn't fit in the room. The climax, acceptance replacing argument. She followed me into the kitchen, voice fraying. "Is this to hurt me?" That's the story people prefer when consequences arrive. Punishment. It's cleaner than accountability. I set the tote by the door and turned to face her. "This isn't punishment," I said. "It's me not living like this." When you're 30, that line sounds dramatic. At 50, it's maintenance. It's choosing not to drive a car with a bent frame at 80 miles an hour. She shook her head, searching for an angle with a softer edge. Counseling, she said. I'll delete everything. I'll quit my job. I thought of all the times I had made myself smaller to fit into a peace that wasn't peaceful. I'm not negotiating with my own sanity, I said. The refrigerator kicked on like a referee's whistle. I picked up the tote and stepped back from the counter where we used to plan a life. The climax. I named the difference between hurting her and saving me. The elevator doors slid open and I stepped into my own reflection. Not a hero shot, just a man carrying a bag and a decision. The mirrored walls have watched every neighbor's story, but tonight they watched me meet myself. I saw the gray at my temples, the lines that showed up after years of everything's fine, and I didn't hate any of it. I pressed L and listened to the cable hum like a steady heartbeat. Floors ticked by, 5, 4, 3, and I remembered my father saying, measure twice, cut once. I had measured this for months. The cut was clean because the truth was straight. Somewhere above me, the apartment kept its shape without me in it. That realization didn't crush me. It freed me. The doors opened to the lobby and the night air reached in like a hand. I shifted the bag on my shoulder and walked out under the exit sign that's always been there. The climax. I recognized the man who leaves and lives. The rental was exactly what I needed and nothing more. A short couch, a little table, blinds that stuck halfway, a fridge with honest hums. I set the bag down and felt the space take my weight without asking questions. I grabbed a beer from the corner store across the street, cold, simple, and a styrofoam container of something hot that tasted like salt and relief. At our age, you learn that comfort isn't fancy. It's a door that locks and a room that doesn't argue with you. I ate on the floor and let the TV stay dark. The quiet wasn't empty. It was room to breathe. I plugged in my phone, turned off notifications, and wrote 3 lines on a notepad. Sleep, lawyer, new keys, plans small enough to keep and big enough to matter. I leaned back against the wall and listened to the building's bones, pipes, neighbors, the nightly soundtrack of people getting by. The climax. I felt safe in a place with nothing to prove. I've known loud silences, the kind that fill a room after a fight and make you wish for thunder. This wasn't that. This was the quiet of a house after the snowblower stops. Clean edges, no more noise you have to push. I sat with it and realized how long I'd been afraid to hear my own thoughts without her explanations layered over them. I opened the window an inch and let the city's soft sounds wash in. Tires on wet pavement, a dog 2 buildings over, someone laughing at a joke I didn't need to understand. I took a long pull from the beer and felt my shoulders drop a full inch. If you're lucky, you get a few moments in life that reset your altitude. This was one. I wasn't celebrating. I wasn't mourning. I was calibrating. The phone, face down, stayed that way. I turned out the lamp and lay back, eyes open to the ceiling's quiet. The climax. Silence no longer hurt. It helped. I left work late and found her waiting by my car, arms wrapped around herself like the wind might blow her away. Office garages have that hollow echo. Footsteps sound like they belong to someone else. She stepped out from between 2 SUVs, eyes swollen, makeup doing the best it could. "Michael," she said, voice too small for concrete. I stopped a few feet short, the way you stop near a fence you used to jump without thinking. "I didn't know where else to go," she added, glancing around like a witness afraid to point. At our age, you learn to read the setting as much as the scene. Fluorescent lights, oil spots, a safety mirror that bends the truth at the corners. I kept my hands out of my pockets so she wouldn't mistake patience for softness. "We don't do this here," I said. She took a breath that sounded like a plea forming. I waited. The climax. I didn't rush in. I let the moment stand on its own legs. She closed the distance until I could smell that same warm perfume from the nights that broke me. "You can't erase us," she said, as if the history itself could vote. I thought of all the scrapbooks and ticket stubs and little notes in junk drawers that people point to when they want the past to outrank the present. "I'm not erasing," I said. "I'm choosing. Her face bent like the word hurt. "We have years," she whispered. "We do," I said, "and they brought us here." A car rolled by, slow, headlights sliding across the concrete like a spotlight looking for a truth it could trust. She reached for my sleeve, the old path to softening me. I looked at her hand until she pulled it back. "Please," she said, "don't throw everything away." I shook my head. "No one threw everything away tonight," I said. "That happened months ago." The climax. I gave the past its due and refused it a vote on my future. She tried a new angle, the one where memory gets a makeover. "It wasn't like that," she said. "We were lost." That word does a lot of work for people who made maps with someone else's compass. "Sarah," I said, "I'm not rewriting anything. I'm remembering exactly what happened." She looked past me, eyes glassy with scenes I wasn't invited to. "I didn't plan it," she said. "It just—" I held up a hand. "Things don't just happen. Choices do." A door slammed somewhere above us and the sound echoed hard, like a judge's gavel 3 floors up. "I loved you," she said. "I still do." I nodded once. "Maybe, but you didn't choose me." There's a difference older men understand. Feeling versus choosing. One shows up, the other shows up and stays. She swallowed, and I stepped back, keys in hand. The climax, I refused the fog. I put names on the weather, choices, consequences, and walked toward the clear air. We ended up outside my rental later that week, sitting on the concrete steps under a streetlight that hummed like an old refrigerator. She told the longer version, the when, the where, the why that always sounds reasonable in hindsight. I listened because I wanted her to hear herself. When she finished, the quiet felt honest. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my wedding ring. I'd been carrying it like a coin you can't spend and can't throw away. I set it gently on the step between us. "Start with that," I said, "and think about what it was supposed to mean." She stared like it might burn her skin. "I don't want this to be the end," she said. "We built a life." "We did," I said, "and then we built a second one I didn't know about." A breeze moved down the block, lifting the edge of her hair. The climax. I drew the boundary you can see, the metal line that won't lie about where we are. She picked up the ring with both hands, the way you lift a fragile thing you're afraid to drop and more afraid to keep. Her fingers trembled, the kind of shake you can't steady with willpower. "I ended it," she said, and her eyes begged the ring to believe her. "I blocked him." I thought of numbers that can be unblocked, of doors that open if you know where the spare key is hidden. "I should have ended it before it started," she added, voice breaking. That was the truest sentence of the night. I let the weight of it sit there with us. No rescue. A neighbor walked a dog past and didn't look over. Mercy is sometimes the gift of being ignored. "Tell me what to do," she said finally. I shook my head. "That's not my job anymore." She placed the ring back on the step like a failed offering. The climax. She reached for instruction. I left her with responsibility. The words came fast, as they do when the future feels like a door closing. Counseling, new job, new phone. I'll cut every number that isn't family. I'll move if you want. I'll do anything. I've made those lists myself. After surgeries, after layoffs, after hurricanes that taught me which walls matter. Promises have a sound when they're born from fear instead of conviction. They rattle. I held still and let them pass like weather. "We can make rules," she said. "Curfews, apps, checks." That's how people try to fix a cracked foundation. More paint, thicker carpet. "I don't want a prison," I said quietly. "I wanted a marriage." She covered her mouth and nodded like she finally heard the word that had been missing. The streetlight flickered once and steadied. "Please," she whispered. I let the moment stretch until it didn't need me to fill it. The climax. I chose substance over surveillance. No bargain that keeps me small. She tried one last story. How it started small. How it stopped meaning anything once it meant too much. I listened and thought of bells. Once struck, they don't unsound. "You can't unring a bell," I said, not cruel, just plain. She closed her eyes, and I watched the truth land on her shoulders like a coat she didn't want to wear. "So that's it?" she asked. You walk? I looked down at the step where the ring sat shining under a tired light. That's it, I said. I walked toward peace. She nodded once like a verdict had been read. We stood, two people who had run out of words before we ran out of night. Tomorrow, I said, I'll come by. We should talk through logistics. It's not romantic, but it's how adults do endings that won't scar worse than they have to. The climax, I named the physics of trust and accepted the sound that won't be taken back. The apartment looked staged, like a house on the market, counters cleared, candles lit, the kind of clean that hopes to convince. I took my seat at the table where we used to plan vacations and grocery lists and watched her fold her hands like a student ready to recite. No scripts, I said. Just truth. She nodded, eyes wet but steady. We covered the map, what to keep, what to sell, what to split without turning every item into a memory trial. She offered therapy again. I didn't argue. Therapy is good. It's just not a time machine. I'm not here to punish you, I said. I'm here to protect me. She winced and nodded, as if the sentence fit even though it hurt. I reached into my bag and felt the edges of an envelope against my fingers. The room got smaller around that simple weight. The climax. We shifted from emotions to logistics. The grown-up table where endings are signed, not shouted. I set the envelope down between us. No theatrics, just paper and ink. Quiet tools that change a life. These are the final papers, I said, and the candle flame shivered like it heard me. She didn't touch them at first. People think signatures do the damage, but it's the reading that breaks you. The way legal words turn rooms into property and people into parties of the first and second part. She finally slid them closer, eyes moving left to right, stopping at lines that used to be soft conversations. You already filed? She whispered. No, I said. But I will if I sign tonight. I slid a pen across. She grabbed my hand instead, tears dropping onto the wood. Please. I let her hold it for a beat, then gently pulled free. I uncapped the pen and hovered over the line with my name. If endings have a sound, this one started as a click. The climax, the sound of a cap clicking open, a small noise that means the moment has arrived. She pulled the envelope closer and began to read, one page at a time, the way you read instructions for a tool you don't want to use. Her fingers shook, small, involuntary waves that told the truth faster than her mouth could. The legal language was dry as toast. Assets, accounts, dates, signatures. But every line translated into something human. Who keeps the photo books? Who calls the bank? Who moves which boxes when? At our age, you learn to respect paperwork. It keeps memory honest. She stopped at the section about the house and pressed her thumb into the margin like she could stall the ink. I didn't think it would come to this, she whispered. I didn't say me either. I let the quiet underline the moment. The candle threw soft light across her face, and for a second I saw the years, not the damage. Then she turned the next page. The climax, paper, not anger, carried the weight, proof that this ending was real. She finally looked up, eyes glassy with a mix of fear and understanding. You're really leaving? The question tried to shrink a lifetime into a yes or no. I thought of the slow walks back from arguments that used to end in apologies and pancakes, the little rituals that glued us together until they didn't. I kept my voice even. I'm leaving the part where I don't recognize myself, I said. She swallowed. We can try. We've come back from worse. That's a sentence couples love because it points to old mountains like they guarantee future climbs. This isn't altitude, I told her. It's erosion. She blinked, and I could see the math clicking behind her eyes. Separate leases, separate holidays, separate lives. She glanced at my hand, at the faint paler band where the ring used to sit. Please, she said, not like this. I slid the envelope a little closer to my side. The climax. The question wasn't if I'd leave. It was when. I set the pen down and leaned in so the words wouldn't wander. Unless you can give me one reason trust will be different, this gets signed. I didn't say one apology or one promise because I've lived long enough to know the difference. Promises are cheap when panic is expensive. She looked around the room like the answer might be hiding behind a picture frame. I'll change my number, my job. I'll move cities if I have to. Logistics, not reasons. That's infrastructure, I said. Trust is architecture. She shook her head like the metaphor was a language she couldn't speak. I'll do therapy forever. Therapy is good, I said, but it can't rewrite last year. She dabbed at a tear with the cuff of her sleeve and finally exhaled the closest thing to truth. I don't know how to prove it. I nodded. Exactly. The climax. I asked for proof no system could fabricate, and the absence of it was the answer. The words broke loose the way riverbanks do after days of rain. Please, I'll do anything. We can start over. I'll hand you every password. I'll share locations. I'll never go out without you. I let the torrent run. Men my age know the difference between control and care. Surveillance dresses up as love when trust has vacated the house. I'm not looking to be your warden, I said. I wanted to be your husband. She covered her face, shoulders shaking, and for a brief second I felt the reflex to rescue. Old muscle memory that flares when someone you once loved is falling. I didn't move. I remembered every night I'd tried to save us alone. Tell me what to do, she gasped. I can't tell you how to keep a promise you already broke, I said. The candle flickered hard and steadied. The room smelled like wax and lemon cleaner. The climax. Her pleas ran out of road, and the truth stood without help. I uncapped the pen and held it like a small tool with a large job. The plastic click sounded louder than it should have, the way quiet rooms amplify tiny choices. My name waited on a line that looked thinner than marriage deserves. Michael, she said, my name catching on the edges of her breath. I kept my hand steady but didn't drop the nib. I thought of my father's voice, measure twice, cut once, and realized I'd been measuring for months, tracing the same edges until I knew the shape by heart. This is your last chance, she whispered. To what? I asked. To forget? A clock in the kitchen ticked like a metronome for decision-making. I hovered, not as a threat, but as a mercy, to myself. The climax. The pen didn't touch the paper, not yet. I wanted the moment to know I took it seriously, that the cut would be clean because I refused to saw. I set the pen down, just for a breath, and finally gave voice to the sentence that had been forming since the night the name lit her screen. It was never about me not being enough, I said, calm, certain. It was about you not choosing me, even when you had me. Her head dropped like the words had weight. We talk a lot about enough when we're younger. Money, looks, effort, romance. Like love is a checklist you can audit on a Sunday. Older men learn it's a decision repeated, not a grade earned. I did choose you, she whispered. And then you didn't, I answered. Not mean, precise. The room shrank to the space between two people and a form. I picked up the pen again, the way you pick up a tool after you've explained why the job matters. The climax, the line that cleared my doubt. My worth hadn't been on trial. My peace had. I signed. The letters looked like mine and not like mine, the way your signature does when your hand knows what your heart is catching up to. I let the ink breathe, then lifted the pages, aligned their edges, and slid them back into the envelope. These will be filed tomorrow, I said. The sentence didn't echo. It landed and stayed. She reached for the packet like it might turn soft if she held it long enough. It didn't. I stood and the chair legs scraped a small, honest sound, the kind you remember later as the exact pitch of leaving. She whispered, "Is there anything I can say?" "Not to the past," I said. "It can't hear us." I tucked the envelope under my arm and felt a strange steadiness, like a level finally finding center. The climax. Not the signature itself, but the calm afterward, the quiet of a decision that fit the frame. By the door, she'd lit a candle that smelled like citrus and apology. I reached into my pocket and felt the cool circle I'd carried like a question. I set my ring beside the candle, not thrown, not hidden, placed. A small metal period at the end of a long, run-on sentence. The flame wavered and caught its reflection in the gold, a tiny sun burning in a private sky. I didn't give a speech. I didn't rehearse a line for a movie no one was filming. I just stood there long enough to understand what the gesture said without words. I was done performing endurance. She watched my hand and covered her mouth like it might stop the sound of whatever was breaking. It couldn't. I reached for the knob. The climax. A quiet object spoke for me. The ring made the goodbye final without a slammed door. The door closed with a soft latch that felt like mercy. In the hallway, the air changed, lighter, as if someone had opened a window I couldn't find from the inside. The carpet muffled my steps. The exit sign burned its small, steady red. I caught myself breathing in a way I hadn't in months. Deep, unhurried, like my lungs remembered an old job. The envelope rode easy under my arm. Not a weapon, not a burden, just the next page waiting to be filed. The elevator dinged and the doors slid open to show me myself, a man with tired eyes and a clearer spine. I stepped in and watched the numbers drop, 7, 6, 5, each floor a layer of noise I didn't need anymore. When the doors parted at the lobby, cold night air reached up and met me. Outside, the world kept moving, cars, streetlights, a dog tugging its owner home. The climax. I walked into air that finally let me stand up straight. Mr. Anderson's office had that morning brightness you only get from east-facing windows, honest light that doesn't flatter or lie. The receptionist poured coffee that tasted like decisions, and the chairs had the kind of support you appreciate after 50. I signed in and watched the copier hum behind a glass door, pages coming out square, no drama. Mr. Anderson shook my hand without squeezing too hard. Men our age rid grip like weather. Today, the paper would say what I couldn't keep explaining. We went over the checklist I'd made on a yellow pad. Accounts, titles, timelines, next steps. Nothing flashy, just the plumbing of a life untangling from another. He spoke in plain English. I asked plain questions. When you've survived layoffs, mortgages, and teenagers, paperwork stops being scary. It becomes a tool. Sun angled across his desk and lit the folder with my name. I placed the envelope down like setting a brick where a wall needs it. The climax. I realized the law wasn't my enemy. It was the rails to carry me forward. We reviewed each page like adults who know the difference between almost and done. He pointed, I read, we nodded. When the pen came my way, I didn't rush. I wrote my name like I meant it, steady, legible, not hiding in loops. Mr. Anderson initialed where he needed to and stacked the signed pages into a neat pile that looked smaller than the years it represented. He slid me a copy, crisp and warm from the printer. You ready? He asked. Not a push, a check-in. I took a breath that felt measured, not dramatic. I am. He stood, gathered the file, and said the words that sounded like a gate unlocking. I'll file it today. I shook his hand, not to celebrate, but to mark the moment. Outside his door, the hallway felt wider than when I'd walked in. The climax. No victory shout, just the simple handoff. Paper leaving my hands for the system designed to finish what I started. On the elevator down, I heard my own voice in my head, calm and certain. There will be hard days, but they're forward. That's the difference you learn with age. Pain that circles the block versus pain that gets you somewhere. I stepped into the lobby and saw ordinary people do ordinary things. A courier jogging past with a cart, a mom quieting a baby, a guy resetting his tie in the window. Life doesn't pause for your mess. It makes room if you walk with it. I texted James one sentence, filed, and he sent back a thumbs up and a coffee emoji, which is exactly the level of ceremony men like us can handle. I thought of the list on my fridge. Cancel joint memberships, change passwords, schedule a dentist appointment I've been moving for 3 months. Forward comes in big strides and small chores. I pushed through the revolving door and felt it give. The climax. I chose movement over mourning, and the day agreed to carry me. The sidewalk met me with cold air and unfiltered sun, and something in my chest let go like a knot you've worried loose during a long meeting. I didn't sprint or pump my fist. I just stood for a second, palms open, and let the light do what light does. Show edges, soften shadows. A construction crew across the street laughed at something only they heard. Their easy camaraderie felt like a promise that normal still exists. I walked to the corner deli and grabbed a turkey sandwich and a black coffee, the lunch of men who appreciate simple victories. On the bench outside, I ate without rushing. A pigeon inspected my shoe and decided I wasn't a threat. I checked my watch out of habit and smiled at the emptiness of the next hour. No meeting, no script, just steps I chose. When I stood, my shoulders didn't rise with me. The climax. For the first time in months, breath felt like oxygen, not effort. That evening, the rental held me like a sensible chair, no frills, the exact right height. I microwaved leftover takeout and poured tap water into a heavy glass because heft in your hand can steady your head. I opened a window 2 inches and listened to the city's bedtime. A bus groaning, a neighbor's laugh, the soft clang of someone washing a pan. I put fresh sheets on the bed, nothing fancy, clean enough to sleep without thinking too hard, and folded my coat over a kitchen chair like a man who expects to stay. I set a small stack of books by the lamp. A novel I've been pretending to read, the manual for the coffee maker, a spiral notebook with a pen tucked in. I wrote 1 page. What I know, what I'm learning, what I'll refuse to carry. The room didn't clap. It didn't need to. The climax. I felt the sturdiness of ordinary, proof that peace hides in routine. The late-night promises returned. I set the phone face down, washed a single plate, and let the quiet outlast the begging. The climax. Restraint as self-respect. I lay back and let the quiet find its shape in the room. For months, silence had felt like punishment, a cold corner you stand in when the teacher says you did wrong. Tonight, it felt earned. Silence didn't feel heavy, I told myself aloud, testing the words on the ceiling. It felt like freedom. I could hear the heater click on, hear it work, hear it stop. Systems doing their jobs without me babysitting, what a luxury. I thought about tomorrow in practical terms. A run around the block, a call to the bank, a new set of keys cut at the hardware store where the guy still knows my name. No hero's journey, just a man choosing a manageable day. I turned my phone to Do Not Disturb and set it across the room so habit wouldn't reach for it in the dark. The pillow held my head in a way that felt new. The climax. I slept, not as escape, but as a vote for the life I'm building. Some endings don't sound like explosions. They sound like a door closing softly behind you and breath finally moving all the way to the bottom of your lungs. I'm not pretending tomorrow will be easy. Lawyers, boxes, habits, hard days are part of the price. But they're forward, not circles. I keep thinking about the ring on that table, the quiet click of a pen, the morning sun on my face as I stepped outside. Those weren't endings, they were green lights. Peace isn't dramatic, it's a key that turns. It's a phone face down. It's a room that doesn't argue with you. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is walk away from what's breaking you, even if it's all you've ever known. I'm choosing the long, boring kind of courage. Meals I cook, bills I pay, sleep I earn. If you've been here, you already know the answer that silence gives. If you were in my shoes, would you stay or walk? Comment below. Comment. The night she came home with an empty gym bag, I realized I wasn't her husband anymore. I was her witness. And at 7:42 p.m. that same night, my phone buzzed. Unusual sign-in on my work account, using my credentials from my own endpoint. The bag looked heavy, but inside was nothing. No sneakers, no sweat, just silence. And silence isn't surrender, it's surveillance. She kissed me with another man's cologne, smiled like an actress, told me about a killer workout. That was the night her story began to unravel, and mine began to rebuild. My name is Ethan Miller, 33 years old. I write back-end code for an accounting firm most people have never heard of. My life has always been the same predictable loop. Lines of logic on a screen, takeout boxes on the counter, and a hoodie pulled tight over shoulders that never wanted attention. I'm not the loud guy at parties. I'm not the spark in a conversation. I'm the quiet one in the corner, listening, collecting, noticing the details no one else bothers to see. That's my curse, maybe my edge. Silence has always been my language. People think silence means weakness. They think a man who doesn't raise his voice is a man who doesn't fight back. They're wrong. Silence is how you survive. It's how you study the cracks forming in the walls before anyone else admits the house is falling. I never made waves, but I saw everything. And what I saw in Lauren, I couldn't unsee. Lauren and I looked like any other couple on our street. A modest stucco house, sun-faded shutters, a lawn that was always a little too dry. We weren't flashy, never the neighbors people whispered about. We paid our bills on time, remembered birthdays, argued over streaming subscriptions, and kept the grocery list taped to the fridge like it was scripture. For years, I thought that meant we were safe. That routine was the glue. Stability over passion, predictability over chaos. And maybe for a while, it worked. The Friday night takeout, the Sunday laundry folded just so, the quiet evenings with the TV humming low in the background while she scrolled her phone. It was all so normal it could have been invisible. The kind of life no one questions, not even the people living it. But sometimes, the safest-looking houses are the ones already rotting underneath the paint. I just hadn't smelled the smoke yet. The peace in our house was a fragile kind, the kind you only notice when it breaks. On the surface, it was all small rituals. The grocery list stuck to the fridge, rewritten every Saturday morning with the same items: milk, bread, coffee, detergent. The quiet debates over which streaming service we'd cancel this month, always ending with neither of us willing to give up anything. Lauren laughed in the kitchen sometimes, the sound echoing off tile, but it always felt a little too sharp, a little too practiced. We'd sit on the couch together, the glow of the TV painting us as a couple in sync, but my eyes weren't on the screen. They were on the pauses in her breathing, the quick swipes on her phone, the way she turned just slightly away. Domestic life was supposed to mean comfort. For me, it felt like camouflage, routine layered over silence, hiding something I couldn't yet name. They thought my quiet meant weakness. They never understood. Silence is surveillance. And while she rehearsed, I was collecting every hollow smile. I wasn't waiting to confront her. I was waiting for her to unravel. At night, the ceiling fan cut the dark in steady rhythm. Every spin was a reminder. Stillness has a pulse, and I was counting her lies with it. It started small. Lauren began adjusting her schedule, little tweaks that most husbands might not even notice. But I did. She used to come home at 6, toss her keys in the bowl by the door, complain about traffic, and pour herself a glass of wine before dinner. Predictable. Ordinary. Hours. Then one evening she walked in later, still smiling, still rehearsed. Said she'd tried a new fitness class, claimed she was exhausted. But her hair was perfect. Her makeup untouched. Her so-called gym bag untouched too, slouched by the door like a stage prop no one dared move. The next night, the same excuse. Another class. Another glow that looked more like theater than sweat. She had rewritten her evenings, replacing shared dinners with workouts, replacing traffic stories with gym talk. To anyone else, it sounded healthy, ambitious, admirable. To me, it sounded like a new language, a script designed to distract me from what she wasn't saying. The gym became her new religion. 6 nights out of 7, she kissed my cheek, tossed out the same breezy line, boot camp again, back by 8, and vanished through the door. And like clockwork, she returned glowing, not with sweat, not with exhaustion, with performance. Arms stretched overhead, fake groans about circuit training, even playful jabs about how I should join her sometime. But the details betrayed her. Her leggings rotated through the same 3 outfits, always spotless. Her shoes never scuffed. The towel in her bag never damp. And her skin? It didn't smell like hard work. It smelled curated, perfume layered carefully, a scent that never belonged in a gym. The staff seemed to know her. She scanned in, waved, played the part of the dedicated regular. And maybe to them, it worked. But to me, the routine was too polished, too rehearsed. Real sweat is messy. Real effort leaves marks. Lauren's routine left nothing but questions. The bag was her weakest alibi. Every night it slouched by the door, perfectly zipped, strap folded like a catalog chute. Inside, nothing. No damp towel, no scuffed shoes, no sweat. Just a crisp flyer from opening week. It wasn't luggage, it was a prop. And every night I replaced it exactly as she left it. Because sometimes the loudest confession is emptiness. I didn't confront her, not once. Every smile, every excuse, every so-called workout, I let it pass. I nodded. I said, "Have fun." I played the part of the oblivious husband because that's what she expected. But inside I was filing it all away. The empty bag, the perfect hair, the perfume that lingered too long, each detail cataloged like lines of code, clean, organized, impossible to erase. That's what I do best. I build systems. I hold data. I don't forget. She thought my silence meant surrender, that I was blind or too tired to care. What she didn't see was the ledger in my head, filling night after night, each entry another fracture in the story she was selling. And I kept smiling, kept still, because silence is more than patience, it's evidence. When the time came, I wouldn't need to shout, I'd only need to remember. It hit me one night as she brushed past, keys fumbling in her hand. Not sweat, not body spray, something darker, heavier, cologne, and not mine. I froze for half a second, book still open in my lap, eyes stuck on the same sentence I hadn't turned in 20 minutes. She didn't notice. She was too busy rushing through her lines, another rehearsed apology about class starting late. But scents don't lie. They linger, cling, betray in ways words can't. I breathed it in, let it settle, let it carve a notch into that mental ledger I'd been keeping. No questions, no accusations, just silence. Because the truth had a way of slipping out when you stopped chasing it. And now, with every whiff of that cologne, I knew I didn't have to search anymore. I already had the evidence. Her lies started to sound like reruns, same tone, same timing, same words delivered with just enough brightness to feel real to anyone not listening closely. Boot camp was brutal tonight. You should have seen how crowded it was. I'm going to be sore tomorrow. I could have scripted it for her. Every exit, every entrance, the pattern never broke. She kissed my cheek with that practiced warmth, dropped the empty bag, and filled the house with stories she thought would keep me quiet. But lies wear grooves, like a scratched record spinning the same track over and over. And when you've heard it enough, you don't even need the sound. You can see the shape of the lie before it's spoken. I didn't correct her, didn't challenge her. I just let her talk, nodding like a husband convinced. Because the more she repeated the script, the more obvious it became she wasn't improvising anymore. She was covering tracks already worn thin. One night I didn't stay on the couch. I waited 5 minutes after the door closed, slipped on a hoodie, and followed. No sunglasses, no trench coat, none of that movie detective nonsense. Just distance, just enough to see without being seen. She drove straight to the gym, parked, walked in with her bag slung over her shoulder, posture perfect, confidence sharp. She scanned her key card, smiled at the staff, waved like she belonged. A regular. I stayed across the street, engine idling, headlights off. For 20 minutes I watched the glass doors. People went in, people came out. She stayed inside, a part of the rhythm. Eventually I drove home, more certain than ever. Not because she'd gone to the gym, but because she'd gone too cleanly, too perfectly, like a scene rehearsed down to the second. Real life is messy. This was theater. And I knew the performance wasn't for them. It was for me. After that night, I didn't need to trail her every time. I already knew what I would see, a woman rehearsing a role. Lauren's new routine had the cadence of choreography. Same goodbye, same cheerful tone, same return before 8 o'clock sharp. She rotated the same outfits, left at the same minute, walked in with the same smile. It was all too precise. Life doesn't run like clockwork. Traffic gets messy, gyms run late, people forget things. But Lauren, she never faltered. The rhythm told me more than her words ever could. She wasn't living a life, she was running a script. Every night I watched her move through the house like she was hitting marks on a stage. Keys in the bowl, shoes by the door, bags slouched in the same spot. Even her laughter sounded cued, like an actor waiting for the director's nod. And I wasn't her husband anymore. I was her audience. The tension in our house thickened like humidity before a storm. Every evening she performed her lines, and every evening I let them hang in the air, unchallenged. I could feel the weight pressing against the walls, the way silence pressed against my teeth, begging to break loose. But I didn't. I didn't ask where she'd been. I didn't question the glow on her skin or the perfect way her hair never shifted. I didn't accuse or demand or corner. That would have been too easy for her. Anger can be dismissed. Confrontation can be dodged. Instead, I sat with it, collected it. Each lie, each empty bag, each too clean alibi folded into a kind of quiet evidence. She thought she was winning. She thought my silence meant she'd fooled me. But silence has its own gravity, and the longer I held it, the heavier it became. And when it finally dropped, she'd never see it coming. The next time she reached for her keys, I didn't even look up from the couch. She leaned down, kissed my cheek, perfume sharp enough to sting. "Boot camp again, back by 8, she said brightly, her script intact. I smiled, faint and practiced, and let 2 words fall out like ice. "Have fun." That was it. No questions. No hesitation. Just a dismissal wrapped in politeness. Her smile faltered for half a second, the kind of glitch you catch if you're really watching. Then she recovered, slipped out the door, and the silence closed in behind her. I sat there with the remote still in my hand, the TV flickering nonsense. But I wasn't watching the screen. I was replaying her pause, the way those 2 words had landed heavier than any accusation. She thought she was fooling me. What she didn't know was that I'd already shifted. I wasn't her partner anymore. I was her observer. That night, after she left, I sat in the silence and realized watching wasn't enough anymore. Observation gave me patterns, but patterns weren't proof, and proof was what I needed, not to win an argument, but to steady myself, to know I wasn't crazy. So I decided to dig deeper, not with confrontation, not with shouting matches or ultimatums, with precision, with patience. I started small, checking the gym bag when she wasn't looking, confirming what I already knew, untouched, pristine, empty. I scanned the receipts left on the counter, noted the gaps in her timeline, the way her phone never left her hand but always flipped face down when I walked by. I wasn't trying to catch her in the act, not yet. I was building something quieter, sharper, a map of her lies. And once I finished it, she wouldn't even realize she'd drawn the whole thing herself. The bag became my anchor. Every evening without fail, it sat by the door like a silent witness. She dropped it there with all the casual confidence of someone who believed in her own story. And every evening when she was gone, I checked. Still empty. No damp towel, no sneakers marked with dust from a treadmill, not even the faint chemical tang of deodorant or the salt of sweat. Just a water bottle half filled from weeks ago, the label starting to peel. It was too clean, too deliberate, like a prop left on stage after the curtain call. I put it back exactly as I found it, never disturbing the illusion. And the more I saw it untouched, the more I realized I didn't need to follow her every night. The truth was already in my hands. That bag wasn't just empty, it was evidence, and it told me more than she ever would. From the outside, nothing had changed. We still ate dinner at the same table, the same plates clinking against the same silverware. We still scrolled through streaming menus, arguing half-heartedly about what to watch, settling on something neither of us cared about. She still hummed while folding laundry, moving through the house like everything was intact. It looked like peace. It sounded like routine, but I could feel the fracture beneath it, sharp as glass under carpet. She thought the rituals kept us safe, that as long as the lights were on and the dishwasher hummed, no one would notice the silence swelling between us. But I noticed. Every laugh was an echo, every smile a mask, every kiss at the door a signature on the lie. We were living in a painting of normalcy, colors bright and still. But I'd already seen the cracks in the canvas, and no amount of routine could cover them. Night after night, I watched the same play unfold. Keys jingling, bag by the door, goodbye kiss, the car pulling away into the dark. At first, I thought I needed to trace her steps, shadow her routes, confirm the lies mile by mile. But the more I watched, the less it mattered. The routine was airtight, too airtight. It wasn't about the gym anymore, or the hours she claimed to be gone. Those were surface details, easy distractions. The truth lived underneath, in the rhythm of her departures, in the glow she carried home, in the way her laughter sounded like lines read from a script. I stopped caring about the destination, stopped following the car, stopped watching the doors she walked through, because I already knew the answer. It wasn't where she went that kept me awake at night. It was why. When silence stops giving you answers, you have to seek them somewhere else. For me, that meant Hannah, Lauren's younger sister. She'd always been around at family gatherings, birthdays, holidays. Sweet girl, mid-20s, too honest for her own good. Lately, though, she couldn't look me in the eye. That told me enough. I sat on the edge of the bed one night, phone heavy in my hand, the glow of the screen cutting through the dark. My thumbs hovered over the keyboard longer than I care to admit. Finally, I typed, "You free for coffee? Just want to talk." The message sent, blue bubble shrinking into silence. Less than a minute later, my phone buzzed. Sure, tomorrow night. That quick, no hesitation. No. I set the phone down, staring at the ceiling fan above me, listening to its steady rhythm. Tomorrow, the script would crack. And this time, she wouldn't be able to control it. The next night, I drove to a diner halfway between her apartment and mine. One of those retro spots that time forgets. Red vinyl booths cracked at the seams, chrome trim dulled by years of grease and coffee. A jukebox in the corner hummed out Elvis, the same 3 songs on repeat, tinny and tired. I slid into a booth near the back, away from the neon glare of the front windows. The waitress dropped a chipped mug in front of me, filled it with coffee I had no intention of drinking. I wrapped my hands around it anyway, letting the heat anchor me. Rain tapped against the glass, streaking the view of headlights sliding by outside. The place smelled like fried onions and old sugar, a mix of comfort and decay. I watched the door, every creak of the hinge pulling my eyes up. I wasn't nervous, I was steady. Because tonight, the silence I'd carried for weeks was finally going to speak. The coffee cooled untouched, steam fading. Elvis crooned heartbreak from the jukebox. I watched the door, knowing sooner or later the truth would walk through it. The bell jingled again. This time, it was her, Hannah. She stepped inside, shoulders hunched slightly, eyes scanning the room before settling on me. The bounce in her step was muted. Her usual bright laugh had thinned, almost fragile, and I noticed how her hands fidgeted with the strap of her bag as she approached. "Ethan," she said softly, voice low enough to almost break under the weight of what she knew. She slid into the booth across from me, and for a moment she hesitated, as if deciding whether she should stay or run. I nodded once, letting her settle. No words, no pressure. The coffee sat between us, forgotten, steam curling lazily in the air. Everything about her tension was a signal I couldn't ignore. The tremor in her fingers, the quick swallow, the dart of her gaze to the floor. She wasn't here to chat, she was here to confess. We started slow. Weather, traffic, the diner's jukebox, anything that wouldn't tip her hand. "New job?" I asked, casually, as if I cared more about the coffee than her answer. "Yeah," she replied, voice soft. "It's okay. Learning a lot." I nodded, listening more than speaking. Every pause, every inflection, every glance she stole toward the window became a piece of the puzzle I'd been building. I let the conversation drift, letting her words fill the space without pressing, giving her room to breathe. Tiny smiles, quiet laughter at nothing, the way she adjusted her sleeve. It all mattered. I could feel her holding back, the tension coiled tight in her chest. Small talk was our camouflage, a way to meet in the middle without revealing the truth too quickly. And in that careful rhythm, I waited, because the moment she let a word slip, it would change everything. After enough small talk to settle the tension, but not enough to feel safe, I leaned forward slightly. The jukebox hummed, rain pressed against the glass. Hannah's hands shook on the napkin. She was about to tell me something that would change not just my marriage, but my entire life. "Hannah," I said, voice low and steady, "I need to ask you something, and I need the truth, not the family version, the real one." Her fingers froze mid-fidget, gripping the napkin on the table. Her eyes met mine, wide, hesitant. I let the silence stretch, giving her space, letting the weight of the question sink in. "It's about Lauren," I continued, calm but unwavering. "Is she seeing someone?" Her lower lip trembled. She swallowed hard, and I could see the conflict warring across her face. My heart didn't race, though. My mind cataloged every micro-expression, every involuntary twitch. Finally, she whispered, almost inaudible, "Okay. Yes." I nodded slowly, letting it land without comment. Silence returned, heavier now, but it wasn't mine alone. The truth had walked into the diner, and it was undeniable. Hannah's words hung between us, fragile, yet undeniable. Lauren had someone else. I didn't flinch. I didn't speak. I just nodded, slow and deliberate, letting the statement sink into the space around us. My fingers rested on the table, tracing the grain of the wood as if anchoring myself to reality. She looked panicked now, eyes darting, searching for a sign of anger or betrayal. "Please, don't tell her I told you," she murmured. She doesn't trust me." I met her gaze steadily. "It stays between us," I said softly. No lecture, no judgment, just clarity. She exhaled, relief and guilt mixing on her face. The tension eased, but it didn't disappear. In that moment, I realized it wasn't just the revelation that mattered. It was the shift, the silent acknowledgement that the patterns I'd been observing were real, and now, confirmed. I didn't shout. I didn't accuse. I didn't reach across the table. I simply breathed, letting Hannah's confessions settle like dust in the diner light. Inside, a storm churned, anger, disappointment, disbelief, but none of it surfaced. Calmness had become my armor, my method of measuring what mattered versus what was noise. The world could tremble around me. I wouldn't. She searched my eyes, looking for a crack, any sign of instability, but I held my composure. Steady jaw, slow blinking, shoulders relaxed. Everything about me said, I am aware, I am watching, but I am not reacting. And in that stillness, I felt the first flicker of clarity. The truth was no longer hidden. It had been spoken, and my silence now carried more weight than any argument, any confrontation could have. I leaned back in the booth, letting her anxiety fill the empty space, while I cataloged every word, every tremor, every hesitation. I let her words hang in the air a moment longer, letting the tension thicken like mist in a cold morning. And then I said it, soft but firm, the kind of statement that cuts through pretense without a shout. Sometimes being good just makes you easier to lie to. Hannah flinched. Not from anger, not from insult, just the weight of truth laid bare. She shifted in her seat, fingers twisting the napkin nervously. I didn't elaborate. I didn't need to. She already understood. Years of me holding back, of trusting too much, of being patient and silent. It had created a space Lauren could exploit. Being good, I realized, wasn't strength. It was vulnerability. And now that I knew, I wasn't going to squander it. My calm wasn't surrender. My silence wasn't weakness. It was preparation for what had to come next. I stood slowly, letting the chair scrape the floor, a quiet punctuation in the muted diner. Hannah watched me, eyes wide, searching for signs I might react, intervene, or explode. But I gave her nothing. I didn't glance at the jukebox, didn't check the rain-streaked window, didn't even take my coffee with me. I walked to the door, the bell jingling faintly behind me, and stepped out into the damp night air. For the first time, I didn't follow her. I didn't tail her route. I didn't track her every move. I had learned enough. The routine, the rehearsals, the tiny inconsistencies, they were pieces of a puzzle I could now study from a distance. I folded the key facts into the ledger in my mind and let the rest go. It wasn't surrender, it was strategy, and it was only the beginning. After that night at the diner, I didn't follow her anymore. No cars in the driveway, no shadows lingering across the street. I stayed home, sitting on the couch, letting the routine unfold without interference. She left for the gym as usual, keys jingling, smile rehearsed, and I didn't move. I didn't tail. I didn't check the street. I simply watched, noting the rhythm of her steps, the tilt of her head, the calculated brightness in her tone. The silence in the house grew thick, almost tangible, but I welcomed it. Every pause, every carefully timed goodbye, every seemingly casual remark became part of the record I was keeping in my mind. I wasn't angry. I wasn't reactive. I was cataloging, analyzing, waiting. The more she performed, the more details revealed themselves. And in that quiet observation, I felt a strange clarity. Her truth was showing itself, piece by piece. That evening she moved through her routine as if rehearsing a play I had front row seats to. Keys in the bowl, shoes by the door, bright smile, casual chatter about her brutal workout. I didn't respond. Not a word. Not a glance beyond the minimal acknowledgement of her presence. I let her fill the house with sound, stories, and laughter she thought was convincing. No reaction. That was the test. No surprise, no suspicion, just observation. Each step, each line, each practiced glance over her shoulder became data I cataloged. Her routines didn't change under pressure. Her story remained polished, but the gaps grew more apparent with every repetition. And in my silence, she gave herself away more than any confrontation ever could. I realized then that waiting, watching, and doing nothing could be more powerful than acting. Her lies were fragile, and I was steady. It didn't take long for the first fissures to appear. The rehearsed cheer in her voice faltered slightly, a beat too long before the practiced smile returned. Her hands, once steady as she tucked keys into her bag, now trembled faintly. I noticed the subtle tension in her shoulders, the way her eyes darted more often to the door than to the room. Each gesture was small, almost imperceptible, but the pattern was undeniable. She was still performing, but the cracks were forming, tiny and deliberate, like spider webs across a window pane. I said nothing. I didn't prompt, didn't question. I just watched, letting the silence act as its own pressure. The calm that had once allowed her to orchestrate her perfect routine now weighed heavy against her. And in that tension, I understood. The performance could no longer sustain itself. I left the house that night without a word, slipping into the quiet streets until I reached a small bar tucked between a barber shop and a shuttered music store. Mark's place. Low lights, cracked stools, a jukebox that never played anything newer than '89. Mark slid a whiskey across. "You look like a man choosing between burning it down and walking away." "Neither," I said. "I'm cataloging." We traded old stories for a while, the harmless kind that scrape rust off memory. Then my phone buzzed. A work alert. Unusual sign-in on my account. Time-stamped 7:42 p.m. I was in the bar at 7:42, phone in my hand, company laptop at home. Mark saw my face change. "Problem?" "Could be nothing," I said. "Or it's the part that makes everything make sense." I paid, stepped into the alley behind the bar, and opened the admin console. A pull request pushed from my machine, not code I wrote. A file name jumped out. Trial balances Q3 clients.zip. Not ours to touch without clearance. Someone had used my login on my hardware inside my house. I called IT. "Flag it and freeze my access," I said. "Assume credential compromise." "By who?" "Start with Cole Barrett," I answered. "Senior dev. Desk 3 rows over. The man who always laughed too loud at jokes no one told. The man I'd seen once, weeks back, wearing the same cologne Lauren carried home." I didn't go home. I drove to the gym instead, the one that had become our church of polite lies. The parking lot was a mirror of wet asphalt and tired neon. I waited with the engine off until I saw him. Cole, hoodie up, swagger casual, the kind of casual you practice. He wasn't coming from a workout. He was walking her to her car. I stepped out. No theatrics, no shouting, just distance closed with purpose. He saw me first, froze. Lauren's smile collapsed like a set piece. "Ethan," Cole said, half grin cracking. "Didn't know you came here." "I don't," I said, "but my credentials do." I held up the work alert on my screen. The timestamp glowed like a siren. Lauren reached for a line, any line. "This isn't—" "It is," I cut in, quiet and precise. "My session, my login. The VPN logs show your device fingerprinting through my endpoint at 7:42, client data you shouldn't have touched, and a cologne I don't wear." Cole's chin lifted, defiant for a beat, then faltered. "She said you never look up," he muttered. "Said your background." I almost smiled. Background sees everything. Security lights flickered. Somewhere inside, treadmills hummed like insects. Lauren's voice turned brittle. "You can't prove any of this." "I don't have to. It can," I said. "Access logs, IP, device ID, the part that doesn't sweat." Cole tried to speak but settled for silence. There's a kind of quiet that isn't mercy. It's inventory. I took it all in, his shoes still clean, her gym bag still light, the stink of a lie dressed as routine. I left them where they stood and drove home. The house greeted me with that practiced peace, but it felt different now, less like camouflage, more like a crime scene already photographed. I powered down my laptop, sealed it in a bag, and set it by the door. Evidence. Morning cut cleanly through the blinds. I didn't pack a suitcase. I packed documents, bank statements, the car title, the mortgage file. Not souvenirs, stakes. The law office smelled like polished wood and coffee that had boiled too long. Richard Hayes listened while I told him only what mattered. "There's an affair," I said, "and there's potential misuse of client data through my account. I want out, quietly, cleanly, safely." "Do you want to pursue the data angle?" he asked. "Only to protect myself," I said. "No spectacle." He slid the forms across. I signed my name with a hand that didn't shake. "You seem remarkably composed," he said. "I already broke," I answered. "This is just the rebuild." "So," he asked, pen poised, "you're filing?" "I am." And just like that, the quiet observation of months began to turn into action. The office smelled of paper, polished wood, and faint coffee, orderly, controlled, unyielding. Richard Hayes sat across from me, hands steepled, eyes calm but attentive. I laid out the story slowly, deliberately, not in bursts of anger or emotion, not with embellishment, just the facts, the gym, the rehearsed routines, the perfume, the empty bag, the small inconsistencies that had piled up into a mountain of evidence. I spoke in pieces, letting each detail settle, each pause heavy with implication. Richard listened, jotting notes, occasionally raising an eyebrow, but saying nothing until I finished. "There's no concrete proof," he said finally, voice neutral. "Nothing digital? No texts? No photos? No call logs?" "No," I replied evenly. "I just want out. Quietly, cleanly." He nodded slowly. The papers on his desk reflected the fluorescent light above, sterile and precise, much like the decision I had made. I wasn't angry. I was resolved. Richard slid the initial forms across the polished desk. I picked up the pen, my hand steady. Every line, every box, every fold felt heavier than the last, but not with regret, with clarity. I didn't hesitate. I traced my name across the paper. Ethan Miller, done, finished. A slow, deliberate signature that sounded louder in my mind than any shout could have. Richard studied me, eyes calm but probing. "You're remarkably composed," he said. I shrugged, almost imperceptibly. "I already broke. This is just the rebuild." The pen clicked against the desk as I set it down, finality echoing like a metronome through the room. No dramatics, no last-minute protests, just the quiet, irreversible act of reclaiming my own life. I stood, shook his hand, and left the office. The sun outside felt different, sharper, warmer, brighter. I wasn't free yet, but I had direction, and for the first time in months, that was enough. As I stepped out into the late afternoon sun, the city felt different, sharper, louder, more alive. I walked a few blocks slowly, letting the warmth hit my face, the sounds of footsteps, car engines, and distant laughter grounding me. I replayed Richard Hayes' words and my own, calm and measured. "I already broke. This is just the rebuild." It wasn't defiance. It wasn't triumph. It was a statement of fact. Months of silent observation, of cataloging lies, of enduring the weight of false calm had broken me down. And signing the papers wasn't an end. It was the first step of constructing something new, something steady. I didn't feel light. I didn't feel liberated. I felt aligned, clear, focused. The rebuild wouldn't be easy. But I had the plan, the resolve, and the knowledge that whatever Lauren did, I wouldn't be caught unaware again. I walked in quietly, keys in hand, the familiar hum of the house greeting me. Lauren was folding laundry, humming softly, but her movements were sharper, more deliberate, as if she was measuring each action against my presence. Her head snapped up when she saw me. For a fraction of a second, her carefully constructed composure faltered. Eyes widened, shoulders stiffened, and her hands trembled just enough to catch my attention. "Where were you?" she asked, voice tight, controlled, trying to mask the panic creeping beneath the surface. I didn't answer. I simply placed my coat on the hook, moving with calm deliberation. The silence stretched, heavy, and I watched as the cracks in her routine began to show. The rehearsed brightness faded slightly. Her gestures, once so practiced, now betrayed tension. Finally, I realized she had begun to understand. The game had shifted, and I was no longer playing. That night, she tried a different approach. Leaning closer on the couch, brushing her hand against mine, her perfume heavy with memory, she whispered about old nights, first dates, anniversaries, the way I used to look at her. Her laughter softened, voice warm, inviting, attempting to fold me back into the comfort of familiarity. She tried to seduce, to spark desire, to remind me of the life we once shared. But I didn't respond. Not with touch, not with a word. I watched her, cataloging every gesture, every tremor, every attempt at connection. Nostalgia was a weapon she wielded carefully, and I recognized it immediately. The more she leaned, the more the tension in her posture betrayed panic. Her performance was unraveling under the weight of truth I had carried silently. I didn't need to act. Her attempts to manipulate the past were no longer enough to reach me. She leaned closer, whispering about old memories, brushing her hand along my arm, trying to stir what once existed between us. The room pulsed with nostalgia, the scent of her perfume heavy in the air. I looked at her calmly, steadily, without a flicker of reaction. "You don't attract me anymore," I said plainly. The words landed like a cold gust of wind. She froze mid-motion, eyes wide, searching for a crack in my composure. There wasn't one. What do you mean?" she whispered, voice trembling. "I mean exactly what I said," I replied slowly. "Physically, emotionally. You've hollowed it all out. There's nothing left for me to reach." Her lips parted, a gasp of disbelief, but no protest followed. My silence was sharper than any argument could have been. In that moment, the power she thought she held slipped entirely from her hands. Her eyes flared with disbelief, then quickly ignited into anger. She stepped closer, voice rising, trembling with frustration. "How dare you?" she hissed. "After everything, after all we've been through." I didn't flinch. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't move. My calm was deliberate, a contrast to the storm she unleashed. "You lost me a long time ago," I said evenly. "This is just the moment you noticed." Her hand shot out, shoving me lightly in the chest, a futile attempt to rattle me. I remained unmoved, steady as stone. She tried words, accusations, reminders of old promises, but I let them pass, cataloging each one without reaction. The power had shifted. No tantrum, no pleading, no seduction could reach me now. Her fury was a reflection of her own loss of control, not of my feelings. Silence, as always, did more than any confrontation ever could. Lauren's chest heaved, every breath shallow and fast. She circled the room, hands clenching and unclenching, her eyes searching mine for any crack in my composure. I didn't give her one. I sat on the edge of the bed, calm, deliberate, letting the silence grow heavy between us. Her gestures, once commanding, now seemed frantic. Every attempt to provoke, to seduce, to manipulate fell flat. "You don't understand," she finally spat, voice sharp, trembling. I only shook my head slightly, calm, steady, observing. Nothing more. She realized then that the control she had relied on for months no longer existed. My detachment wasn't cruelty, it was clarity. The more she panicked, the more the truth asserted itself. I wasn't reacting because I didn't need to. The silence I maintained had weight, and it spoke louder than any argument ever could. She had lost her audience. I had regained myself. The next morning, I found her in the kitchen, face set, lips pressed in a thin line. She dropped a stack of papers onto the table with a sharp slap. My eyes followed the movement, catching the title page. Petition for divorce. Her name, her signature. "I'm done playing games," she said, voice tight, controlled, as if daring me to react. I studied her for a moment, taking in the shake in her jaw, the twitch in her left eye, the way her posture screamed tension disguised as strength. "You think you're the only one who can end things?" she challenged. I looked down at the papers, then back at her, calm and measured. "Fine. You want cold? I can be cold." It wasn't shock I felt. It wasn't fear. It was a quiet acknowledgement. She had finally made a move. But the power she thought she held? That had already slipped. I let my eyes linger on hers for a moment, taking in the flicker of surprise that passed too quickly for her to mask. Then, slowly, deliberately, I reached into my bag and pulled out a second stack of papers. my own. Signed, stamped, ready. I placed them beside hers on the table with calm precision. "I've been ready," I said softly, measured, letting the weight of the words settle between us. She froze, mouth slightly open, a mixture of disbelief and rising panic in her eyes. The performance she had perfected over weeks, every smile, every rehearsed story, every carefully timed exit, cracked under the pressure of reality. For the first time, the tables had turned completely. The script was no longer hers to control. I wasn't angry, I wasn't vindictive. I was simply steady, deliberate, and finished with the pretense. She was left to gather the pieces alone. Her hands shot out, grabbing both stacks of papers and sweeping them to the floor. Pages fluttered like dying birds, edges curling, signatures smeared by trembling fingers. "This was never real to you, was it?" she screamed, voice sharp, breaking against the quiet of the room. "You're enjoying this, watching me fall apart." I didn't flinch. I didn't raise my voice. I crouched, picking up one page she had missed, my signature still crisp at the bottom. "You keep thinking everything is a performance," I said softly, each word deliberate, every move a bluff. But not this time. She sank to her knees, gathering torn papers, sobbing into her hands. Her chest heaved, shaking, desperate to reclaim the control she had lost. I remained standing, steady, calm, a silent observer to the collapse of a life built on rehearsal rather than truth. The storm raged, but I didn't move. Her sobs subsided into whispered pleas. "I don't want to lose you," she murmured, voice fragile, breaking through the heavy air. I looked down at her, calm, steady, unmoved. No anger, no sorrow, no flicker of past attachment, only clarity. "You already did," I said simply, my tone even, unshaken. "You just didn't feel it until now." Her hands froze mid-motion, the torn papers scattered around her forming a chaotic pattern of desperation. She searched my eyes for any sign of concession, any spark of old attachment, but found none. I didn't step closer. I didn't speak again. I let her realize fully that the control she thought she had, the power of her pleas, was gone. Her grip on the narrative had crumbled. My calm wasn't cruelty, it was finality. She had to understand, the life we shared was no longer mine to return to, and I wouldn't. The courtroom smelled of polished wood and faint paper, sterile and unforgiving. Fluorescent lights cast a harsh glare, making every face sharper, every expression more revealing. Lauren sat 2 rows ahead, her lawyer at her side, composed but distant. I took my seat, chest steady, hands resting lightly on the bench. The silence felt heavier than any argument I had endured at home. Hannah stepped up to the witness stand, fingers trembling slightly as she gripped the edge. Her eyes met mine briefly, and I gave the smallest nod, enough to signal that I was ready, steady, and that her voice mattered. "I wasn't trying to ruin anything," she said quietly. "I didn't want to be in the middle, but Lauren, she told me things I shouldn't have known." The lawyer asked for clarification. Hannah glanced at her sister. "Yes," she said softly. "She was seeing someone else." The room grew still. The truth had entered the official record. The proceedings moved faster than I expected. No heated arguments, no disputes over assets, no battles over furniture, no fight for trivial claims. Lauren sat composed, gray suit muted against the sterile tones of the courtroom, her gaze fixed ahead. I kept mine steady, observing, noting, cataloging every small reaction, every micro-expression. Hannah's testimony had left little room for ambiguity. The affair confirmed, the lies documented, the narrative set. Signatures were collected, stamps pressed into paper, and formal acknowledgement of an ending that had burned slowly for months was complete. When it was over, I stepped out into the late afternoon sun. The city felt brighter, more alive, but I didn't feel triumphant or bitter. I didn't shout. I didn't celebrate. I just walked, aware of the stillness around me. The divorce was official. The house of lies dissolved, and I felt clean, quietly, deliberately, finally free. The courtroom's fluorescent lights still lingered in my eyes as I stepped out, the stark brightness clinging to my vision like a reminder. The chairs, neutral tones, and stiff backs had pressed fatigue into my muscles, leaving a weight I hadn't realized I carried. At the old bookstore cafe, I sat on the crooked stool by the window, cinnamon and paper in the air. Outside, life moved on. For the first time in months, so did I. I wasn't triumphant. I was clean. Sitting on that crooked stool, the aroma of paper and cinnamon filling the air, I let myself breathe for the first time in months. No one outside knew the storm that had passed, the meticulous observation, the quiet endurance. And that was fine. It never needed an audience. The city moved on, streets filled with ordinary people, their mundane lives pressing forward, unbothered by the weight I had carried. I watched them, feeling the freedom to exist outside of pretense, outside of expectation, outside of a life built on lies. The coffee in my hands, the soft hum of conversation, the light filtering through the window, they weren't just comfort. They were markers of clarity, of control, of a life I could finally reclaim for myself. I wasn't triumphant. I wasn't broken. I was whole. I leaned back in the crooked bookstore stool, hands wrapped around the warm mug of coffee, letting the hum of life outside wash over me. Months of observation, of silent endurance, of cataloging lies, all of it had led to this quiet moment. The victory wasn't in revenge. It wasn't in confrontation or dramatic spectacle. It was in taking back control, in refusing to participate in someone else's performance, in finally letting go of the illusion, the routine, the rehearsed smiles. Because when you stop performing, the story changes, the power shifts. The weight of expectation, manipulation, and deceit falls away. I didn't need to shout, to punish, or to justify. I simply existed, free of the scripts that once dictated my life. If you lived through betrayal, would you rebuild or take a clean break? Comment your choice. The silence isn't empty, it's liberation. I didn't yell. I didn't even call her name. The laptop was already open on the coffee table, the screen glowing in the dim light. One frame frozen in time. Emily, on our porch, standing far too close to someone who wasn't me, his hand on her back, her face lit up in a smile I hadn't seen in months. I sat there, motionless, staring at the paused video like it might burn a hole straight through me. Every second felt stretched, like the room itself was holding its breath. My heart wasn't racing anymore. It had done that hours ago when I first found the footage. Now I was steady, too steady, the kind of calm that only comes after you've already broken. I heard the sound of keys in the door. Emily's voice floated in, cheerful, unsuspecting. She had no idea what waited for her in this room, no idea that everything she thought was safe was seconds away from collapsing. The door swung open, and Emily walked in humming to herself. She kicked her shoes off, let her bag slide to the floor, and flashed me that easy smile, the one that used to feel like home. For a split second, if you didn't know what was waiting on the laptop, you'd think this was just another ordinary night. She stretched her arms, pulled her hoodie loose, and sighed. "God, I'm starving," she laughed, moving toward the kitchen. Her voice carried that familiar warmth, and it stung. Because I knew what was frozen on that screen inches away from her. She finally noticed me, sitting too still, too quiet. "What's going on?" she asked, half curious, half teasing. Her eyes flicked toward the glow of the laptop, but she didn't yet see what it was. I said nothing. I just sat there. She took one careless step closer to the truth she couldn't escape. I didn't answer her. My silence must have felt strange because she tilted her head, eyebrows lifting in that playful way she used to charm me. "Michael?" she asked, still smiling. I turned the laptop toward her and pressed play. I thought I knew what I'd hear. I didn't. The room filled with the faint, grainy glow of our backyard camera. At first it looked harmless, two figures stepping into the porch light. Then the laughter hit, sharp and undeniable. His laugh, her laugh, together. Emily froze mid-step, her smile collapsing before my eyes. She bent slightly, like her knees had weakened, eyes locked on the screen. For a moment she tried to keep her face neutral, but I saw it, the panic rising in her throat, the way her fingers twitched as if she wanted to slam the laptop shut. I stayed perfectly still. The only sound was the recording, their voices, their whispers, repeating in my living room like a sentence being carried out. The camera angle widened, showing the backyard I had mowed 100 times, the porch where we drank coffee on Sunday mornings. Now it was a stage for something I was never meant to see. There they were, Emily and Jason, stumbling in from the side gate, laughing too hard, like the world belonged only to them. She brushed against his arm, leaned into him as if it was the most natural thing in the world. His hand found the small of her back, and she didn't move away. The porch light caught their faces perfectly. His grin wide, her smile brighter than it had been with me in months. They looked comfortable, familiar, like this wasn't the first time. My stomach tightened, but I stayed silent. Emily's breathing grew shallow beside me. I didn't look at her. I didn't need to. I just let the video run, the proof unfolding frame by frame, with no room left for excuses. I didn't need to look at her to know. I could feel the shift in the air, the way her body locked up beside me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her knees bend slightly, like the strength had drained right out of them. She sank slowly onto the couch, hands hovering uselessly in her lap, eyes glued to the screen. Her smile gone. In its place, a hollow expression, as if she'd been caught in a nightmare she couldn't wake from. She tried for a second to keep her face blank, but the panic betrayed her, crawling up her neck in a red flush. I stayed standing. My silence pressed down heavier than any words could. The laughter from the video spilled into the room, cruel, undeniable, making the present moment unbearable. Emily whispered something, too soft to catch. Her lips trembled, but whatever excuse she was reaching for died before it left her mouth. My chest ached, but not the way it had at 3 a.m. when I first found the footage. Back then, the shock had hit me like a hammer, heart racing, stomach twisting until I thought I'd throw up. Tonight, it was different. Tonight, the pain had settled into something colder, heavier, like a stone lodged in my chest, crushing every breath. I watched her on the screen, laughing, leaning into him, and every second tore another piece off the man I thought I was, the husband who trusted, the fool who believed. Each sound from the speakers stabbed deeper, her giggle, his whisper, their voices tangled together in a way that used to be ours. I didn't yell. I didn't ask her why. I just stood there, letting the betrayal loop through me, again and again, until there was nothing left but the dull, unbearable certainty. The woman I loved had chosen someone else. The footage shifted, the grainy angle jumping as they moved inside. My kitchen. The place where Emily and I cooked Sunday breakfasts, where we argued over groceries, where we kissed goodnight under dim light. Now, I was watching it turned into something unrecognizable. Jason leaned against the counter, close, too close, and Emily stood in front of him, smiling like she belonged there. She reached for a bottle on the counter, clumsy with laughter, nearly knocking it over. He steadied her with one hand, his face inches from hers. I felt my stomach twist, but I didn't move. My hands stayed steady, my body frozen in place. Emily beside me shifted in her seat, whispering, "Please, Michael, can we stop this?" Her voice was fragile, almost breaking. I didn't answer. The recording kept playing, filling the room with laughter that didn't belong to us anymore. "Michael, please," Emily whispered, her hands clutched together in her lap. Her eyes darted between me and the screen, wide and desperate. "I get it. I know what it looks like. Just, please, turn it off." I didn't move. The footage kept rolling, their voices spilling into the living room like poison. Jason's low laugh, her lighter one layered over it. It was unbearable, and yet I forced myself to stand there. She reached toward the laptop as if to close it herself, but stopped short, her fingers trembling inches from the keyboard. She didn't dare touch it, not with me standing there. "I can't watch this," she said, shaking her head, tears brimming. Her voice cracked on the last word. I stayed silent, my eyes locked on the screen. Let her feel every second, I thought. Let her live in the same hell I had when I first saw it, alone at 3 a.m. The clip ended, the screen fading to black for half a second before restarting. I had set it to loop. This time, the silence would do the talking. The laughter came back instantly, echoing through the room like a cruel reminder. Emily flinched at the sound of her own voice, covering her face with both hands. "No, no, please, not again," she whispered through shaking fingers. But the video didn't care. It repeated, frame by frame, every smile, every touch, every stolen whisper. She turned toward me, her eyes red, searching for mercy, but I gave her none. My silence was deliberate, heavier than shouting, heavier than rage. I wanted her to feel the weight of it, the way it had crushed me when I watched alone. Each replay stripped away her defenses until all that was left was raw panic and shame, and still, I didn't reach for the laptop. I let it play. Again and again. I let the video play one last time before snapping the laptop shut. The sound cut off, leaving the room hollow and tense. Emily reached out, almost begging, but I stepped back. That was the first moment she looked afraid, not of me, but of the finality in my face. I grabbed my keys from the counter without a word. Leaving wasn't revenge, it was the only way to breathe. Her voice cracked behind me, calling my name, but I didn't turn around. I wanted her to sit in that silence, to sit with the image of herself burned into her memory. The cold air hit me as I stepped outside. My chest tightened, but at the same time I could finally breathe. I slid behind the wheel and started the engine. The headlights cut through the dark street and I pulled away, leaving the house and her behind. No destination. Just miles of empty road waiting to swallow the anger I couldn't escape. The highway was a tunnel of black and sodium light. I drove because sitting still hurt worse. Her laugh kept bleeding through the engine's hum, a loop I couldn't mute. Every mile only stretched the silence thinner, until it felt like skin about to tear. After what felt like hours, I spotted the glowing neon sign of an all-night diner off the highway. The parking lot was nearly empty, just a couple of trucks lined up at the far end. I pulled in and cut the engine, but I didn't go inside. The sudden silence was deafening. No engine, no road noise, just the faint buzz of the neon sign flickering above the diner door. I sat there gripping the steering wheel, staring at my own reflection in the windshield. My face looked older, harder, like I'd aged years in a single night. The man looking back at me wasn't the husband who kissed his wife goodbye in the mornings. He was the last one to know, the fool left holding pieces of a marriage that wasn't real anymore. I leaned back in the seat, the smell of old coffee drifting faintly from inside the diner. But I wasn't hungry. I was hollow. The windshield stared back at me, turning the dark interior of my car into a mirror. For a long time, I just looked at myself. Jaw tight, eyes hollow, shoulders slumped like I was carrying a weight I couldn't set down. That reflection didn't look like a husband. It didn't even look like me. It looked like a stranger who had been left out of his own story. Emily had known the truth. Jason had known. Maybe even the friends who saw her texting late at night, laughing at something she didn't share. Everyone else was in on the secret, whether they meant to be or not. And me? I was the last to know. The fool sitting in a dark car at 2 a.m, staring at himself and wondering when exactly his life had stopped being his. I touched the glass, half expecting the man on the other side to answer. He didn't. I pulled my phone from the cup holder, my thumb hovering over the screen like I was about to do something dangerous. The security app was still open, the footage queued up. Part of me wanted to throw the phone out the window, smash it on the asphalt, anything to make the images disappear. But instead, I pressed play. There it was again. Our porch, the glow of the light, her laughter. Only now it was worse, because I was watching it by choice. I swiped, switched camera angles. One caught them from the side gate, another from the kitchen. Different angles of the same betrayal, like I was a director reviewing a film I never wanted to shoot. Every rewind was a knife. Every replay carved the same wound deeper. My chest tightened, my stomach turned, but I couldn't stop. I needed to see it all, every detail, as if knowing the whole picture could somehow make sense of the wreckage. Hours passed, though I couldn't have said how many. The road blurred, the diner faded in my rear view, and still the images clung to me like shadows I couldn't shake. Her laugh, his hand, the porch light catching them too perfectly, over and over until the sound felt carved into my bones. I drove through towns I didn't know, past gas stations glowing under fluorescent lights, past empty intersections where the red light changed for no one. The world moved on like nothing had happened, while I sat trapped in the same moment on a loop. By the time the horizon began to pale, I felt hollowed out. The anger had burned away, the grief had wrung me dry. What was left wasn't peace. It was exhaustion, a kind of numb clarity that scared me more than rage ever could. The night hadn't ended. It had simply drained me until there was nothing left but silence inside. By the time I finally pulled into the driveway, the sun was already high. The house looked the same from the outside, quiet, ordinary, like nothing had happened. But my chest tightened as I stepped out of the car. Nothing inside those walls would ever be ordinary again. I unlocked the door and pushed it open. The living room was dim, curtains half drawn, and there she was. Emily sat curled on the couch, still in the same clothes from the night before. Her face was pale, her eyes swollen and red, like she hadn't slept a single minute. She sat up quickly when she saw me, almost startled, almost relieved. "Michael," her voice cracked, thin and unsteady. I didn't answer. I dropped my bag by the door, scanning the room that suddenly felt smaller, heavier. She looked at me like she was waiting for a verdict, but I wasn't ready to give her one. Not yet. For a long moment, the only sound in the room was the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. Emily shifted on the couch, her arms wrapped tightly around herself as if she could hold her body together. I stood there watching her, my jaw clenched so tight it hurt. Finally, the words slipped out, low and flat. "How long?" Her eyes widened, as if she hadn't expected me to speak at all. She opened her mouth, closed it again, then looked down at her hands twisting nervously in her lap. It was a mistake," she stammered. "It only happened once. It doesn't mean anything." I let out a bitter laugh, short and sharp, startling even myself. The sound seemed to echo in the room. "Once?" I said, my voice edged with disbelief. "That's your answer?" She flinched, and that tiny movement told me more than her words ever could. "It was only one time," Emily said quickly, almost rehearsed, like if she said it fast enough I might believe her. Her eyes darted up to mine, then away just as fast, as though she couldn't bear the weight of my stare. "It didn't mean anything," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I swear, Michael, it was a mistake and I hate myself for it." I laughed again, a sharp, bitter sound that cut through the room. "One time?" My tone made her flinch. "You said his name on the porch like you've said it before." She froze, her lips parting, no words coming out. That split second of hesitation, that flicker in her eyes, it told me more than any confession could. "One time doesn't look like familiarity," I said, pacing now, the walls closing in. "One time doesn't explain the late nights, the secrets, the way you've been somewhere else for months." Her words, just once, echoed in my head. But the more I replayed our past months, the more cracks appeared. The details screamed louder than her excuses. I remembered the sudden interest in her phone, how she carried it everywhere, even into the bathroom, always face down on the counter. I remembered the night she came home late, smelling faintly of cologne that wasn't mine, and the way she smiled to herself, a secret flicker, when she thought I wasn't looking. "One time?" I repeated, shaking my head. "Then why did you save his number under a fake name? Why did you start working late 3 nights a week? Why did you stop looking at me like I was in the room?" Emily's face crumpled. She pressed her lips together, as if holding back the truth could somehow protect her. But it was already too late. I had seen enough. I had connected the dots she thought I'd never notice. Emily's eyes welled, and her voice rose, desperate, reaching for something, anything, that might soften the truth. "I was lonely, Michael," she said, almost a shout but breaking in the middle. "You've been so busy, always working late, always tired when you came home. I felt invisible, like we were just roommates sharing the same house." Her words hung in the air, heavy, dangerous. I stared at her, stunned at the audacity. "So what?" I said, my voice low but sharp. "That gives you permission to find someone else? To let another man put his hands on you in our kitchen?" She shook her head, tears spilling down her face. "I didn't plan it. It just happened. I needed to feel wanted again. I needed to feel seen." I clenched my fists, the anger bubbling hot again. She wanted me to carry the blame. She wanted my absence to excuse her betrayal. "Don't," I snapped, louder than I meant to. My voice cut through the room, and Emily flinched like I'd struck her. "Don't you dare put this on me." I stepped closer, my hands shaking now, not from fear, but from fury I could barely hold in. Yes, I worked late. Yes, I was tired. But I did it for us, for this house, for the life we built together. You don't get to take my effort and twist it into your excuse. Her tears came harder, streaming down her face as she shook her head. I'm not trying to— You are, I cut her off, my tone like steel. You're trying to rewrite this story so you're the victim. But you're not, Emily. Not this time. She wrapped her arms around herself, shrinking under the weight of my words. And for the first time I saw it. She wasn't just ashamed. She was scared. Emily's voice broke as she stepped toward me, her arms outstretched like she could close the distance with a touch. Michael, please, she whispered. I still love you. I don't want to lose you. The words hung in the air, fragile, desperate. Her face was streaked with tears, her hands trembling as if reaching for something already gone. I stared at her, trying to feel something, anything, that might make those words mean what they used to. But all I felt was the weight of the video still echoing in my head, her laugh with him, her smile that wasn't mine anymore. You love me? I asked, my voice flat, almost hollow. Then how did you give that smile to someone else? She gasped, covering her mouth as if the truth had just landed heavier than she expected. It was a mistake, she said again, her voice almost lost. But my love for you is real. I walked over to the coffee table and picked up the laptop. Emily's eyes followed me, wide and confused, her tears still wet on her face. She must have thought I was about to close it, maybe even comfort her. But that wasn't what I had in mind. With a few clicks, the footage pulled up again. The porch, the kitchen, her smile that wasn't mine. My chest tightened, but my hands stayed steady. I navigated to the cloud storage, hovered over the files, and hit delete. Emily gasped, covering her mouth. You're forgiving me? She asked, her voice trembling, hope flickering like a candle about to go out. I turned to her, my eyes cold. No, I'm not erasing this for you. I'm erasing it for me. I don't need to watch it again. Once was enough. Her shoulders collapsed, the hope draining from her face. She finally understood. This wasn't mercy. It was survival. I closed the laptop with a snap, the sound echoing through the quiet room. Emily stood frozen, her lips parted as if she wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. Her eyes searched mine for something. Anger, forgiveness, anything to hold on to. But I gave her nothing. Without speaking, I went to the bedroom and pulled a bag from the closet. I shoved in clothes, toiletries, whatever I could grab without looking at her. I could feel her presence in the doorway, small and trembling, but I refused to meet her eyes. Michael, she whispered, her voice breaking. Please, don't leave me like this. I zipped the bag, slung it over my shoulder, and walked past her. Her hand twitched like she wanted to reach out, to stop me, but she didn't. She just stood there, tears streaming. I opened the front door, stepped into the cold night, and let it close behind me, leaving her in the silence she had created. I didn't go far, just across town to my friend Daniel's apartment. He opened the door in sweatpants, rubbing sleep from his eyes, but one look at me and he didn't ask questions. He just stepped aside and let me in. The place was small, 2 bedrooms, a couch that had seen better days, but to me it felt like a lifeboat. I dropped my bag on the floor and sat down heavily, the cushions sinking under my weight. Daniel hovered nearby, cautious. You okay? He asked quietly. I shook my head, unable to form words. The truth was too heavy to spill, too raw to share. He didn't push. He just handed me a blanket, muttered something about the coffee being fresh in the morning, and left me alone. I lay there staring at the ceiling, the city sounds muffled through the window. For the first time in years, I wasn't in my own bed, and I wasn't sure I'd ever go back. I hadn't even closed my eyes when my phone lit up on the coffee table. One vibration, then another, then a call. Emily. I turned the screen face down, but it didn't matter. The buzzing kept coming in waves, calls, voicemails, text after text. Each chime cut through the silence of the apartment like a blade. I tried to ignore it, pulling the blanket over my head, but the glow from the screen burned through the fabric, relentless. Missed calls stacked one on top of the other. Notifications filled the screen until it looked like a wall of her name. Daniel peeked out of his room once, his face concerned. "You gonna answer that?" he asked softly. I shook my head. The phone buzzed again, and again. No matter how far I'd run, her voice was still chasing me, clawing at the edges of the night. By the second day, I stopped fighting it. Curiosity, anger, whatever it was, made me pick up the phone and scroll. Her messages were long, frantic paragraphs broken by short, pleading lines. "I can't eat. I can't sleep. Please answer me. You're all I have. Don't shut me out. I'm sorry. I'll do anything to fix this." In between the apologies, there were voice notes, her breathing ragged, her words tumbling out in gasps. "Michael, please, I made a mistake. I hate myself. Just let me explain. Just tell me you're coming home." I sat on the couch, the screen glowing in my hands, my chest tightening with every word. She wanted me to believe her regret was enough, but all I could see was her face on that video, smiling in a way she hadn't smiled at me in months. Her guilt didn't erase the images. If anything, it made them sharper. I kept scrolling, message after message, her words stacking on top of each other like bricks in a wall. She begged, she confessed, she promised. The tone shifted with every hour, sometimes frantic, sometimes soft, sometimes almost angry at herself. I read them all, every word, but my thumbs never moved to type a response. I couldn't give her that. Not yet. Maybe not ever. The silence between us was my only weapon, and I held it tight. I wanted her to feel what I had felt, that crushing loneliness of sitting in the dark with nothing but the sound of betrayal looping in your ears. At night, my phone lit up on the table, buzzing against the wood, and I just lay there staring at the ceiling. Daniel asked once if I was going to answer her. I shook my head. Sometimes the loudest thing you can say is nothing at all. On the fourth day, the buzzing stopped. No calls, no texts, just silence. For a moment, I thought maybe she'd finally given up. Maybe she'd realized I wasn't ready, that I needed distance. Then came the knock on the door. Some truths don't text first. Daniel glanced at me from the kitchen, brows furrowed. We weren't expecting anyone. The knock came again, softer this time, almost hesitant. My stomach sank before I even moved. When I opened the door, there she was. Emily. Her hair unwashed, her hoodie the same one she'd worn that night. Her eyes were swollen, ringed with dark shadows like she hadn't slept since I left. She didn't try to push past me. She just stood on the doorstep, arms wrapped around herself, looking small in a way I'd never seen before. "Please," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Just hear me out." My hand lingered on the frame, gripping it so hard my knuckles ached. Part of me wanted to slam the door, lock it, and let the silence speak for me. But I didn't. I couldn't. Emily stood there, eyes shining with unshed tears, breathing shallow like she was afraid even the air might give way. She looked so small, so wrecked, that the anger in me cracked just enough to let something else slip through. Pity, maybe, or exhaustion. Slowly I stepped back and pulled the door wider. Her shoulders dropped, a shaky breath escaping her lips as she crossed the threshold. She didn't move far, just a few hesitant steps into the living room. Her eyes darted around, landing on the couch where I'd been sleeping, the blanket still rumpled. Daniel disappeared into the kitchen, giving us space, and suddenly it was just the two of us again. Two people standing in the wreckage of what used to be a marriage. Emily lowered herself onto the edge of the couch like it might collapse beneath her. She perched there stiff and trembling, her knees pressed together, her fingers knotting in the sleeves of her hoodie. She couldn't keep still. Her leg bounced once, then stilled, then started again. I stayed standing, arms crossed, watching her from a distance. I wasn't ready to sit beside her, not yet. The gap between us felt like miles, and maybe it was. She opened her mouth, closed it, then tried again. No words came out, just a shaky exhale that seemed to deflate her chest. Finally, her eyes lifted to mine, red and swollen. "I ended it," she whispered. The words cracked on her tongue. "With him. It's over." Ending it is not the same as undoing it. She said it like it was supposed to fix something, like cutting the cord now could erase everything I'd already seen. But her voice trembled, and even she didn't sound convinced. Emily's hands twisted in her lap as she forced the words out again, louder this time, like she needed me to believe them. "I told him it's over. I told him never to contact me again." Her voice cracked halfway through, but she pushed on. I blocked his number. I deleted everything. I swear, Michael, it's finished. She leaned forward, desperate, searching my face for some sign of relief, some flicker that her effort mattered. But I gave her nothing. I stayed rooted to the floor, arms crossed, the weight of her words falling flat against me. It was a mistake, she added quickly, her eyes wet. A terrible mistake. I know I ruined everything, but it's done now. He's out of my life. I studied her, the tremor in her hands, the uneven rhythm of her breath. Maybe she thought ending it would make the betrayal easier to swallow. But to me, it was just too late. Emily wiped at her eyes with the sleeve of her hoodie, her voice trembling as she tried to form sentences. I didn't plan it, Michael. I swear I didn't wake up one day and decide to betray you. She shook her head, the words spilling fast, uneven. I felt invisible, she said, clutching her chest as if the word itself hurt. We stopped talking, stopped laughing. You were always buried in work, and I told myself it was fine, that it was just a phase. But then Jason was there. He noticed me. He made me feel like I mattered. She looked down at her hands, twisting them together, ashamed. It wasn't love. It wasn't even real. It was weakness. Mine. And the second it happened, I knew I had destroyed everything that was real. Her voice broke on that last word, and the room fell heavy again. She wanted me to believe the affair was about loneliness, not love. I let her words wash over me, but they didn't sink in. Every sentence sounded like noise, like the hum of traffic outside a window you can't quite shut. Maybe once those words, lonely, invisible, wanted, would have meant something. But now they just felt like excuses dressed up as grief. I stared at her, this woman I had built a life with, and all I felt was nothing. No spark of anger, no flicker of hope, just a hollow space where trust used to live. I wanted to feel something, anything, rage, pity, love, but it was like the well had run dry. Her tears couldn't reach me anymore. Her explanations couldn't touch what she had broken. She searched my face for a reaction, but I gave her none, because the truth was, there was nothing left inside me to give. Only silence, only the emptiness she had carved into me. Emily's body shook as the words tumbled out of her. She buried her face in her hands, her shoulders rising and falling with every sob. The sound filled the room, raw and jagged, cutting through the silence I had built around myself. "Please, Michael," she cried, her voice cracking. "Don't let this be the end. I'll do anything. Counseling, therapy, whatever it takes. Just don't walk away from us." She dropped to her knees in front of me, clutching at my hands, but I pulled them back, refusing to let her touch soften me. "I swear I'll change," she whispered, desperate, her tears wetting the floor between us. "I'll prove it to you. I'll spend the rest of my life proving it. Just give me a chance." Her words spilled like a flood, drowning the air around us. But all I felt was the weight of the silence I refused to break. I finally spoke, my voice calm but sharp enough to cut. "You broke something in me, Emily." She froze mid-sob, her red, swollen eyes snapping up to mine. I didn't raise my voice, but every word carried more weight than shouting ever could. "It wasn't just a mistake," I continued. "It wasn't just one night. It was every smile you gave him that you stopped giving me, every excuse, every time I trusted you when I shouldn't have had to doubt." I took a slow breath, the kind you take when you're trying to steady a shaking hand. "And now, whatever we had, whatever made me believe we were untouchable, it's gone. You can apologize until your throat is raw, but it doesn't change the fact that you shattered something I don't know how to put back together." Her lips trembled, no words coming out, only tears. And for once, she didn't try to deny it. Emily's chest heaved as she wiped at her face, her hands trembling so badly she could barely steady herself. "Then let me fix it," she whispered, her voice hoarse from crying. "Please, Michael. I know I broke you. I know I destroyed what we had, but I'll spend the rest of my life putting it back together." She leaned forward, her knees pressed against the floor, her eyes locked on mine with a kind of raw desperation I'd never seen before. "Don't shut me out. Don't end us here. Give me a chance to fight for you, for us. I'll do the therapy, the counseling, whatever you want. Just tell me what to do, and I'll do it." Her hands hovered in the air like she wanted to reach for me but didn't dare. For once, there were no excuses on her lips, no blame, only surrender, only the plea of a woman terrified of losing everything. I didn't move. I didn't speak. Her words hung between us like smoke, heavy and suffocating, waiting for me to clear the air. But I couldn't. Not yet. Emily's eyes searched mine, desperate for a nod, a whisper, anything she could cling to. All I gave her was silence. My arms stayed crossed, my jaw locked, my face unreadable. The seconds stretched, unbearable. She broke first, her voice trembling as she whispered, "Say something. Please, Michael. Anything." I shook my head slowly. "I don't have an answer for you." Sometimes not choosing is the cruelest choice. My tone was flat, stripped of anger, stripped of pity, just empty truth. Her face crumpled, the last flicker of hope dimming in her eyes. She wanted certainty, forgiveness or finality, anything but this. But all I could give her was the same thing I had been living with since that night: uncertainty, silence, and a wound that had no words. That night, I lay on Daniel's couch, staring at the ceiling, the city lights bleeding faintly through the blinds. My body was exhausted, but my mind refused to shut down. Every time I closed my eyes, the images returned: the porch light, her laugh, his hand on her back. They looped endlessly, cruel and vivid, like the video was burned into the inside of my eyelids. I turned over, pulling the blanket tighter, but there was no escaping it. Even in silence, I could still hear her voice, soft and secret, meant for someone who wasn't me. More than the betrayal itself, it was the trust I mourned, the trust I thought was unshakable, the foundation of everything we had built. That was gone now, shattered in a way that no apology could rebuild overnight. Sleep never came. Only the weight of absence, the ache of knowing the woman beside me for years was suddenly a stranger. A full week passed before I let myself drive back to the house. I wasn't going home. I was going back to the scene. 7 nights on Daniel's couch, 7 mornings staring at my phone, circling the same questions over and over until they blurred together. Was there anything left to save, or was I just delaying the inevitable? When I finally pulled into the driveway, the sight of her car made my chest tighten. The house looked quiet, lifeless. My hands gripped the steering wheel longer than they needed to, like I could hold off time by refusing to move. Eventually, I forced myself out of the car. The key felt heavier than it used to as I slid it into the lock and pushed the door open. The air inside was still. On the couch, under a blanket, Emily was curled up, fast asleep. An empty mug of tea sat on the table beside her. Even in sleep, she looked wrecked, like the week had torn her apart as much as it had me. Emily stirred when the door clicked shut behind me. She blinked up, disoriented, then sat up fast, brushing hair out of her face. The blanket slipped from her shoulders. "You came back," she whispered, almost afraid the words would scare me off again. I didn't answer. I set my bag down by the door and kept my distance. She rushed to fill the silence. "I've been to therapy," she said quickly, her words tumbling over each other. 2 sessions already. I know that doesn't erase anything, but I need you to know I'm trying. I'm not just saying I'll change, I'm doing it." She leaned forward, eyes searching mine for the smallest flicker of hope. "The counselor said it's going to take time, that I have to rebuild trust one step at a time. I'll do it, Michael. Every step. I'll do whatever it takes." Her voice trembled, but for the first time I believed she meant it. Emily reached over to the coffee table, her hands trembling as she picked up a folded piece of paper. She held it out to me like it weighed more than she could carry. "I wrote this," she said softly. "I couldn't get the words out when you were gone. So, I wrote them down." I hesitated, staring at the letter in her hands. For years we had shared everything face to face. The fact that she had to turn to paper felt like proof of the distance between us. Still, I took it. The paper was creased, the handwriting shaky on the outside where she had scrawled my name. She watched me with wide, unblinking eyes, her chest rising and falling like she was bracing for impact. I didn't open it yet. Instead, I set it on the table beside me. Her shoulders slumped, but she said nothing. The silence between us was louder than any confession. After a long silence, I picked up the folded paper and opened it. The handwriting inside was uneven, shaky, like every word had cost her something. I read slowly, my eyes tracing each line. "I betrayed you. I don't deserve your forgiveness. I hate myself for what I did, and I hate that I hurt the one person who ever truly loved me. I can't take it back, but I can promise I will spend every day proving I am not that woman anymore. The words blurred as my chest tightened, but I kept going. I felt lost, invisible, but that is no excuse. I chose wrong. I chose weakness. And I know I broke something in you that may never heal. Still, I will fight for you, even if you never look at me the same again. Promises don't glue porcelain. Work does. When I reached the end, my hands shook. The letter was honest, brutal, without excuses, and it hurt more because of it. I set the letter down slowly, rubbing my face with both hands. My chest ached, not with rage this time, but with something heavier, grief. The words were raw, stripped of excuses, but they didn't erase what I'd seen. They didn't erase the sound of her laughter in another man's arms. I looked at Emily across the room, her eyes swollen, her body folded in on itself like she was bracing for a blow. And then, without warning, memories cut through me. The nights we danced barefoot in the kitchen, the way she held my hand at my father's funeral, the sound of her laugh when it belonged only to me. Past and present collided so violently it made me dizzy. She was both women at once, the one who built a life with me, and the one who tore it apart. I didn't know which version I was looking at now, and that uncertainty was its own kind of torture. I closed my eyes, hoping for silence, but my mind betrayed me. One moment, I saw Emily barefoot in the kitchen, swaying to a song only we could hear, her laughter soft against my chest. The next, that same kitchen flashed in my head, the grainy footage of her pressed against the counter, smiling at him, not me. I remembered her hand clutching mine at my father's funeral, holding me up when I thought I'd fall apart. But almost instantly I heard her voice again, in whispers not meant for me, spilling out of those cheap security speakers. The contrast was unbearable, every beautiful memory twisted by the shadow of what I had seen. The woman who once felt like home was also the stranger who had betrayed me in my own house. Past and present overlapped until I couldn't tell them apart. Love and betrayal, tangled together, making it impossible to remember one without the other. The silence stretched until Emily finally broke it, her voice quiet, almost tentative. "You can sleep in our bed," she said, her fingers twisting in the hem of her hoodie. "I'll stay down here on the sofa." For a moment I just stared at her, unsure if I'd heard her right. She nodded quickly, her eyes fixed on the floor. "You shouldn't have to sleep on a couch. Not after everything. I don't deserve the comfort. I'll take this." She tugged the blanket tighter around herself, shrinking into the corner of the sofa like she wanted to disappear into it. The gesture was small, but it carried the weight of everything she'd broken, a quiet admission that she no longer had the right to claim the same space beside me. I almost said no, almost told her I'd take the couch instead. But the exhaustion pressed down on me, and I finally nodded, wordless, and headed upstairs. Sunlight crept through the blinds when I finally dragged myself out of bed. My body felt heavy, like I hadn't slept at all. The house was quiet, except for the faint clatter of dishes downstairs. I walked into the kitchen and found Emily at the counter. Her back was to me, shoulders stiff, as if every movement took effort. She turned when she heard my steps, a mug in her hands that trembled just enough for the coffee inside to ripple. "Morning," she whispered, her voice soft, careful, like she was testing a fragile bridge between us. She set the mug down in front of me, her fingers lingering on the handle before pulling away. I sat at the table, staring at the steam rising from the cup. She stood across the room, arms wrapped around herself, waiting, terrified to read too much into the fact that I hadn't left again. For the first time, I took a sip. I let the warmth of the coffee settle in my chest before setting the mug back on the table. Emily hovered by the counter, her hands gripping the edge as though it was the only thing keeping her upright. Her eyes flicked to me, wide, searching. I finally broke the silence. "I'm not leaving," I said, my voice low but steady. She froze, a breath catching in her throat. For a split second, hope flickered across her face. But before she could speak, I continued. "Don't thank me," I added. "This isn't forgiveness. This is only a chance. Nothing more." Her lips parted, tears welling again, but she nodded quickly, almost desperately. "I'll take it," she whispered. "Whatever chance you give me, I'll take it." I leaned back in my chair, feeling the weight of the words settle between us. A chance. That was all I had left to give. Emily pressed her hands together, nodding over and over like she needed to convince herself as much as me. "I know," she whispered, her voice barely holding steady. "I know this isn't forgiveness. I know I don't deserve it. But if there's even the smallest chance, I'll hold on to it." Her tears slipped down silently this time. No sobs, no pleading, just quiet acceptance. She wasn't fighting my words anymore. She was surrendering to them. "I'll take the pain, the distance, the anger," she said, lifting her eyes to mine. "Even if you can't look at me the same way for years, I'll stay, because I'd rather fight for something broken than live without you at all." I studied her face, pale and worn, yet carrying a determination I hadn't seen before. Maybe she finally understood. This wasn't a victory. It was the faintest thread of hope, one sharp tug away from snapping. We sat across from each other at the kitchen table, the same place we had shared countless meals, but this time the air was heavier, stripped of routine. For the first time since everything shattered, we spoke without masks. I told her about the nights I had lain awake, staring at the ceiling while she was working late. How I replayed her laugh in my head, wondering why it sounded different. I told her how it felt to see that video at 3 a.m, alone in the dark, my heart pounding so loud I thought the neighbors might hear. She didn't interrupt. She didn't defend herself. Tears ran silently down her face as she nodded, each word cutting deeper than the last. When I finished, she whispered, "I deserve all of that. Every word. I know what I broke in you." For once, it wasn't excuses. It was truth, and that made it hurt even more. I leaned forward, my elbows on the table, my hands gripping each other so tightly they ached. The words poured out before I could stop them. "Do you know what it felt like?" My voice cracked, then hardened. To sit there, alone at 3 a.m, watching my wife laugh with another man. To hear you whisper things I was never meant to hear. It wasn't just pain, Emily. It was humiliation. It was knowing the woman I trusted most made me look like a fool in my own home. I shook my head, my chest burning. Every smile you gave him was one you stole from me. Every late night wasn't just betrayal. It was a performance I never auditioned for. And I was the last to know. Everyone else lived in my marriage except me. My voice dropped, low and heavy. That's what you broke. Not just love, my dignity, my trust, my sense of being enough. When I finally ran out of words, the silence between us was thick, unsteady. Emily sat forward, her hands trembling against the table. Her voice was soft, but steady in a way that surprised me. "I know I can't erase what I did," she said. "I know I broke something in you that may never heal. But if there's even a small chance, I will fight for it. Not with promises, not with excuses, with work." She took a shaky breath. "I'll stay in therapy. I'll face the ugly parts of myself that let this happen. I'll sit with your anger, your silence, your mistrust, no matter how long it lasts. I won't run from it. I won't run from you." Her tears fell again, but her eyes didn't waver. "This isn't just words, Michael. This is my vow. I'll rebuild what I destroyed, even if it takes the rest of my life." I sat back in my chair, her vow still echoing in my ears. For the first time since this began, I felt a sliver of control. Not forgiveness, not healing, just the ability to decide what came next. "If we do this," I said slowly, choosing each word like it might set fire to the room, "there have to be rules. Mercy without terms is just denial. Boundaries." Emily nodded quickly, her breath catching, as if afraid to even blink. "Counseling," I said. "Every week, no excuses. We sit in that room together, and you face everything you tried to hide." She swallowed hard but whispered, "Yes." "Check-ins," I continued. "Where you are, who you're with, total honesty, no more secrets, not one." Her eyes brimmed, but she nodded again. "And if you cross a line again—" I paused, my jaw tightening. "There won't be a second chance. One betrayal was enough." She gripped the table like an oath. "I understand." That evening, when the sun dipped low and the air turned cool, we stepped out onto the porch. The same boards where the video had caught her smiling at another man, the same light that had exposed everything. I leaned against the railing, my arms crossed, staring out at the yard. Emily stood beside me, hesitant, her hands clasped in front of her. For a long time, neither of us spoke. The silence carried ghosts. "This feels different now," I said finally, my voice low. "Like the air itself remembers." Emily's eyes dropped to the floorboards. "I know," she whispered. "Every time I step out here, I see it too. I hate myself for what I turned this place into." She reached for my hand, stopping halfway, her fingers trembling in the space between us. For once, I didn't pull away. Slowly, I let her close the gap, her grip tentative, fragile, but real. I kept my eyes on the horizon, the sky glowing orange as the sun slipped lower. My voice came out steady, but every word carried the weight of finality. "This is your last chance, Emily. If it ever happens again, if I ever see even a hint of it, I'm gone. No conversations, no explanations, no videos. Gone." Her fingers tightened around mine, almost trembling. She turned to me, eyes wet but unwavering. "It won't," she said firmly, her voice steadier than I expected.